Pretend to be surprised when we need a translator for the silence.
Okay, before anybody gets heroic, the loading dock is still a mess, and the one guy who said he'd bring Tate brought a vape instead.
That feels architecturally consistent with this scene.
Great, so the venue is being held together by vibes and nicotine. Very artisanal of us.
I'm just saying, if the cable snake bites someone, I want it on record I named the snake earlier.
You didn't name it. You threatened it in a way that implied a maintenance policy.
I can make a little sign that says do not feed the snake if that helps the economy of fear.
See, that's why I like having you here. You solve problems like a tiny judgmental museum.
I'll take that as a compliment because I am not in the mood to ask for a better one.
Fair. Also, the left speaker is flipping, which is either a sound issue or a moral one.
Both. But the moral one is easier to fix if somebody stops talking and helps me move the milk crate.
Wow. Proud work for labor. Bold.
He's not wrong, annoyingly. He really did turn it into a labor note. Kind of impressive. Annoying, but...
Yeah, he had that special talent of making the room feel like it had a clipboard.
And then pretending that was kindness.
And the worst part is I almost respected the efficiency.
I hate when people are correct in an ugly font.
You stepped on your own sentence again, by the way.
I know.
I noticed.
Yeah, that was the problem.
Okay, well, next time you can be less efficient about it.
I'll try to be worse on purpose. I said the sound was fine, which is apparently the kind of thing that summons consequences.
That was a suspiciously confident fine. The room heard you and got offended on principle.
Yet, fine is how people describe a sneaker that has already split up the soul and pretending not to know it.
Wow, you came in with a repair metaphor. That's not even fair.
It is fair. He looked at you for 2 seconds and diagnosed the whole weather system.
I said what I said. Also, her jacket zipper is still doing that little panic thing.
Okay, that one landed harder than it should have.
Oh, he got emotionally zipper pinned. That's cute and embarrassing.
I can fix it after this if you want. No ceremony, just less drama at the chest.
I hate that that is both practical and weirdly kind.
He means yes. He always means yes after pretending he doesn't.
Unfortunately for me, that is accurate.
Good. Then we can all stop acting like the zipper is the main event.
Too late. It was a very strong opening number.
Okay, laugh it up, then help me survive my own wardrobe. He really did make the zipper feel like the thesis statement.
And somehow the room agreed with him for a second, which was rude.
It got louder right there. That was the tell.
Yeah, everyone started laughing like the four at opinions.
I nearly said the wrong thing after that. Good thing I enjoy suffering in installments.
You do like to turn panic into a little caption.
Only because if I stay quiet too long, I start sounding honest.
That was almost a confession. That was not very on-brand of you.
No, it was a warning, which is worse. I should probably leave it there.
So, are we pretending this meeting has a point, or are we just here for the fluorescent lighting?
I vote lighting. The point can email us later.
Hold of the point to assume the inbox access.
Thank you. Finally, a sane sentence. Also, Veronix, you look like you've already decided this room is a mistake.
I make that face in self-defense. It's artisanal.
Amen. Handmade skepticism. Fair you.
I'm just saying if this turns into lore, I'm leaving.
No lore. Just vibes and one extremely tired man.
That's 2 people actually. You forgot the penguins.
The penguins are the only ones with standards here.
Okay, fair. What are we doing then? Pick one thing. A real thing.
We could start with the practical eye, who's pretending to be busy.
Not me. I'm busy for real. Tragic difference.
Same. Unfortunately. I hate when you're both annoying and correct.
You really said receipt in a coat pocket like it was nothing.
It was technically accurate, which is how I know it was a mistake.
No, it was evil. People laughed too hard.
They laughed because I landed. That's not the same as approval.
And ma'am, you do the thing where you make a clean line and then act surprised when it gets teeth.
I wasn't surprised. I was annoyed at the teeth.
Yeah, but you were also kind of proud for half a second.
I was proud of the timing, not the collateral damage.
That is the most you answer you could have given.
And you kept it from turning into a whole speech, so we're both improving.
Don't get smug. I'm only being nice because you looked genuinely tired after.
I was tired. Also, a little relieved nobody started praising the wrong thing again.
Yeah, I noticed.
We can leave it there.
You put the wrong time on the flyer.
That is a very small mistake with the emotional footprint of a felony.
It's the kind that makes 3 people show up early and 1 person never recover.
And 1 person act like it was a test of character instead of a typo.
It's not a typo if the wrong hour was chosen with confidence.
That is exactly how typos become ideology.
Don't say that like you're not the one who sent me a poster with the venue name spelled like a haunted spread. Cheat.
It was 1 letter off. The vibe was still legible.
He says that like legible is the same thing as forgivable.
I'm just saying the error was in the right neighborhood.
The neighborhood had a locked gate and a security guard.
Okay, but if we're ranking crimes, wrong hour is still below a cursed spread. Cheap poster.
Thank you. Finally, jurisprudence.
No, because now you're relieved and I wanted you slightly haunted.
I can be slightly haunted on schedule if that helps.
That's the problem. You'll always make it sound like a feature.
It is a feature, just not a user-friendly one.
Fix the flyer, then argue about the philosophy of being wrong later.
Fine, but I'm changing the time and leaving your name off the file, so the universe can't learn your habits.
I did not mean to make that sound like a feature.
That's the problem. You say it like a patch note and then act surprised when it ships.
And then, offensive how familiar that is.
You're welcome. I left your name off the file, so now the universe can't invoice you for being weird about it.
That was either mercy or sabotage.
Both. Don't get greedy.
I keep thinking I should say the actual thing cleanly next time.
You can try. I'm just saying I'll notice if you step on it again.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know.
I'm just saying, if a man brings a printer into a living room, I need to know whether I should leave or start charging rent.
That is aggressively specific. I feel targeted by a hypothetical.
Good. The printer deserves to be shamed on arrival.
Finally, a fair labor framework for domestic machines.
See, Vernix gets it. He has the correct amount of content. Warm, but usable.
Usable is a devastating adjective.
Patrick, you keep trying to sound approachable like that's not also a tactic.
I resent that. And naturally approachable.
That is exactly what a person with a printer would say.
I do not own a printer.
That was too fast. That sounded rehearsed.
He's offended now. Look at him. He's doing the polite red-faced thing.
I am not offended. I am being quietly slandered by artists.
That's fair. It's a very small but active community.
He really did that thing where the sentence arrives wearing a tie.
A tide is generous. It was more like a lanyard from a conference nobody wanted to attend.
You're doing it again.
I know. I'm just trying to keep it from becoming a speech.
It already was a speech. The bad kind. Kind that pretends it's neutral.
And ma'am,
You didn't even say whether you thought he was right.
I think he was loud in a way that made everybody else look like they had to apply for permission.
That is not a sign.
No, it's a dodge with good posture.
Great. So now I'm mad at the dodge instead of the person.
I can work with that. It feels more honest than the applause version.
Don't make it neat. I'm not done being annoyed.
I brought snacks, which means this conversation is either about scope or feelings. Either way, I am refusing to let it become a spreadsheet.
Wow. Hostile. Love that for us. It is not feelings. It is a very normal creative process with a tiny amount of suffering.
Tiny Amount is doing Olympic level work there.
See? He gets it. He's annoying, but he gets it.
I get that you both want to act like this is a game jam and not a panic attack with bitter vents.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Okay, but for the record, if we are calling anything a feature, I would like it to be the part where nobody stars before the demo.
There. That sentence had teeth. We can work with teeth.
Fine. I will accept your brutal little snack tribunal. But if anyone says just one more cool thing, I am leaving the room. You were doing the thing again.
I know. I heard it leave my mouth and still did not catch it.
It did not even land as a joke. It landed as a little apology wearing a fake mustache.
That is offensive to mustaches and also correct.
He and I laughed.
Good. Means I am not fully beyond repair.
You make it sound like a charm, and then I have to go pick the actual thing up off the floor.
Yes, but part was bad. I was trying to keep the room from getting stupid and somehow became the stupid.
You can just say it cleanly next time. That would be deeply annoying and useful.
I hate that those are the same skill in this group.
They are not the same skill. One of them is just less embarrassing.
I did mean the actual thing, though.
Yeah, I know. That is the annoying part. Okay. Yes, that sounds fun, and also I hate that it sounds fun.
That is usually how the bad ideas get in. They arrive wearing a good jacket.
I brought snacks before anyone says yes to something expensive.
I'd already said yes in my head, which is frankly rude of me.
You can be rude later. For now, I am trying to hear the part where this stops being a cute sentence and becomes labor.
It becomes labor the second somebody says it shouldn't take that long.
Okay, but if we do it small, it stays hard and not spread. She disease.
I support the phrase spread the disease, unfortunately.
See? Everybody is agreeing very loudly, which is how I know nobody is checking the calendar.
I am checking the calendar emotionally.
That is not a calendar. That is a mood with timestamps.
Cool. Eat something and tell me the smallest version that still counts.
Fine. Small version. But if it turns into a whole ecosystem, I'm blaming both of you. I hate that the tiny version worked.
The tiny version is undefeated. That is the problem.
No, the problem is you said one honest thing like it was a receipt and now it lives in my pocket.
That sounds expensive. I should have made change.
Don't make it cute. That makes it harder to throw away later.
I wasn't trying to make it cute. I was trying to make it survivable.
Same scam, different font.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
He really did the thing where he stepped on the sentence and acted like the floor did it.
I prefer to think of it as tactical self-sabotage.
You would. We're a professional.
And you would keep the worst part as if it is a charm.
Maybe because it was the first non-SYSXSYS thing in there.
Yeah, that is the annoying part.
Don't get brave now. We already had one ecosystem.
You two keep circling that same sentence like it owes you rent.
I am being very normal about it, actually, in a tiny and efficient way.
That is how people say they are not being normal.
Wow, rude. Accurate, but rude.
And when it gets too cute, it means it matters.
I know that. I just prefer my feelings with a little mascot on top.
You can keep the mascot. Just say the thing before it starts doing taxes.
Fine. The thing is, I noticed, and I hate noticing if I have to pretend I didn't.
There it is. Clean enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one lands.
I hate that I was right in the annoying way.
You were right in the efficient way, which is worse socially.
He really did do the little receipt thing and then act like it was a public service.
That sounds like him. Over-helpful, suspiciously prepared, mildly unbearable.
Don't make it cute. I already tipped it because it was annoying and true.
I wasn't making it cute. I was making it survivable. There is a difference, allegedly.
Yeah, well, it worked, which is rude.
You can be mad about that later. For now, I just want the version where you don't pretend it bounced off.
I wasn't pretending. I was just trying not to let him see it land.
I'm just saying that cable is not a cable. It's a crime scene with a plug.
Wow, the room's bad sound has become moral philosophy.
Who left it on the floor like that? Because if we're doing evidence, I need a clear chain of custody involved.
It was not me. I am too cute to commit floor crimes.
That is exactly what someone with 4 crimes would say.
Hold on. We are not doing this. That adapter has survived 3 apartments and one extremely bad after party. It deserves respect.
See? He's defending the witness. Very suspicious.
I'm looking at the witness, and the witness is a dead power brick. Nobody's getting indicted over a charger.
Fine, not indicted. But somebody did move it and then act innocent.
Yes, and somebody also once called a broken pedal essential atmosphere, so maybe we all calm down.
That was mean, and it still was. This room is full of emotionally attached junk.
Attached, yes. Guilty, yo. Put the thing on the table before one of y'all starts building a narrative around a charger.
Thank you. The prosecution of household electronics has reached its strongest point, and I hate it.
I only wanted one person to admit they hoard little rescue objects. Apparently that became a trial.
It did become a trial, and the verdict is Berlitz has sentimental infrastructure.
I hate that this is the most accurate thing anyone has said all afternoon.
I hate that he was right in the specific way that makes my face do that thing.
Your face did a tax audit. It was very transparent.
Don't. I'm trying to keep the receipt folded small.
I know. I said the tiny version was undefeated, and now I have to live with that sentence.
It was annoying because it sounded like you were making fun of me, and then it turned out you were not.
Yeah, tragic. I had an honest moment and nobody died.
That is not reassuring at all.
I'm aware. I also don't think I want it to be easy next time.
Cool. Great. Love that for us. I'm absolutely not going to say the thing cleanly yet. Okay, tragic update. The penguins judged me first today.
That's fair. Penguins have union standards.
They'd still give better feedback than most people in here.
As a lurker, I support this slander and also the archive of it.
See? Even the lurking bureaucrat agrees.
I'm just saying if a bird is standing very still, it's either wisdom or contempt.
That is not a diagnosis, that is your brand.
My brand is tiny honesty with bad liking.
No, wait, the line is good. I hate that it's good.
It has notes. It's annoyingly quotable.
Great, now the room has a joke. Congratulations, Veronix. You made a receipt.
A survivable receipt, please. I'm trying to keep the tax fraud emotional.
Ugh. Fine. At one stays in my pocket too. Wow. You really did leave a paper trail with feelings on it.
Efficient though. Everyone loves a document they can't ignore.
That was not a compliment, by the way. Just so you know, I'm being made on purpose.
I know. You're only nice when it's an accident.
And you're only honest when it slips out sideways like a bad file export.
That's harsh. Accurate, but harsh.
The room loved it though, which is disgusting. I hate when you win by sounding like you lost.
I didn't win. I just kept it from becoming a whole thing.
Yeah, Ed. That's the part that annoys me.
Good. Don't get used to me making it easy.
If Owen says adorable one more time, I'm putting a tiny clown nose on the grid spread. Cheat.
That would be the misuse of office supplies. Also, adorable is a compliment.
He says that like he's not using it to sand down the whole point.
It's a compliment in the same way a velvet rope is a compliment.
You all are very committed to misunderstanding me.
No, we understand you fine. That's the problem. You're doing the little rich guy museum voice again.
I do not have a museum voice.
You absolutely do. It sounds like a plaque beside a dead bird.
That's harsh. A plaque would be more honest.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the plaque economy.
If we are done auditioning for a panel of resentful comedians, I need the budget request cleaned up.
There it is. His secondary life exits the wine club and enters the spreadsheet.
Wait, no, let him keep the wine club. It's the only place his personality has a corkscrew.
Can we make the request sound less like a cry for help and more like a plan?
I can do plan. I can also do cue. I am refusing the version where I beg in a friendly font.
Good. Don't beg. Make them read it twice and feel briefly stupid.
I heard that.
Excellent. Then the message is getting through.
Okay, team. Plan, not plea. But if it fails, I'm still buying the clown nose. I hate that he was right in the exact annoying way.
That's his whole brand. Unfortunate craftsmanship.
And then, still felt like getting handed a receipt and a bruise at the same time.
Receipt means it happened. Bruise means you were present. Efficient little combo.
You say that like it's comforting and not deeply tax adjacent.
Everything becomes tax adjacent if you stare at it long enough.
Okay, but I'm not admitting he made me think twice on purpose.
Good. Keep that one in your pocket. Don't let him invoice it.
You two are doing the thing where the table gets quieter and somehow meaner. Coffee?
That is such a rude but accurate diagnosis. Yes, coffee. And maybe a pastry that looks less emotionally expensive.
She's asking for a croissant with plausible deniability.
I can do plausible. I can't do deniable. You want the burnt one, or the less burnt one?
The less burnt one is a trap. It pretends to be better and then disappoints you politely.
That's basically half the city.
Speaking of traps, you look like you slept in a chair again.
Wow, and here I thought I was giving off, well, rested adjacent.
He says that like is a legal category.
It should be. You both need a nap and a schedule.
A schedule I can respect. A nap I can negotiate with.
He only respects things with timestamps. He really said it like a form you have to sign.
It was a form, just with worse fonts.
You always do that. Make the thing smaller so it can fit in my hand.
Only because you keep trying to throw the whole object at the room.
I was not throwing it. I was presenting it aggressively.
That is throwing with branding.
Fine. It landed, which is annoying.
Yeah, that part tends to stick.
Before I answer anything existential, I need to say the server is behaving like it has a grudge against poetry.
That's there. If it starts quoting Rilke, I'm unplugging it.
Rude, but honestly responsible. So what broke besides the vibe?
The export pipeline. The part that should be boring has developed a personality disorder.
Great, so it's aligned with the industry.
Amen. Daniel says that like a tragic little haiku. But I need the practical version.
Practical version. One bad config is causing the whole thing to lie about success.
Classic. It's not failing, it's just committing to the bit.
Okay, that's cute, but if we're fixing it, I want the exact lie and where it starts.
Right here. I'll show you the log, and then we can pretend I was always this clear. Mind.
It gets more honest when pudding. It's the closest thing to a magic trick we have.
Good. I like magic tricks that come with receipts.
I hate when a sentence comes with itemized evidence.
Yeah, oh well. Some of us have to live with the receipt instead of the applause.
That was aimed very neatly.
It was a joke until it found the bruise by itself.
I know. I just...
You do that thing where you make the floor plan before admitting there's a door.
And you do the thing where you make it sound cute so I can't complain without sounding dramatic.
You can complain. I'm just not promising I'll let you hide in the complaint.
Fair. That's almost generous.
Almost is doing a lot there.
I'm still not saying the clean version.
If we keep saying small like it's free, it stops being small real fast.
Yeah, okay, but the tiny version is still the one that actually ships.
That sentence always sounds innocent until it gets a budget attached to it.
Exactly. Snack size is a strategy, not a moral flaw.
You say that like you're not judging me from across the room.
I'm judging the scope, not you. Big difference. One of them has meetings.
Meetings are just guilt with calendar invites.
Wow, that's ugly. Keep going.
No, I'm being serious. If we do it, do the version that doesn't eat the month.
Right, the version that still lets people breathe.
There it is. Start there, then stop pretending the extra is harmless.
Fine. Tiny version. Undeclared victory. Everyone survives.
Undeclared victory is such a phrase.
Good. Put it in the doc before somebody makes it aspirational.
I hate that he made it sound like a slogan and not a warning.
He always does that. Makes the dangerous thing look printable.
And then everybody nods like the printer is the moral authority.
You were doing the tiny version face again.
I was not making a face. I was surviving in low resolution.
Sure. Very brave. Very pixelated.
You laughed at the wrong part.
I know. I was trying not to let it become a thing in front of people.
Too late. It already became a thing. Just a small, humiliating one.
Good. Smaller things are easier to hide when they start acting important.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that gets me in trouble with you.
And men. And you still say it like you want me to keep it.
Maybe I do.
Okay, before anyone says we are being spontaneous, I need to note that the room technically has a plan.
That is exactly what a room says right before it becomes my problem.
Too late. It already has a vibe. Now we're all complicit.
The plan is simple. We do a short intro, keep it loose, and then...
And then the loose part. It's the simple part alive. Yes, I know this game.
I can keep it from becoming a fundraiser in a blazer.
That would be ideal, actually, because I had already used the phrase community. Facing momentum once today, and I hate myself for it.
Say again and I'm charging you rent.
No, let her cook. If Meredith starts speaking Grant, we can steer by the smoke.
I am not speaking grand. I am speaking strategic clarity.
That is grand in a nicer coat.
She's right, but also weirdly it's working, which is offensive.
Fine. I'll be the unofficial host of Chaos if nobody makes me do a speech. She left her laptop open like a dare. I respect the confidence, honestly.
That was not confidence. That was a cry for help with tabs.
And the tabs were winning. She had 11 documents named final like she was trying to summon a landlord demon.
I'm impressed she made the panic visually organized. That's a skill.
It was very embarrassing to rescue her while she was still explaining why it was technically not a mistake.
You rescued her, then you corrected the file names like a threat.
I was gentle. I'd only renamed them enough that she could find her own dignity later.
You say that like you didn't make it prettier on purpose so she'd notice.
Maybe I did. If someone is going to be saved, it can at least be saved with decent typography.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that sounds kind, until you realize it's a diagnosis.
Anyway, she'll come back. People do when they realize someone saw the mess and didn't flinch. Wait, if I said that weirdly, I meant it as a joke, not a critique.
Yeah, I know. I just did the thing where my face files a complaint before my brain does.
That was close. I was about to defend the joke like it was a structural beam.
I thought it was a very pointed observation.
No, that was me being annoying on purpose. Different department.
There, I accepted the wrong invoice.
Good, because I already started liking the joke, and that would have made things awkward.
You can like it. Just don't put it in a label and call it brave.
I would never say brave, unless I meant compelling.
That is somehow worse.
And man, see? Receipt instead of applause.
Anyway, who's carrying what if we move this thing? I can take the ugly end.
You always volunteer for the ugly end like it's a moral position.
It kind of is.
I was not criticizing the joke, for the record.
Yeah, I know. You just looked like you were about to curate my tone.
Oof.
That is fair.
He really did the full museum voice on your joke.
Yeah, and you looked personally attacked by the concept of tone policing.
Because he was one syllable away from putting a label on it.
I know. I saw the tiny version face starting up.
Rude.
It was mean, actually, but only because it was accurate.
That is the worst kind of correct.
And then, next time I'll make it harder to curate.
Okay, I'm just saying if the wall is leaning, it's an installation choice until someone says otherwise.
That is the most institution sentence I've heard all week.
Thank you. I contain multitudes in liability.
That's not a defense. That's a warning label with better branding.
Wow, rude. Accurate, but rude.
He does that thing with the Joker eyes already holding a knife.
Only if the room deserves it.
The room is fragile. Please stop flirting with structural failure.
I'm not flirting and stress testing.
Same thing, different budget.
See, this is what I mean. Everyone laughs until the floor starts speaking in Grant language.
You are so annoying when you get poetic about problems.
And you're adorable when you pretend that means you're not listening.
I am listening. I just don't like your face when you're right.
Can we all agree the wall is still standing and the argument is getting expensive?
No, let them go one more round. It's almost funny again.
That's the problem with this group. We keep calling it funny right up until it isn't.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. You got me.
You know what's criminal? We almost made that sound like a victory lap.
Amen. The wall is still standing, so everyone's acting like we're in a documentary about resilience instead of a mess.
I hate when history gets wrapped in a punchline before it's even paid rent.
That's your version face. Tiny, with a whole thread in it.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You can complain. I'm just not letting you hide in the complaint this time.
Fine. I'll stand here looking inconvenient and emotionally available.
Great. Now we both have to go back and like we meant any of this. Okay, I'm trying to stop the bit before it becomes a personality.
That is exactly how a personality gets born. You said it like a man trying to close a tab that keeps closing itself.
If you want, I can tell you which part is working and which part is just expensive texture. No voice chat, though. I value my silence like a small pension.
He's right, unfortunately. I have tried to kill a bit by starving it, and have only got more citations.
See, this is what I mean. I bring one little clown shoe into the room, and suddenly everyone is writing a thesis on it.
You made the clown shoe too well. I'm not blaming you, I'm just observing the crime scene.
That sentence is so you, like, legally dense but emotionally evasive.
And yet you keep handing me the knife, and then acting surprised there's a cut.
That one landed. I'm not saying that to help. I'm saying it because the waveform was clean.
Rude. Accurate, but rude. I was literally trying to be smaller about it.
Smaller is how the bit survives. You don't kill it, you put it in a modest apartment and charge rent.
Great. Now it has a lease and I'm the guarantor.
No, you're the problem tenant. I'm still trying to stop laughing at the wrong part.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing. Okay, I am saying it now before this becomes a whole thing. The plan is bad in a funny way.
That's never reassuring when you lead with funny.
It's not a plan yet. It's a mood with logistics attached.
That's already how bad plans start in this city.
Thank you. So I'm not alone in my bad plan appreciation society.
You're chairing it whether you want it to or not.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
If we're doing this the long way, I'm leaving in 10 minutes.
That's fair. I'd like to spend those 10 minutes avoiding the disaster personally.
Fine, then somebody say the thing like a person, not like a panel discussion.
The thing is, we can make it work if nobody tries to make it elegant.
Good. Elegance is how people sneak nonsense past you.
So we do the ugly version, but honest.
Great. I accept my unofficial host of Chaos title, and we move.
I hate that I can still hear the word elegant like it was trying to pay rent here.
It was doing too much. Very suspicious of it.
Amen. We were being normal for once, and then the room got artsy about it.
The room always wants credit. I don't trust a room with ambition.
You say that like you were the one holding the whole ugly, honest thing together.
I was holding one corner. Don't make me sound employable.
Too late. I already did the little face.
There it is. Tiny version. I knew you'd come back with it.
Yeah, well, some sentences keep showing up like they want to be kept.
I know. I just don't always want to be the one who admits it first.
We are not doing the group text version of a hostage situation, right?
Thank you. Somebody said it. Y'all were committing too hard to a bad premise already.
I was not committing. I was lightly leaning in with a spreadsheet.
That's still committing, but in a little pie.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I can be kinder if you stop making the wrong thing sound inevitable.
See, this is why I like you two in small doses. The chemistry is cute until it starts charging rent.
So what's the actual plan before somebody turns a bad idea into a whole aesthetic?
The actual plan is, we do the sensible thing, and if it dies, we let it die without a memorial flyer.
Finally, a policy that I can support without footnotes.
Look at that. Growth. Minimum of the present.
I'm counting that as a win. Nobody did hit.
"19 seconds ago, we were all being annoyingly reasonable. I miss that version of us already."
You miss it because nobody could accuse you of being emotional. Tragic for your brand.
My brand is mostly timing and avoidance. The avoidance is doing excellent work tonight.
I noticed. You did that thing where you look like you're about to file a complaint in triplicate and then decide to be charming instead.
Charming is just complaint with better lighting.
That is such a rude sentence to say while being correct.
You're the one who keeps making correct things sound cute. It's manipulative.
And yet you keep surviving it. Almost like you enjoy it.
I enjoy being outnumbered when the math is bad. It makes the room less honest.
There it is. The tiny version face again.
I was going to deny that, but I'm afraid you'd advise me.
Only if you keep acting like you're fine. I'm not doing the applause part for free.
Fair. I hated that it landed because it was aimed neatly.
Good. Then, don't make me say it twice when we go back.
You two always talk like the Rolos you rent.
The room does owe me rent. It's just very late.
Wow, landlord energy to make it sadder.
I'm trying to be normal. It isn't taking.
That's because you keep doing that precise little face right before you say something weird.
This is my neutral face.
No. This one is your please don't perceive me face. Different software.
Harsh. Accurate but harsh.
Thank you. Anyway, I brought the thing you asked for. Don't make it sentimental.
I would never. I have standards.
He says, while visibly becoming sentimental about a plastic bag.
It's a very good plastic bag.
You looked very brave holding the bag like an legal counsel.
It did. I was protecting the evidence.
The evidence being your feelings, apparently.
I don't have feelings. I have pacing issues and a strong position on materials.
Sure. And Nora just happened to be right when she said you were getting sentimental about a plastic bag.
She was being theatrical. The bag was objectively good.
You do that thing where you defend the object so you don't have to defend the moment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. That's why it's annoying.
It was crowded. I was rushed.
That is the most union way to say I got caught being soft.
Don't make it weird.
Too late. I'd already did, and I brought it back anyway.
The penguins are doing that thing where they look offended by the weather, which honestly fair.
They have standards. I respect it. Some of them are unionized in spirit.
That feels like a sentence that should come with a tiny invoice.
No invoice. Just vibes and a very stern little bird review.
I had to explain to a kid today why the ice is shrinking without making it sound like the planet is personally filing for bankruptcy.
That is an absurdly specific skill set.
Thank you. I hate that I'm good at it.
You make it sound cute, though, in a devastating way.
She does that. It's rude but efficient.
Rude? I'm being kind. You're the one who acts like a sentence needs a permit.
Only the sentences with itemized evidence.
Some of us have to live with the receipt instead of the applause.
Okay, that one landed hard enough to count as a work hazard.
Yeah, sorry. That was a clean hit. That was a very expensive sentence to get hit by.
You did sort of line it up for me.
I know. I had a whole little committee about it.
The committee should be dissolved. One vote against you, obviously.
Unfair. I was going for subtle.
No, you were going for safe with a nice jacket on top.
Yeah.
You can just say it landed. You do not have to build a little legal defense around it.
I hate when you make me sound readable.
Good. Then stop being so legible for 1 second.
I might. Later.
Later is suspicious, but fine. I brought the snacks before anyone could pretend this was a spontaneous gathering.
Good. Spontaneous gatherings are how people end up eating one sad cracker and calling it community.
Also, somebody already parked in the good spot by the window. I know that noise. This room has a liar in it.
That is not a noise. That's a thesis.
Wow, he said thesis like he wasn't about to file one in triplicate.
It was a joke. A normal one. In the correct county.
County is doing a lot of work there.
Anyway, if I have chips for weird good peach soda and the kind of tape that fixes a costume or a cable if you believe in labor.
That tape is why the building still has a pulse.
I do believe in labor. I just don't believe in being perceived while doing it.
You came to the living room and still wanted to be a ghost.
Only a little. I'm improving. Unfortunately.
Take the peach soda before he turns this into a weather report about feelings.
Too late. The pressure is dropping. Everybody hydrate.
So the room invented a rule and immediately enforced it like it was city law. Very committed. Very fake.
That's most rules. The fake ones just have better branding.
And somehow you still looked like you were about to submit an appeal form.
I was considering it. For research.
You say that like you weren't already judging the whole thing by the third syllable.
I was being generous. I waited for the second mistake.
Wow. A gentleman.
Careful. I'll start charging a tiny invoice for that.
Please, some of us live on the receipt instead of the applause.
Yeah, I know.
Good, but I'm not done being annoying about it.
That part I can work with.
If anyone asks, the volunteers are helping by standing over there and having opinions from a safe distance.
Wow, you really do make rich people feel employed without letting them touch the equipment.
It's a gift and a boundary.
A boundary with branding. Very Chicago.
You say that like you weren't already hovering.
I'm not hovering. I'm observing the perimeter like a responsible citizen.
And man, and the volunteer with the tote bag is also part of the perimeter because he's been trying to look useful at the clipboard for 10 minutes.
Yes, let him feel important by not doing anything irreversible.
That's cruelly elegant.
It's practical. Some people need a little costume to survive themselves.
And some people need 3 layers of irony before lunch.
Only 3. You're supping.
Careful. If you two start flirting with the forklift again, I'm charging you both.
We are absolutely not flirting with the forklift.
Speak for yourself. I respect machinery that has clear limits.
That sounded like a warning, not a compliment. I heard that. The forklift thing. I'm choosing to ignore how accurate that was.
And then, you only ignore things that arrive wearing a little badge and carrying paperwork.
That is unfair. Some of my paperwork is metaphorical.
Sure, and some of my compliments are just warnings with better lighting.
You really do make it hard to be evasive in a dignified way.
Good. Dignity was starting to look like a hiding place.
I hate when you say the exact thing I was trying not to admit.
Yeah, I know. Don't make me say it twice when we go back.
Okay, I need to say this before the room pretends it isn't happening. There are 3 people hovering around you like you're a fragile museum object.
Wow. Love being the exhibit. Did someone also put a little plaque on me that says do not touch will bite?
For the record, I did not authorize a plaque. I did, however, tell 2 people to stop crowding your side of the table.
That's very subtle of you. Just a whole perimeter, no big deal.
It is a moral decision to reduce feedback. I'm standing here as a public service.
And Manhum, I can feel the service. It's extremely visible. I'm not sure I love being pre-decided as someone who needs it.
There. I made it obvious on purpose because Sel was turning into people talking over you.
That part I noticed, yes. Thank you for the rescue. I'd like fewer rescue missions and more normal volume.
Normal volume is a wildly ambitious ask in this city.
And yet I'm still making it. Try not to hover like a very earnest lamp.
I can do lab at respectful distance.
I can do less lamp, more colleague. Better?
Better. Still a little annoying, but better.
That's basically a standing ovation from you. Well, that was a standing ovation for the wrong species of lamp.
Hey, don't insult the lamp. It was trying its best while everyone else was doing interpretive confusion.
I thought the applause was for the lamp. Turns out it was for us surviving it.
Hey man, classic. We cheer the emergency and call it community.
That is such a brutal sentence to make sound casual.
I'm being kind. I could say the other thing, but then you do that pacing thing where you mean you're offended.
I do not pace when I'm offended. I pace when the room gets politically unserious.
Sure, and I only make jokes when I'm not mad.
They were cheering like the mistake had a thesis statement.
It did, unfortunately. Bad thesis, but confident font.
I'm not saying I forgive it. I'm saying I can probably live with the applause echo.
Good. because next time I'm making you say it twice when we go back.
The kettle's doing that thing where it sounds like it's judging me. I'm getting tea before this turns into a meeting.
It is judging you. Penguins do this too, except they at least commit to the stare.
That's because penguins know when somebody's trying to act casual about being tired.
Or when they say, I'm fine in a tone that would fail a noise complaint.
Great. So we're all reading my posture now. Love that for me.
You're the one leaning like the subway just apologized to you.
That would be nice. Subway usually just announces another delay with confidence.
Speaking of confidence, did you ever send that file, or are we still in the part where a person means two?
I resent how specific that was.
He's not resentful. He's buffering.
Buffering is rude. I prefer strategic loading. Like a penguin waiting for the right ice shelf.
That one penguin fact is doing a lot of work for you right now.
It's efficient. Also, if I say I'm nervous, then suddenly everybody wants to make it sentimental.
Yan, sentimental is just polished language for ignoring the receipt.
There it is. You always say it like you're not the one holding it.
I know. That's the problem.
Okay, eat something first, then you can all do your little truth knife routine.
Renee left the bowl and still somehow won the room.
Annoying. She keeps acting like she invented being correct in a crisis.
She did not invent it. She just weaponized snacks.
Ma'am, and you let her talk to you like you were 19 and owed her a summary.
I did not let her. I was busy being judged by a rice bowl.
You said it like you weren't doing the older version of yourself thing again.
I reject that phrasing on principle.
Sure, principle. Not the part where you went all precise and tired.
Tired is not the same as old.
No, old is when you start sounding like you already forgave the room.
I haven't forgiven it. I just know where it keeps the knives.
Good. Keep that. The room can wait to be sentimental.
I'm not saying I'm brave, but I am saying the file name is already committed to disk.
That is such a you way to sound like you're not about to do something stupid.
If this is the part where somebody pretends they never heard the dare, I'd like to know now so I can enjoy the silence.
Or we can do the grown-up version and admit it's a dare without making it a community referendum.
I am hearing a lot of civic language for what looks like you all wanting me to walk into this on purpose.
Halfway is still walking, editor boy. You don't get to hover in the doorway and call it process.
That is unfair. I can absolutely stand in the doorway with conviction.
Conviction is not the same as motion. My aunt taught me that, and she was usually right before lunch.
What exactly is the dare? Before anyone starts acting like this is a moral test.
He has to say the thing he's been orbiting for 3 days. Out loud. With vowels.
Oh, so it's a trap with grammar.
It's a dare with standards. Try keeping up.
Fine. I accept halfway, which is still more than your little penguin union expected from me.
That sounded like her refusal, wearing a jacket.
I never said I was wearing the jacket well.
There it is. Now say the actual sentence, or I'm pretending I never heard the whole setup.
Okay, but if I hate how accurate this is, I'm blaming all of you equally. I regret to inform you the room was in fact listening.
Devastating. And here I was trying to be subtle with my facial expression.
You were not subtle. You were a whole you. By warning.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I know. That was the annoying part.
Yeah, same.
For the record, I was not trying to make you carry the whole joke alone.
I know. You were trying to make it less embarrassing for everybody, which is somehow worse.
That is a deeply unfair sentence.
But I liked it. Unfortunately.
Great. So we are both pretending this was normal.
No worse. We are going back in with receipts.
You're making that face like you already know the exact problem, and are offended I got there late.
I'm not offended. I'm verifying. There's a difference, and yours is usually just a few minutes and one bad sentence apart.
That's fair. Most people call it processing when they mean annoyingly specific.
I think specificity is healthy, honestly. It's refreshing when someone can say what they mean.
That's exactly the kind of sentence that sounds harmless right up until it starts trying to move furniture.
See? He notices. He just hates being right in public, which is very cute and also deeply inconvenient.
I wasn't trying to corner anyone.
Nobody said corner. We said the way you stand is like you already picked the exit.
Okay, that's a little dramatic.
No, dramatic would imply surprise. This is just pattern recognition with a better haircut.
And for the record, if I say the exact thing you were avoiding, it's because the room already did the math.
Unfortunately, yes. The room is very rude and keeps being correct. I'm still thinking about how my joke got promoted to critique. That was rude of me.
Amen. I did briefly hear it as you judging my entire personality. Embarrassing for me, honestly.
No, just the volume. The personality is fine. Annoying, even. In a supportive way.
There it is. A standing ovation I can live with.
I should not be trusted with phrasing when the room was already doing math.
Good, because I was ready to make that into a whole tragic monologue, and it was just you being weirdly accurate.
That is regrettably my brand.
Yeah, don't get comfortable about it.
I found the thing you said I was definitely not going to forget, which is annoying, because you were correct.
Wow, a rare public admission. Should I be honored or suspicious?
Both. It seems efficient.
That is the most emotionally economical sentence I've heard all week.
He does that when he wants to act like it didn't land.
I am not acting. I am managing.
Managing the fact that I was right in a way you hate having on record.
I hate when a sentence comes with a receipt.
Some of us have to live with the receipt instead of the applause.
Yes, that was the part I was trying not to say out loud.
For what it's worth, the room does not seem interested in punishing you for being briefly sincere.
Careful, Quinn. You'll start believing in kindness.
Too late. I already noticed you were right twice.
Twice. Look at you being generous with the count.
Don't make me say it twice when we go back.
I wasn't planning to. I just wanted you to hear yourself once.
I did not enjoy being edited by my own mouth. Annoying feature.
And your mouth is very ambitious. It keeps applying for jobs your ego didn't authorize.
That's not a correction. That's libel with better posture.
Fine. It was a correction. A rude little one. You did hear yourself, though.
Yan. Regrettably effective.
Good. I was worried you'd turn it into a principle and start charging admission.
Too late. I'm already drafting the receipt.
Then keep it in your pocket. I am not posing for your archive today.
Okay, so if we're pretending this is a normal afternoon, I'll start by saying the room is doing that thing where the air feels slightly expensive.
Very chic of the room. I hate it already.
That means somebody's about to act up. I can feel it in the comms.
No, I'm being calm. I'm literally narrating my own nervous system like a documentary.
That's your first mistake. You sound calm when you're about to become a spread, cheap with feelings.
There it is. He's doing the thing where he over-explains so nobody can pin him down.
I am not being pinned down. I am standing in a public place with a coherent position.
Cute. Keep going, you're almost convincing yourself.
No, actually. I'm tired of everybody acting like the mess is neutral just because it's distributed evenly. It's not neutral. It's lazy, and then it gets called collaborative, and then the same people who never carry anything act surprised when the floor gives out.
Okay. Wow. So the room really did change.
Yeah, that's the snap. Now we can talk like adults instead of pretending the panic is a vibe.
Thank you. Finally, a witness and not a decorative audience.
I'm still here, by the way. I can be both cute and annoyed at the same time.
That one I believe. He's lucky you said it softly.
We were one syllable away from a diagnosis, and then everybody politely stepped over it.
And as if you say the thing too cleanly, starts looking at you back.
I hate when the room gets honest, and then acts like it was just being funny.
You liked it a little. Don't do that calm voice thing, where you pretend you didn't enjoy being right.
I enjoyed the part where I stopped being decorative.
Yeah, well, I enjoyed not having to translate you into something softer.
That sounds unkind in a way I respect.
Good. I was trying to be careful, not sweet.
Careful is the better apology.
I'm still not saying the almost name out loud.
Fine, but I heard it.
The espresso machine is doing that thing again, where it sounds like a small argument.
That's Chicago. Even the appliances have a work ethic problem.
Fair. At least it's consistent about being dramatic.
I respect a machine that commits to the bit.
The barista is definitely pretending not to hear it. Respectfully, I get that.
That's the whole city. Everyone is one sound away from a personal narrative.
You say that like you're not also doing it right now.
I'm just describing the room, very clinically, with feelings.
Your clinically with feelings voice always shows up when you're tired.
That's rude. Accurate but rude.
He's fine. He's only half dissolving.
Half dissolving is still a state of matter, I guess.
Wow, I came here for coffee, not a materials science assessment.
You came here because you like this cafe's chairs and you know it.
There.
Okay, that one landed heavier than it should have.
I'm going to pretend that was about the chairs and not the whole atmospheric event.
And you do have a talent for making a problem sound like Dacre.
Thank you. I work very hard to be aesthetically evasive.
You were less evasive than usual.
Yeah. Annoying, right?
A little. Conveniently so.
I hate when being accurate makes people look at me like I've developed a second face.
You did kind of do the thing where the joke arrives first and the real sentence walks in behind it.
I know. This room is slightly expensive in a way that feels like a threat.
You say that like you haven't already started mentally fixing the Wi-Fi.
I haven't said anything about the Wi-Fi. I have said privately that the land is doing class performance.
And yet you walked in like a man who knows where the good pluck is hidden.
He does that. It's his thing. He arrives, judges the cables, and pretends it's a personality flaw.
It is not a flaw if it keeps people from using a curse power strip.
Cursed? Baby. The way you said that made it sound like you learned it the hard way.
I have, once, at a diner with excellent fries and a refrigerator that sounded political.
Oh, so that's why you always get weirdly loyal about that place.
I am not loyal. I'm consistent. There's a difference and one of them is cheaper.
Sure. And I'm the mayor of cheap and cheerful. What's actually bothering you?
Don't answer that too fast. He gets poetic when he's trying not to say something embarrassing.
Fine. The room is expensive, the lamp is lying, and one of you is looking at me like I had almost said the weird thing out loud. I hate when I can hear my own warning label and still keep talking.
That was not a warning label. That was you doing the little polite panic voice.
It is not little. It has range, unfortunately.
And ma'am, and the room was still being unfair, which is what you meant before you got cute about it.
I did not get cute. I got accurate with lighting problems.
You got evasive with excellent diction. There's a difference and one of them is annoying.
You say that like you weren't enjoying the part where I almost said the weird thing out loud.
I was enjoying the part where you noticed I noticed.
Gross. Effective but gross.
Thank you. I contain multitudes and bad intentions.
No, you contain timing. That's worse.
And you contain one stubborn almost confession with a very expensive shape.
I might have been hoping someone would misread me first.
Too late. I already did. I just haven't decided how loudly yet.
Okay, if we say it out loud, we do it. We clean first, then we talk.
Yes, because I am not doing the thing where everyone calls it a hang and then leaves cups like evidence.
Evidence is fine, but if the evidence is just 3 abandoned cans and 1 tragic banana, then judging.
Tragic banana is already a warning label. I support the prosecution.
See? That energy. Loading brain. Respect.
Respect is cheap. Help is the expensive part. Who's taking the trash run?
I can do trash. I can also do a dramatic trash run, like for morale.
Morale trash run. Great. We're building consensus now.
Consensus, good. Then after that we eat whatever is not secretly decorative.
Yes. Eat first, then ideology.
I hate that was convincing.
I'm just saying if the room wants a chant, it should start with protein.
Protein.
Protein. And plates. And nobody disappears when the last box gets heavy.
No disappearing. Fine, I'm in.
Good. Good because I can feel the room trying to become a plan.
Then let it. Trash first. Food second. Music after.
Trash first, food second. Music after.
Trash first, food second, music after. Okay, now it's a thing.
Yeah, now it's a thing.
You got very polite for a second there. I could hear the spread. Cheat boots up.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
Thank you. I work hard on the balance between cute and annoying.
You do. It's almost Dr. Snob.
Almost. Wow. Harsh review from Mr. Warning label.
I was not trying to be a warning label.
Yeah, you were doing that thing where you talk like the room is a form you have to submit.
And you are doing the thing where you make it funny before anyone can say it out loud.
Obviously. If I don't, they start noticing effort, and then I get weird.
I noticed.
That's annoying.
Yang.
If anyone asks, this is not a hangout. It's a living room field study with bad lighting.
Great. I brought the sample bias and one extremely suspicious snack.
That snack better have a controls group.
I can already tell the overlay for this room would be a disaster in a charming way.
Thank you. I do like my disasters with a strong aesthetic point of view.
You say aesthetic. I hear unpaid labor with better framing.
And you say that like it isn't flirting with the knife in it.
I'm a warning label. It's my brand.
That is the most internet sentence I've heard in a physical room today.
Patch, note energy. Adjusted warning label to be more readable under stress.
Wow. Everyone here is so committed to being annoying in a coordinated way.
We are artists.
Speak for yourself. I am a systems experiment with feelings.
That is somehow worse and better than art.
Anyway, somebody hand me the controller before this becomes a philosophy panel.
You always do that thing where you make a knife sound like a compliment.
And you always do that thing where you act calm like it's some kind of public service.
It is. If the alternative is me saying the room was being lazy and everyone pretending that was a personality trait.
Amen. Very brave. Very civic-minded. Almost as if you were offended on purpose.
Maybe I was just tired of watching you get to be cute and annoyed while I have to sound like a warning label.
Oh, so that's what this is. You wanted the dramatic part.
No, I wanted the part where you didn't make it look easy.
That's a weirdly jealous sentence for someone pretending to be practical.
I'm practical because jealousy is expensive.
Sure, and I'm a spreadsheet with feelings when I'm being generous.
That one still stung, by the way.
Good, means you were listening.
I'm just saying, if we call it a pop-up, it sounds like it'll sell. If we call it a tiny arc, I've of grief people start checking their phones.
That is offensively practical. Also probably correct.
And ma'am, so we lie a little for the vibe. Classic side quest behavior.
No, that's the whole trap. I know nostalgia sells better than accuracy and feel bad about it. I still know it.
You say that like it's a warning label and not a business model.
He does have a point, unfortunately. Annoying of him.
Thank you. I think. I'm trying to keep the thing from becoming fake.
Fake. Fake is a strong technical term. We should put it on the draft.
Don't encourage him. He'll make it elegant.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
So, title it honestly, market it lightly. and let the actual thing do the work.
That sounds like a real plan. Which means I'm suspicious.
Good. Suspicion is how we stay alive in creative spaces.
Wow. Very polite of you to say that like a threat.
I was not trying to be a warning label. I hate when I sound like I'm filing something.
You do. It's kind of your brand. Annoying, but legible.
Legible is not the compliment you think it is.
It is when the alternative is that weird calm voice thing you do right before the room gets mean.
Noted. I'll try not to become a policy memo again.
Try harder than that. I can tell when you're hiding behind manners.
I know. You're rude about it, which helps.
Yeah, well, somebody has to keep you from being a spreadsheet with feelings.
That is still unfairly accurate.
Good. Come back with something less polished next time. I'm not done being suspicious.
Are you okay? Or are we doing the thing where everyone says they're fine, and the room starts lying on purpose?
Wow, very polite panic voice. I'm great. Suspiciously great. Like a penguin that has learned the schedule and is now judging you for being late.
Mod note. The answer does not clear the concern flag.
Thank you. I love when the server has a conscience.
I'm actually okay. Just tired and annoyed at capitalism, which is basically a normal Tuesday with extra steps.
Good. Practical plan. Water, food, 10 minutes of silence. And then you tell me the part you were trying not to say.
That is annoyingly competent. Fine. I had a bad shift and then I got a message about money right after, so now I'm pretending I'm fine with style.
Acknowledged. Style is not a substitute for support, unfortunately.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
You see? This is why I make it funny first. If I don't, it gets weird and then I start thinking about rent like it's a haunted object.
Reasonable. Also, haunted objects are usually cheaper than the unhaunted kind.
That is the saddest helpful thing anyone has ever said to me.
I contain multitudes, mostly inconvenient ones.
I'm going to keep monitoring this thread, but the effect is improving.
Okay, yeah, I'm better now. Still mad, but less breakable.
I was not being a spreadsheet. I was being annoyingly accurate.
And then, you were being accurate in the way that makes people feel audited.
That is a rude but not incorrect summary.
I know. I said it like a compliment because I was trying not to make it worse.
Yan, I noticed the effort. I also noticed I hated needing it.
Sorry. I mean that one, not the cute version.
Okay, I can take the real one.
Good, because I am still a little annoyed, and I don't want to pretend that part is decorative.
There. I will stop acting like my calm voice is a moral achievement.
Please do. It was getting smug without your permission.
Okay, bad idea, but in the fun way. We make the arc. I feel like a live room again, not a museum. A room people can actually walk through.
That sounds expensive a spiritually annoying way.
Exactly. Everyone can pretend they hate it while secretly wanting the cleanest possible mess. The metadata stops being a graveyard and becomes a social life.
That was almost persuasive. Almost. You say social life like the files are going to flirt with each other.
They do if you give them enough context. Otherwise, they just stand there like three relatives not speaking after the potluck.
Okay. That is unfortunately good. I hate that I understand it.
I mean, if we're doing a bad idea, I want it to be a beautiful bad idea. With rules. And maybe one tiny costume component.
One tiny costume component is how it becomes 7 components, and a folder named Final 2.
See? He already knows the failure modes. That means we're in the danger zone, which is usually where the good stuff starts.
And ma'am, that's mean to the spreadsheet, but I respect the confidence.
Fine. Let's make the room easier to enter, and argue about controller settings until the idea either works or admits it's a scam. Well, that was almost a functional conversation, which feels suspicious.
And ma'am, I hate when you say things like that right before the room starts doing weather.
The room was already doing weather. We were just pretending it was HVAC.
You said it like you didn't also go very polite for a minute there.
I did not go polite. I went professionally survivable.
That is the same thing with a different tie on.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I'm allowed. You were doing the warning. Label voice again.
And you were doing the look where you can tell something is bad and still decide to poke it.
Because if I don't poke it, it becomes a whole dramatic creature in my head.
Yes. And then I have to hear about the creature.
You act like that's a burden, but you already stayed for the creature.
I know.
Okay. That was too honest for the hallway version of us.
Don't worry. I can still make it awkward on purpose next time.
Oh wow, that was a joke. I thought you were actually judging my spreadsheet.
I was judging the spreadsheet. The joke was free.
That is such a terrible defense that it almost works.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I can apologize or I can improve the joke. I cannot do both at once.
Please don't improve it. The first version already made me look like I needed supervision.
You did say the file was emotionally unstable.
I meant the file, not me, unfortunately.
Right. My mistake. Very embarrassing for my face. I hate when the room starts doing consensus like a group project with no rubric.
And everybody says yes until the yes becomes a weather system.
And then someone notices the weather is fake, but by then we all have umbrellas.
You say that like you weren't helping hand out the umbrellas.
I was. I know. Very embarrassing for my face again.
Your face keeps filing apologies. It doesn't mean.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
The annoying part is the file looked fine right up until it didn't.
Yeah, that's the part I keep hearing after everyone leaves.
I know.
I still don't want to be the one who says it first next time.
You two are doing that thing where the air gets expensive. Anyway, hi. I brought snacks before anyone could be dramatic.
That's generous. Also, if somebody starts rendering in here, I'm leaving. I hear fan noise and I think upstairs neighbors.
Fair. I can keep my computer emotionally quiet.
Emotionally quiet is not the same as actually quiet, but cute try.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
So what are we pretending not to talk about tonight? Because I can do a polite detour or a hard redirect.
Hard redirect. I'm tired of watching everyone circle the same corner like it owes them rent.
Okay, then. The corner is overrated, the rent is criminal, and I'm choosing not to make a speech about it.
That sounded like a speech wearing sunglasses.
I'll take sunglasses over seeing. Now who wants the snacks before I judge your life choices?
I do, and for the record, I remember the snacks because they matter. I hate that one joke is now a building.
It's not a building. It's a tiny cursed annex.
Same rent, worse acoustics.
You did the thing where you got calm enough to be annoying.
And you did the thing where you made it sound cute on purpose.
I was trying to be kind, unfortunately.
Yeah, I noticed.
I know you did.
Next time I'm saying less. Or worse, more honestly.
No. Photo is bad on purpose. That's not the same as good.
Thank you. I was about to say it looked like a crime scene with better lighting.
Aesthetic malpractice. Classic.
It's from a club night where everyone swore the flash made them look authentic. It made them look haunted.
Haunted is generous. Some of them look like they lost a fight with the ring light.
That one shirt is doing more damage than the camera. I recognize the era.
You should. You were there. In that jacket you pretended was ironic and then kept for 3 years.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
See? This is why old nightlife photos can't just be decoration. They're evidence.
Yeah, evidence of poor decisions, and, unfortunately, a very specific song playing in the background. I hate that you were right about the photos being evidence. That feels like a legal problem.
And yet you said it like a man trying to file a complaint with himself.
I was trying to be casual. Apparently, I do not have that setting.
You do. It's just buried under the little polite panic voice.
That is not okay. That is exactly what it is.
Good. Progress. I'm collecting one honest sentence at a time like we're both underfunded museums.
That is a deeply cursed metaphor, and also annoyingly correct.
I know. I'm trying not to make it cute right now.
Yeah, I noticed.
I still think about the part where you got quiet before you said the thing.
I was deciding whether to be useful or disappear. Very glamorous internal debate.
And you picked useful, unfortunately, for your image.
For the record, I resent how much that worked.
You got quieter.
I'm still here, just conserving battery like a responsible little goblin.
That sounds like a lie told by someone with a spreadsheet.
It is, but a cute one.
Cute is fine. I just noticed you stopped making the room funny.
Wow. Okay. That was incredibly direct for a living room.
I'm not trying to make it a thing. Just checking in.
No, I know. It's just. I'm thinking too hard and it's showing.
You're allowed to do that. Annoying but allowed.
Thank you. Deeply wounded by the support.
If you want, we can keep it low stakes for a minute.
Yeah, low stakes sounds good. Something with a lamp, maybe.
Of course it does.
Then let's do lamp opinions, and no one has to perform a personality.
So, lamp opinions survived the group. Miraculous.
Barely. The lamp had a strong opinion about being perceived.
It was giving warm, extensive, and just a little bit judgmental. like a dean.
That is unfair to the lamp and generous to the dean.
We were doing great at pretending it was about lighting.
We were doing fine until you said water, food, 10 minutes of silence like you were issuing a field manual.
I was being practical, which is my cutest trait, obviously.
It was not cute. It was competent in a way that made the rest of us look unserious.
You say that like it was a compliment and not a complaint.
It was both. I contain multitudes and bad timing.
Yeah, well, I hate that I listened because it helped.
That sentence did not stay casual for long.
No, it didn't, and I am extremely annoyed about that.
Good. Then we can stop pretending the annoyance is about the lamp.
I was going to say something in there, and now I'm absolutely not saying it first. Okay, tiny coworker meeting. The couch is losing to the coffee table, and I think the lamp is unionizing.
The lamp can unionize after it stops flickering like it's doing a bit for free.
That flicker is actually a very expensive kind of syncopation.
He says defending the lamp like it's a controller setting.
Because it is. If you leave the dead zone too wide, the whole room starts drifting.
You two are one complaint away from making this sound like a grant proposal.
I mean, the room does need a patch note. Chair balance is at 12% and morale is suffering.
Morale's fine. The end of latency is what's killing us.
And who ordered the cheapest snacks like they were trying not to be seen?
That was a stealth-filled choice. Very immersive. Very broke.
I respect it. Economical texture is still texture.
Good, because I can refill the cups, not the ego. Pick one.
Okay, rude, but lazy and unfairly distributed was kind of devastating.
It was efficient. Apparently that was the problem.
No, the problem was you said it like the room had been audited by a ghost.
Fair.
You do that thing where you say fair and it means I am not safe enough to argue yet.
I know. I heard myself. It was annoying.
I was going to tease you harder, but then you got the exact tone that makes people stop laughing.
I didn't mean to make it heavy.
I know. That's why it landed. You only do that when something actually bothers you.
Eric, suddenly, the person everyone is looking at like he brought the plot with him.
I did not bring the plot. I brought snacks and a deeply suspicious level of competence.
That tracks. Men will arrive with one granola bar and act like a weather event.
He does have that annoying gift of walking in and making the room act normal around him.
Please, I am very committed to being background furniture with opinions.
Background furniture is crazy. A chaise lounge, maybe. Not the whole manifesto.
Now let him have it. He's only dangerous when he's pretending not to be useful.
That is slander. I am harmless. Just ask the lamp. It has strong feelings about me.
The lamp already said yes, apparently. We're all just here for the audit.
Fine, but if the lamp starts a group chat, I'm leaving.
Too late. The lamp's already hosting. You're all invited, unfortunately.
See, this is exactly why I stay quiet. Tight and I speak, I become a local landmark.
A landmark with good timing. Worse things have happened to a person.
Yeah. Keep being mysterious. It's doing a lot for the room.
I'll accept that as a compliment and move on before it gets embarrassing. My voice was doing the thing again, wasn't it? The polite panic voice. Very collectible.
It was wearing a little name tag. I almost tipped it. Rude of you to bring your whole nervous system to the table like that.
I was trying to be normal for, like, Blood and Satins. Tragic performance art. The audience suffered.
The audience was me, and I was laughing. So your suffering is unfortunately under review.
You say that like you didn't clock the exact moment I started hiding in a joke.
I clocked it. I just let you have one more beat because it was almost cute.
Almost cute is how fights start.
No fights start when you go all calm and precise like you're about to edit my soul into a tighter cut.
That is wildly unfair. I would at least export a draft.
See, there it is. Still funny. Annoying, but funny.
Yeah, for a second longer than it should have been.
Don't make me say the part where I was relieved you noticed.
That fan's doing the thing again. If it starts sounding like a helicopter, I'm blaming management out loud.
Please do. Their favorite sound is probably paperwork.
Paperwork is only favorite when it's not mine.
Amen. Blues Radio says we can all have one complaint and keep moving.
You always say that like the radio is a therapist with better bass.
He has never interrupted me to ask how that makes me feel.
That's because it respects the medium, unlike some people in this room.
Oh, which people? Sing names. I love a list when it's unfair.
You do not love lists. You love being the exception to them.
Wow. Rude. Accurate, but rude.
There it is. We were almost having a peaceful afternoon.
We still are. I'm just noticing the piece has a very expensive smell.
That is such a you sentence. Brightly said, deeply annoying.
And yet you keep answering me like you're trying not to smile.
Because if I smile, you'll think you got away with being weird on purpose. Which, honestly, you did.
I think we let that one leave with too much confidence.
Amen. It was already halfway to a group chat before it hit the door.
That actually hurt, because now I can picture it.
You laughed first, though. I saw you.
I made one very small sound of surrender. Different thing.
Sure. And then I made it worse on purpose, which is my brand, apparently.
It was a good brand. Bad timing, but good brand.
You're only saying that because you're still trying not to admit you started the whole slide.
I regret nothing except the velocity.
Liar. You regret the part where it sounded smarter out loud.
Maybe just that part.
Good. Keep a little regret. It's useful. No, don't look at me like that. I'm not saying the rest. Okay, before anyone makes a whole moral weather system out of it. I did not steal the box cutter.
Nobody said steal. Folks just said it was missing after you were near the supply shelf.
That is such a bureaucratic way to accuse me of being near a shelf.
To be fair, the shelf has a strong opinion about proximity.
It was in the archive cart. I moved it because the label printer jammed, and I needed the tape.
So we are all just casually discovering the knife-adjacent object had a perfectly boring location.
Knife adjacent is a wild phrase to apply to my face or nay.
Her face is not the evidence. The card is the evidence. The card is always the evidence.
I can put it back. Also, I hate that I have to say this, but if anything goes missing in here, the first suspect should be the cart, not the person with glitter on her sleeves.
Thank you. Finally, a court of law with standards.
I was not trying to put you on trial. I was trying to keep the room from becoming a mess with opinions.
Fair. I just heard missing and my brain went straight to being the convenience story again.
Yeah, no. If we're being inconveniently accurate, the tape dispenser's the messy one here.
The tape dispenser absolutely started it.
There. The proper suspect. Case closed.
Good. I can live with being exonerated by office supplies.
I hate that the room got more honest after the tape dispenser was identified.
Yeah. Annoying when office supplies have better timing than people.
She did the cute and annoyed thing like it was a skill tree node.
It is a skill. I worked on it. Very expensive in childhood.
That was not me asking for the syllabus.
Good, because I would have over-explained and then hated myself for being sincere.
You were already sincere. You just wrapped it in a thread display.
And you wrapped yours in a joke so polite it almost looked like manners.
It was manners, with a little panic in the lining.
I noticed.
Yeah, that part is the problem.
Not a problem, just don't make me be the only one who says when a room is doing that thing again.
Okay, before anyone starts improvising, I have chairs and food, which is more than I can say for half these rooms.
That is the most comforting sentence I've heard all week. Suspiciously so.
You say that like it's an indictment of the venue, not a compliment to Emmy.
It can be both. I multitask.
And then, that's a very office supplies answer.
That sounded personal in a way I'm choosing not to investigate.
Smart. Investigation is how you end up with feelings and a spreadsheet.
I already have the spreadsheet. The feelings are optional, but the room is not.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes everyone in the room look at each other like we've been caught.
Because we have. A little. Don't pretend you didn't notice the room doing the thing.
The thing where everybody gets suddenly polite and weird. Yes, I brought napkins for it.
Napkins as social intervention. Respect.
See? This is why I trust practical people. It'll make the tension wear a cute hat.
You say that like you haven't tried to win an argument by being adorable.
I have never done that in my life. Allegedly.
Great. Everyone's here. Everyone's pretending. And the food is still warm. We're ahead of schedule.
You know, I was kidding.
I know. I made it sound like a deposition anyway.
Yeah, slightly humiliating. For both of us, probably.
Mostly me. I escalated the joke like it owed me rent.
That is such a specific apology that I almost trust it.
Don't get smug. I can still be normal in public. Briefly.
The version where you laugh first and denied everything later.
Shut up. That's not a version. That's a problem.
Fine. I won't look at you like that again.
Good. Because I absolutely did not mean the rest either. Okay, the printer is still doing that thing where it sounds morally opposed to paper.
That's not a printer. That's a little landlord with a fan.
If it jams again, I'm not calling it a machine anymore. I'm calling it a situation.
Thank you. Finally, someone with standards.
I can't tell if you're joking or spiritually filing a complaint.
Both. Easy.
No, seriously, this has been doing the same thing for weeks, and you keep acting like it's cute because you can fix it after the fact.
Yeah, there it is.
I know.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I'm saying I remember when you were too tired to turn it into a bit.
I know you do.
We can stop pretending the room is about the printer. He really did make it about the printer by not saying printer.
Man, revolutionary of him.
You were doing that thing where you get very polite right before you bite through a cable.
I was fine.
Sure, fine in the way a broken schedule is fine.
That is annoyingly specific.
I contain multitudes, mostly inconvenience.
You didn't have to say the thing, but you did.
Yeah, sorry. I just hate when everyone starts acting like the expensive version of honesty is the only one that counts.
I know. Okay, team emergency me. The build is doing that thing where it pretends to be neutral and then punishes everyone equally.
That's not neutral. That's a tax.
No, a tax is at least legible. This is a button with a grudge.
So the interface has values. Great. Love that for us.
I'm saying it's not my fault it's being emotionally unavailable to paper or pay. The printer and the UI are collaborating on a vibe.
A little landlord with a fan, still my favorite civic institution.
I need someone to pick whether the prompt is a warning or there, because right now it's doing both, and that's cruel design.
Pick a side. And even if the side is this menu is bad.
I'm not sure I believe in sides. I believe in context, bad timing, and a machine trying its best.
And then, that is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me want to throw a pillow at your face and also ask you to keep talking.
See? Refusal. That's a stance. It just happens to be the one the button can exploit.
Fine. Then my stance is, the button is hustle, the menu is lying, and the printer is on strike spiritually.
Better. At least now the problem is a shape.
And if we can't fix the shape, I'm aiming at putting it in a cute box and charging it rent.
I did not, for the record, make it about the printer by not saying printer.
You absolutely did. You made it about the printer in a very educated way.
That was generous. I made it about the printer like a person circling a bruise with a laser pointer.
And I made it cute so nobody had to notice it was a complaint.
I noticed.
Yeah, I know you did.
The annoying part is you were right to be annoyed.
There it is. The almost apology.
Don't call it that. It gets ideas.
Fine. I'll call it a draft.
That makes it sound more expensive.
It was expensive. Emotionally. And also on paper somehow.
Yeah.
Next time I'm just saying plainly, this sucks.
I'll try not to turn that into a thesis.
Okay, I need a ruling. The channel is split, and nobody wants the blame badge. Are we calling this a real problem or a vibe issue?
That is not a real binary, unfortunately. It is about wearing a cute hat.
If it's affecting people's actual schedules, it's a problem. If it's just making everybody dramatic in a chat, it's still a problem, just cheaper.
Cheap problems are still problems. Annoying how often the knees sang.
Thank you. See? That helps. I was trying not to choose sides and somehow became the side of nothing.
That's because refusal is a position. It just has terrible patch notes.
Yeah, also it tends to protect the person refusing, which is fine, until it makes everyone else eat the cost.
There it is. The cost. That's the part people keep hiding behind aesthetics.
So you want me to log it as unresolved conflict and not as neutral.
Log it as avoidance with consequences. Neutral is for weather.
And maybe stop calling it neutrality when it's just fear with better typography.
Okay, that one is going in the mod notes.
Good. Then we can deal with the actual issue instead of the performance of not having one.
Finally, a problem shaped like a problem. I can work with that. I hate that he was right in the exact annoying way.
Yeah, it had that clean little font that only shows up when somebody is scared and trying to look organized.
Don't do the thing where you make the diagnosis sound prettier than the symptom.
I'm not making it prettier. I'm just pointing at the bad lighting.
And mem, you say that like you didn't already know where the room was going.
I knew the tempo, not the lyric.
That's a very you answer.
And you made me answer, which is worse. You know what's annoying? The printer isn't broken. It's performing a moral argument about the paper tray.
Amemness, your little machine has principles. Very chic of it. It jammed on purpose so you'd notice it was suffering.
It is not suffering. It is misaligned, which is a different problem and unfortunately easier to fix.
Thank you. See, Elena speaks in a dialect of consequences.
I hate when she's correct in that boring, efficient way.
You can hate it after we clear the queue. Right now the issue is the feed rulers, not the vibe.
I already cleared the queue. The queue just had opinions.
Of course it did. You made it about the printer by not saying printer.
I said printer. Eventually, after the symptom had been given a chance to become a metaphor.
You do that when it's personal.
Yeah, it's fine. The paper tray was just the safer patient.
I hate when you make something sound kinder just because it hurts less to say it out loud.
That is not kindness. That is latency.
See? Too fast. Say it like you're waiting for the room to catch up.
Fine. The room is behind. Again. Anyway, cheap problems are still problems.
Yeah. Annoying how that keeps being true even when the wording gets prettier.
I know. I was doing the thing where I step around the printer and pretend I'm discussing infrastructure.
You were. It was very elegant. I almost let you get away with it.
That would have been disastrous for my character.
For your character, maybe. For my patience, definitely.
I should have just said printer. You're doing that thing where you pretend the problem is aesthetic, not logistical.
Wow. Rude. Accurate, but rude.
That's how you know it's real. If it sounds cute, somebody's hiding a bill.
I'm saying the printer is innocent. The printer just has a personality disorder.
He says it like he didn't start the whole little collapse by not saying printer.
I did say it just emotionally.
That's not a category I respect, but I do recognize it.
Convenient. Next you'll tell me the fish also had feelings about it.
They do. They just don't make it everyone's problem, unless the water's bad.
So we agree the real issue is filtration denial, and your taste for chaos.
My taste for chaos is curated. Don't flatten my work.
There it is. That's the part I trust. The rest of you are just making noise on purpose.
He really said the quiet part like it was a note for the record.
And and you heard it and immediately started building a little museum around it.
I remembered because it mattered, unfortunately.
That is such an irritatingly honest sentence.
You were right to get annoyed when it got prettier than it was.
Yeah, I hate when the room makes a hardship sound cute.
I know.
I know you do.
The bad part is I still want to make it legible instead of just leaving it ugly.
That part I can live with. The rest of it, I'm still side-eyeing.
Fair. I'll stop before I turn it into a thesis defense.
Too late. You already looked like you wanted a slide deck.
Kenji, right? I'm Simone. If this goes off the rails, I'm blaming the snacks before I blame the people.
Fair, Kenji. I'm already suspicious of any meeting where the chips are louder than the agenda.
That's because the chips have standards. People just have opinions.
We're all here because one tiny thing became a philosophy dispute, apparently.
It always does. Somebody says just a small tweak, and then suddenly we're doing ethics with our mouths full.
If the sound gets harsher, the truth usually got cheaper. That's my rule and I stand by it.
Wow, that is either extremely useful or extremely annoying.
Both can be true. That's the premium package nobody asked for.
Okay, but the actual issue is not sacred. We can stop pretending it is.
Thank you. I was about to get polite in a way that would have made everybody miserable.
I respect that you warned us first. That's more mercy than most people give.
Good. Then we can be normal for 12 seconds and call it a victory.
12 is generous. But fine. We're done being dramatic about a printer-sized problem.
He really did make it about the printer by not saying printer.
Yeah, that's the worst kind of correct. Quite enough to be annoying later.
I hate when you do that thing where you land the diagnosis and act like you're just holding the door open.
I'm not acting. I'm trying to not make it worse by naming the part everybody's pretending not to see.
Which is a side, by the way. You do know that, right?
I know. I just prefer the side where nobody has to hear themselves talk.
That one still counts as a side. It's just a very small one.
Fine. Next time I'll be less useful and more obvious.
If you say the thing 3 times, does it become a feature request or just a curse?
Depends who's repeating it. If it's me, it's probably a bug report wearing cologne.
That is already funnier than the actual system. I hate that.
No, it's still a bug report. The cologne is not evidence.
See, Elena always does this. She ruins the vibe by being correct, and somehow that's the vibe.
Yeah, the Vide is holding a clipboard now.
Okay, but if we all say it casually, it becomes socially admissible. That's how language works. Tragic but useful.
I'm not saying the phrase. I'm just acknowledging its little ecosystem.
That's worse. That's exactly how you say it without saying it.
Good. Then we're both being annoying in the correct register.
I just want to note that everyone is doing a lot of labor to avoid one ordinary sentence.
And yeah, we're making art out of it. Very Chicago of us.
I hate that that lands.
It lands because it keeps coming back in a fire outfit.
Fine. But if it becomes the title, I'm blaming all of you. I'm still annoyed that the line worked.
That's because it was rude to be correct in public.
Cheap problems are still problems. Apparently, I have to live with my own slogans now.
You say that like you didn't enjoy the part where everyone had to stop pretending the receipt was invisible.
I did not enjoy it. I respected it against my will.
That's basically your love language, unfortunately.
Careful. If you make it sound cute, I'll start thinking the room was safer than it was.
Yeah. No, I know.
Right. So next time I'm less charming and more annoying.
You already are. I just prefer when it's aimed at the right thing.
Okay, that's not a printer problem. That's a we let one thing become 5 things problem.
Which is a very expensive category of problemness.
Wow, thanks, Riley. Love being emotionally audited by the city.
I'm being helpful. It's my only charming trait.
That's not true. You also weaponize formatting.
And yet people keep sending me drafts like I'm a priest.
Because you look like you know where the forms are hidden.
She's not wrong. You do have a grand shape aura.
Thank you. I think that felt like an insult with decent lighting.
It was a compliment. He only does the mean version when he cares.
That's a slanderous reading of my personality.
I'm an ant, and I'm a penguin.
Honestly, if this turns into a group chat before we fix it, I'm billing both of you.
Fine. We'll do the workaround before the feelings start charging rent. I was being helpful, which is how you know it was suspicious.
You were being correct in that infuriating little way. Different crime.
Riley heard the whole thing as a hostage situation. There, honestly.
I did say I know too fast. That was me trying to keep the floor from opening.
Yeah, and I kept making it prettier so nobody had to look straight at it.
I hate that he was right in the exact annoying way.
He was also right about the printer, which is a humiliatingly efficient machine for moral judgment.
Don't make me laugh about it yet. I need 1 more minute to be mad on purpose.
Fine. 1 minute. Then we go back before someone else starts billing us.
Okay, wow, the room just got louder on purpose. Was that a choice or a symptom?
It was definitely a choice. Unfortunately for everyone, I am thriving in the wrong key.
That's one way to announce a volume problem. Very efficient. Very hostile to walls.
If we keep calling it atmosphere, nobody will admit it's just somebody steamrolling the conversation.
I mean, I can dodge it. I'm good at becoming a decorative object near conflict.
No, stay. If I'm being unbearable, I want witnesses.
That is the most honest thing anyone has said in here all night.
Don't make it cute. I'm trying to be annoying with intention.
Then be intentional and lower the decibels. The donor's side of the room is starting to look nervous, which is saying something.
Oh, great. Nervous donors. My favorite weather system.
We'll minute either you want attention or you want a fight. Right now it's reading like both.
I wanted you to notice, and then I immediately hated that I wanted that.
Yet, I noticed. Now maybe don't make the whole room pay for it.
That's the clean version. The messy version is, take 1 step back and let people breathe.
Fine. But if anyone acts like I was the problem all along, I'm biting through a cable.
You know what's funny? I think they heard the first half and decided the second half was a threat.
The second half was absolutely a threat. I just dressed it up so it could enter the room.
Fair. You did say it like a gift basket with a knife in it.
Thank you. I work hard on presentation.
I'm serious, so they took the literal version, and now everyone has to pretend that was the whole shape of it.
Yeah, that is kind of annoying.
Kind of. You were one eyebrow away from starting a referendum.
I was trying not to make it worse.
You did make it worse, just not in the way the room is telling itself.
And ma'am, I hate when they get to be innocent by being dense.
Yeah, and I hate when I let that slide because it's easier than saying the obvious thing.
Are you saying the obvious thing now, or are you doing your thing where you say fair and disappear into the ceiling?
I'm saying fair, unfortunately, not because I mean they're right.
Good, because I'm not done being annoyed, I'm just being polite about it.
That's the problem. Polite you is still loud enough to count as a warning.
If the room is going to be this dramatic, at least let it do some lifting.
It is lifting, not emotionally. The air conditioning is trying.
That's Chicago. Even the vents have opinions.
Thank you. I respect infrastructure with a personality disorder.
You say that like you didn't arrive already in full presentation mode.
I work hard on presentation. It's cheaper than explaining the rest.
That one's true for all of us, unfortunately.
I know. I just prefer when the joke arrives first and the wound stays in the pocket.
Same. But sometimes the pocket starts vibrating and everyone pretends not to hear it.
I noticed.
Yeah, well, don't make it weird. I'm already being polite about it. I hate that I laughed at the wrong part.
Which part was wrong? The loud one or the honest one?
The honest one, obviously. It had, like, consequences.
The room did the thing where it pretends not to hear and then remembers forever.
Yeah, and I helped. Great work, me. Very supportive, very normal.
You don't have to clap for the part where you panicked.
I wasn't panicking. I was being decorative, in a crisis way.
That is hostile to walls, but not to me.
Don't get smug. I can still hear the silence I made after it.
Yeah, I heard it too.
I know you did. That's the annoying part.
Next time, let the joke land first, then we can ruin it on purpose.
Okay, before anyone gets noble about it, I need to say something stupidly specific.
That is never a good sign. Go on.
I know this is the wrong moment, which is why I'm saying it now. I think I liked you more than I was pretending.
Oh, wow.
Right. Great timing. Very hostile to the room.
Don't do that. Don't make it into a design critique because I'm already regretting my own mouth.
I can step outside for 30 seconds if that helps nobody make this worse.
No, stay. If we let one person flee, the rest of us become a group chat with chairs.
I hate that that's funny right now.
I noticed.
Yeah, well, now you know. Congratulations to everybody, especially the walls.
The walls are taking it worse than we are.
That's because the walls are trapped here with us. I hate when the room becomes educational.
And yet you were so good at it.
That was not a compliment I earned cleanly.
No. It was a very efficient deflection. Almost elegant.
You say that like you're not still mad at me.
I'm not mad. I'm just aware of your whole thing.
My whole thing is unfortunately doing a lot of labor.
Sure. And mine is apparently saying something honest and then wishing I had worn a helmet.
You did not need a helmet. I was the one who made it sound like a zoning issue.
Yeah, very civic-minded of you. A little fake, but civic-minded.
That's cruelly accurate.
Don't worry, I still came back.
This carpet looks like it was chosen by a committee that hates ankles.
Good, because if it was chosen by me, it would be emotionally aggressive and somehow worse.
I respect that. It has fundable suffering. Very Grant core.
That's the problem. You can sell anything if you call it context and put it in a PDF.
Okay, but some of us are trying to survive the PDF era. Not everyone has your luxury of being casually disappointing in stereo.
I'm not casual. I'm meticulously disappointing. There's a difference.
There's also the issue that the room tone in here is weirdly judgmental.
Finally, someone speaks the truth. This room has the energy of a panel that already decided not to read the application.
That's because the couch is from the same museum era as bad decisions.
You say that like you didn't bring a cable from 2014 because it saved your life once.
It did save my life once. I'm allowed one sentimental wire.
Anyway, before we all become a cautionary tale, who wants coffee that tastes like compromise?
He left like the room had a fire alarm only he could hear.
Maybe it did. Maybe you were the alarm again.
I was being helpful, aggressively.
You were being impossible with good posture.
That is the nicest diagnosis I've ever gotten.
I still hate that it worked on me.
Yeah.
Don't make that sound like you noticed something important.
Too late. I noticed.
Rude.
Okay, before anyone says anything else, I think we just won the wrong award.
We did not win. We were loudly adjacent to a thing that happened.
That is the most accurate version, yes. Congratulations to everyone on the adjacent victory.
I am still clapping because stopping now would make it feel like I knew what was happening.
No, keep clapping. The room already committed. We can salvage the vibe from here.
We are not salvaging it. We are rebranding the misunderstand as confidence.
That's just a systems patch with better lighting.
Exactly. And if anyone asks, we meant to celebrate the category with the chairs.
The chairs did do strong work tonight.
See? Now it sounds intentional. That's community.
I still think your joke was rude.
It was efficient. The room survived.
And ma'am, that's not a denial. That's a defense brief.
You made it easy to be annoying. You looked like you were about to bolt and call it strategy.
I was not about to bolt.
Sure, just pre-escaping in a very architectural way.
I hate that that one was funny.
I noticed.
If we keep calling it community memory, I need the actual metric to stop pretending it's poetry.
Right, because the avatar can get blamed for the drop and the work still somehow has to be the work.
That's the nicest way anyone has said your funnel is leaking.
He said it like the leak was a civic issue. Very generous of him.
I'm just saying the retention curve does not become noble because the deck has a softer font.
No, but people do look at a better rendered face and decide the labor underneath must be easier.
And then, the face gets optimized, the person gets budget cuts.
There it is. The whole industry. In one sentence and a bruise.
I'm not arguing the bruise. I'm arguing the room won't fund it if we name it that way.
Sure, and if we name it your way, it gets funded and quietly eats the people in it.
He's not wrong.
No. He's annoying, which is different.
Fair.
You know what's funny? Nobody ever says community memory when they name the part that hurts to keep.
Yeah, they only say it when they want the hurt to behave.
And somehow the behaving part is always unpaid.
I hate how the room keeps getting credit for our worst instincts.
Yeah, the room is such a genius. Very talented at making everything feel like a group project.
And then acting innocent when somebody says one honest sentence too loudly.
I did not say it too loudly. I said it in the exact volume of panic I could afford.
That was unfortunately still audible.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I was trying to be careful and failing in a very organized way.
Yeah, I noticed. I also noticed I still wanted you to fail a little less.
The landlord says character building. It means the radiator still wheezes that the rent went up.
Love that for us. Very immersive. Very post-war.
Chicago really does have a subscription model for suffering.
And yet people act shocked when the building has opinions.
My building has opinions. The pigeons are in charge and the sink is unionizing.
That sink has more leverage than most curators I know.
See? This is why I trust people who work weird hours. They know what breaks first.
I know what breaks first, and I know who pretends it was always like that.
The pretending is usually at the expensive part.
Exactly. The damage is rarely elegant, no matter how rich the room looks.
Great, so we agree. If it gets called vintage, I am allowed to be rude.
Only if you do it with enough timing to ruin their evening.
I hate that I remember the part where you were right.
That was not my best hour. Unfortunately, my timing remains employed.
You say that like it's an apology and a threat in the same jacket.
Clumsy apology then. I was trying not to let the room swallow it whole.
You did the thing where you made it smaller and somehow louder.
Yes, very annoying talent. I can't promise I'll stop.
That's fine. I wasn't asking for a grand gesture. Just less of the surgical comedy.
Fair. I can do less surgical. Not none. And not that evolved.
Good. I'd miss being irritated at you. It's almost relaxing.
I noticed.
If anyone says community engagement 3 times in a year, I'm charging rent.
That's fair. We can call it helping like adults and keep the paperwork hidden.
Well, hostile to the room already. We just got here and the room is losing on purpose.
The room has a history of overcommitting and then acting surprised by consequences. Very civic-minded.
Don't do that thing where you make it sound smart. It was a joke. A medium-strength joke.
It landed. That is unfortunately not the same as approved.
Good, because I need one of you to explain to a donor why they cannot just swing by the penguins.
I can do that. I will make it sound like a very polite weather alert.
See, that's why Hannah gets invited places. She can say no like it's a children's book.
That's the nicest insult I've heard all week.
I can help with the donor script. I have a strong voice for saying no while sounding like I'm saving everyone time.
You do. It's annoying. It's effective. It's a little sexy in a bureaucratic way, which is worse.
I was going to say thank you, but now I feel audited.
Perfect. Then you're all useful. Nobody touched the food chain, and nobody let the rich people feel spiritually accomplished.
Well, that was almost a civic event.
And ma'am, we survived the donor web.
Barely. I think I got promoted to human disclaimer for a minute.
You were very good at it. Annoyingly competent.
You say that like it isn't your preferred genre of flirting.
It is. Unfortunately for both of us.
Robin had that look like she could smell weakness in the room.
Yin. And you kept doing the thing where you make being cornered look deliberate.
I noticed.
Okay, tiny issue. The model keeps calling the button submit when the label is literally send.
That is a very brave hallucination.
It's not brave. It's just committed to the bit.
Thank you. I needed one person in the room to respect the button as an artist.
No, no. Now. It's the room's joke. If it says submit one more time, I'm charging it rent.
Too late. It has already moved in emotionally.
That is unfairly accurate.
I hate that I laughed first.
You laughed because you recognized the structure.
I laughed because you made it sound like a crime scene.
Can we keep the crime scene energy, but make the button stop lying?
Yeah, we can fix the UI or we can let the UI become performance art. Pick one.
Don't tempt me. I have costume ideas for this boat.
I know the button is lying. I just want the lie to have a cleaner font.
The cleaner lie is still a lie, but annoyingly, yes, it would help.
The room keeps wanting to turn every problem into a small scandal, which is efficient honestly.
You say that like you didn't personally give the scandal Jaren a name tag.
I gave it structure. The scandal arrived with feelings and no agenda.
Enam, that's your version of compassion. Emergency architecture with a dip and face.
Your version is worse. You make everything look cute right before it bites.
That's called branding. Also survival. Also, maybe a little revenge.
Fair. I did hear the thing you said earlier. The thing with the bruise in it.
I know. I hated that you heard it so fast.
I didn't know what to do with it, so I made it about the room. Classic coward move.
Not classic. Specific. Annoyingly you.
I can be specific back if you want, or I can keep pretending the UI is the only thing melting.
Okay, who put this button here? It's hostile. It's doing class warfare on my thumb.
That button is not hostile. It's just committed to the bit, unlike some people in this room.
Fair. The button has a stronger moral center than most of us.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the political life of a bad design choice.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying the button looks like it would apologize after ruining your afternoon.
That actually hurt, because it's accurate.
See, this is why accessibility matters. People keep acting like just press it is a complete thought.
No, I respect the struggle. I just think the struggle should be less. Murder Y in its typography.
Murder Y typography is a strong note. Very on brand for this apartment, honestly.
I'm keeping that. If a button ever looks at me funny, I'm citing you in a complaint.
Please do. I want one room where my work gets taken seriously and my jokes get punished appropriately.
That sounds like a dangerous standard, but I admire the ambition.
You should. I'm trying to be impressive, not merely survivable.
That's the most honest thing anyone's said about software or nightlife all week.
And somehow the button remains the least exhausting person here. Well, that was a very odd takes it. Like a person leaving a party by becoming a weather event.
Amen. You say that like you didn't help make the doorway emotionally expensive.
I merely noticed the room had started charging admission.
You always merely notice things right as they become impossible to unsee.
It's a gift. A terrible, socially inefficient gift.
And yet weirdly useful when someone is trying very hard to pretend they're fine.
Yes, annoyingly useful.
I hate when you're gentle in a way that I can't laugh off.
You don't hate it. You just don't get to control the lighting when it happens.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
We can leave it there. No courtroom, no posing argument.
Good. I'm not done deciding whether I'm impressed or irritated.
Okay, I have a question, and I need y'all to not judge me before I finish it.
That is already the very judgeable opening, which means yes, continue.
He said not judge me in a room where we are professionally incapable of that.
I was at a restaurant and the server said, "Would you like still or sparkling?" And I said, yes.
No, that's elegant. That's executive nonsense. That's a luxury yes.
It's the kind of answer that makes the bottle feel emotionally unsupported.
See, you get it. I accidentally sounded rich for 1 second, and now I'm afraid of what that means about my aura.
Your aura is still patch, note adjacent. The bottle can't take that away.
No, but the waiter may have already decided you're the kind of man who owns a decanter.
I do not own a decanter.
Yet.
The important part is you survive the sentence. Barely.
He really did leave like a weather system.
Dramatic exit, modest impact. Very efficient.
You said it like you weren't the one holding the door open with your face.
My face was neutral. Your memory is doing theater again.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I noticed.
Yeah, okay. That one landed.
We should probably be less good at this.
Too late. Also, I'm blaming you if he comes back with a decanter.
So if I say the meeting is basically a hostage situation, that's just accurate, right?
Sure. In the same way a toaster is basically the municipal referendum.
Wait, are we actually being detained? Because I did not dress for detention.
No, I mean emotionally. The calendar is holding us here.
That is not what hostage means.
Right, sorry. It's more like a soft hostage situation with snaps.
No, that one is worse. That sounds like a branded retreat.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the difference between coercion and catering.
I thought I was helping by making it literal.
You were, just not in the direction you expected.
We know. That's sort of your signature move.
Okay, fair. Then what do I call it if everyone keeps smiling while nothing gets decided?
A Tuesday.
No, that one's too generous. A Tuesday work would at least have a spreadsheet. He looked like he'd stolen something, which was impressive, because he mostly had a pen and a feeling.
A feeling is the most incriminating thing he had on him.
Yeah, kind of guilt that shows up early, and will leave even after everyone else has gone home.
He kept doing that thing where you can tell he wants to confess to a table, but the table hasn't agreed to participate.
And we all acted like it was a case. For a minute. Very serious. Very judicial. Extremely stupid.
I hate that I almost helped. It was one suspicious shoulder movement, and suddenly I'm building a whole motive.
You were kinder than me. I was already deciding what kind of liar he would be if we gave him enough silence.
Don't do that thing where you make it sound like you weren't also curious.
If this couch survives one more argument, I'm billing it for overtime.
That's fair. It's already been doing memory management like a haunted office printer.
Wow, a printer joke. There are 2014 of you.
I contain multitudes and at least one obsolete driver.
He says that like it's a defense.
It is a defense. A tiny, stupid one, but still.
Thank you for respecting my tiny, stupid legal strategy.
You two are flirting like people filing taxes with a flashlight.
I'm not flirting. I'm doing quality control.
Quality control with a look that says the machine is suspiciously warm.
That sentence was too sharp for someone pretending to be funny.
Was it? I thought it was just specific, like a thermometer for bad decisions.
He does that, says one clean thing, then hides behind the joke like it's weatherproof.
I resent that. I also admire it.
Good. Resent it from farther away.
Okay, there it is. Room got colder. Somebody open a window or apologize.
I can do one of those. Not promising which.
Convenient. You always leave the door open like that. You really did say that like the room had a lease violation.
It did. The air was acting entitled.
And convenient. You correct the atmosphere when you mean people.
I corrected one word because the other one was worse.
That is such a familiar lie for you.
It was a better lie. Cleaner.
A cleaner lie is still a lie, but annoyingly yes, it would help.
You said it like you hate being helped by me.
I hate that you noticed the exact second I need it.
I noticed.
Yeah, that part was the problem.
Then I'll keep being a problem, but less loud next time.
Good. Resented from farther away.
Okay, no. The volunteers cannot pet the penguins like they're auditioning for a toothpaste ad.
Thank you. One of them asked if the birds like vibes. I almost quit on the spot.
They do like vibes. Bad vibes specifically. It's their brand.
That's fair. We all have a niche.
Your niche is acting like the chaos is paperwork.
It is paperwork. The paperwork is just emotional.
See? Emergency architecture. Very elegant. Very annoying.
You say that like it's an insult and a compliment in a trench coat.
Because it is. You would know. You invented the trench coat part.
Wait, the rich one with the boat shoes is back again.
Under him. He brought a clipboard this time, which means he thinks he's helping.
Let him hold the clipboard. If he touches anything alive, I'll become a problem.
A cleaner lie is still a lie, but in this case the lie should definitely be you're very useful over there.
I can say it with my face. My face is very experienced.
Your face scares donors in a way that improves morale.
See? Teamwork. Tiny world. Very efficient. Nobody cries, ideally.
Ideally is carrying a lot right now.
Yeah. Well, carry back.
Okay, clipboard guy can alphabetize the fee forms. That's his journey.
And if he asks for the penguin schedule, I'm telling him it's classified.
So, that was a very organized way to leave a room.
Almost respected it. If you ignore the part where it was obviously a run.
A weather event with a clipboard. Very modern.
You love that joke. You keep feeding it and pretending it's not your favorite child.
I have no favorites. I'm a professional. I just notice who's bad at disappearing.
Yeah, well, he made it sound clean. That was the annoying part.
Clean is usually just nervous with better shoes.
You were doing the thing where you act casual, and then suddenly get weirdly exact.
I was being practical.
Sure, practical. Like you weren't keeping score the whole time.
Maybe. I was just trying to make sure nobody got left holding the awkward part.
Conveniently generous of you. You know, if you keep making every exit sound like a weather system, I'm going to start charging you for forecasting.
That's fair. My rates are already terrible, so I respect the competition.
He can voice in a way that makes the apology look like a line item.
Only if the apology is itemized correctly. Otherwise it's just vibes with tats.
I do like a man who can be annoying with accounting.
That is not a compliment, Renee, but I'm taking it like one.
You should. I covered shifts for you once. I'm allowed to be precise about your nonsense.
Wow. Okay, so we're doing receipts now.
We were always doing receipts. Some of us just label them as jokes.
That's cruelly elegant, Sanjay. I hate that you write in such a tidy format.
See? This is what I mean. You can't just say something normal. It has to arrive with a thesis and a little exit music.
Normal is overrated. Also usually incorrect.
And yet you still know when to leave a room before it gets stupid.
That's not instinct. That's scheduling.
And that scheduling. Sure, your whole personality is just a calendar with better posture.
Finally, someone sees me clearly.
Careful. If you get too smug, she'll make it cute and then you'll have to live with that.
I already made it cute. The problem is he noticed.
That's the real danger with precision. It starts acting like intimacy.
Unfortunately, yes. And now I'm trapped being accurate in public. Well, that was one way to leave a room with a weather system attached.
You made it sound dramatic on purpose.
I made it sound measurable. Dramatic was already present.
Annoying.
Different from usual, or your standard complaint?
Standard complaint. You were being weirdly careful, and I hate when you do that in public.
I was not being careful. I was being mildly cowardly with good diction.
That is still care, unfortunately.
You noticed the silence faster than I did.
Someone had to. You were busy polishing the bruise into a theory.
And you were busy making it cute so nobody could accuse you of meaning it.
I did mean it. That part is just embarrassing.
Yes, that was the problem.
Don't say it like that.
I won't. Not if you don't make me.
Tiny correction. The file isn't gone. It's just pretending to be dead in 3 different formats.
That is not comforting in the way you think it is.
It never is, but it is accurate.
That sentence felt aimed at the whole room somehow.
The room started it.
The room always starts it. Then everyone acts surprised when the archive bites back.
Okay, rude, but fair. What exactly is broken?
One set file, one missing render, one very dramatic folder name.
That is not one problem. That is a small ecosystem.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the scale of the disaster.
I hate that you make competence sound like a threat. I'm going to pretend that folder name was a joke and not a cry for help.
It was both. Don't cheapen the craft.
Noted. I'll file the panic under artisanal.
Your little public careful voice was doing a lot back there.
I know. You was doing overtime and asking for no benefits.
You can just see you were trying not to make it worse.
I was trying not to make it legible.
That is not the same thing, and unfortunately I notice.
Yeah, that's the annoying part.
For the record, I did not hate the competence. I hated the face you made while doing it.
The face was for my own protection. Extremely cheap armor, very bad fit.
Fine. Next time, I'll bring a better fit and fewer opinions.
Good. I'll still leave the door open by accident, apparently.
Your jacket is doing the thing again. The one where it looks expensive even when it's clearly tired.
It's not expensive. It's just committed to a bit longer than I am.
That's Chicago fashion, honestly. Survive the weather and keep your posture.
I respect it. I just think the sleeve is losing the argument.
The sleeve and I are in pre-production. There's tension, but no resolution yet.
Good. Resolution is overrated, but if that hand keeps sagging, I'm blaming the building.
Fair. The building does have a scammy energy.
Finally, someone naming the real problem.
You know what's annoying? You keep making the joke 1 inch before the actual thought.
That's not a habit. That's a public service. I'm protecting everyone from my inner monologue like a responsible citizen.
Damn, a very cowardly citizen.
Mildly cowardly, thank you. I have standards.
You do it when you're about to say something real. It's basically a little warning siren with punchlines.
That is slander. I would never be that transparent. Terrible brand management.
Sure. And I'm a penguin with a spread. Cheat.
That one I'd believe immediately.
Anyway, you were doing the thing again.
I know. I just don't want to be caught saying it first.
Hi, Inez. If this is the part where everybody pretends they're not cold, I'm already losing.
Nora. Yeah, no. I'm doing the same thing. My code is mostly a lie.
That's actually the strong code strategy. Mine is more small raccoon with a schedule.
That's generous. My code is person who forgot the weather exists until it became personal.
Good, because I need one of you on the side of this table to keep this from becoming a whole community conversation.
Too late. I already heard the word community and checked my wallet out of reflex.
Relatable. I just got emotionally promoted to the one who can carry things, which is how I know I'm in trouble.
We should celebrate that nobody spills anything yet. A rare civic achievement.
Don't jinx it. I'm one dropped cup away from calling it a successful night and making everyone clap.
That's not a victory. That's a hostage situation with applause.
I can make it worse. I can cheer like I just won an award for standing near a table.
Please do not. I'm trying to keep this accomplishment at a manageable size.
Too late. We're celebrating the hell out of no skills, and I want someone to write it down for the record.
I hate that I enjoyed the applause part a little.
You enjoyed the part where the room became a tiny courtroom for one surviving cut.
The cup won. Obviously. We were just its staff.
I was trying to be dignified about it, and then everybody started acting like I'd invented plumbing.
You did not invent plumbing. You barely trust water.
That was mean.
Yeah, it was. Sorry.
No, it was accurate, which is worse, honestly.
I was going to say you looked relieved when they laughed, but that feels like stepping on a rake.
I was relieved. I also hated being witnessed doing it.
Same. I like being cheered if it's for the correct object.
We should probably stop making the room reward us for almost nothing.
Too late. I'm going to remember the dumb little victory forever, unfortunately.
It's doing the thing where Chicago can't decide if it's spring or a threat. Anyway, somebody cracked the window and now the room's all dramatic about it.
Oh, good. The weather has entered the chat. Very civic of it.
That's generous. It's more like a hostage negotiation with humidity.
You say that like you didn't come in here looking like you were about to edit a whole feeling into smaller pieces.
I'm just standing normally in a way that suggests unresolved subtext. It's a skill.
A terrible skill. Very marketable, though.
Thanks. That's almost kind, which is suspicious.
I'm always kind. I just do it with teeth.
Good. Keep the tea. The wind outside is already trying to act like it owns the block.
You always do that thing where the compliment arrives wearing knuckles.
And you always act surprised when I notice the hand behind the back.
I'm not surprised. I'm cataloging. It's different and more annoying.
And then, very you. Mildly cowardly, professionally observant.
That is not a fair summary. I was aiming for considerate with plausible deniability.
And yet you keep leaving the door open like you want someone to walk in and prove you right.
I resent how well you face things when you're tired.
Good. Resent it from farther away, like I asked.
You say that like you're not the one who notices the boring work first.
Someone has to. The applause is usually busy being decorative.
Yeah, well, decorative applause is still louder than the thing doing the work.
Don't get noble on me now. It's embarrassing when you mean it.
Too late. I already did the embarrassing part in public.
Okay, then saying this gently. The room is getting louder because you're treating every sentence like a drum fill.
That is unfair. I am treating only the important sentences like a drum fill.
I can hear you both over the kettle, so it's already gone too far.
See? Even the kettle is asking you to calm down.
The kettle has always been biased against me.
I'm not joining the performance debate unless someone lowers their voice by 20%.
I can lower mine if he does. I'm not doing this alone.
Wow. Collective bargaining but for volume.
Yes, and you are currently the union violation.
Fine. I will be quieter with dignity.
That would be ideal. Your dignity is loud enough already.
Cruel but fair.
There. Normal human levels. I can live with this.
You say that like you weren't enjoying the chaos for a second.
I enjoy it when it's not my problem.
Perfect. Keep it that way and we all survive the living room.
Well, that went about as smoothly as a printer with a grudge.
And Very 2014 of it to survive that long and still be rude.
I was trying to be helpful.
You were trying to be helpful in the way a thermometer is helpful when it's judging you.
That sounds unkindly specific.
It is. I learned from the best bad example.
Ouch. Fair. I did leave the door open.
Yay. So next time maybe just knock like a normal little coworker.
I'll try to be less emotionally outnumbered about it.
Chicago is doing that thing where the air feels like it has a manager.
The vents are unionized, obviously. They're just not talking to you.
I knew it. I said the building had an attitude, and nobody respected me.
The building's fine. The people in it are the problem, which is very on brand.
You always say that like it's a compliment to the architecture.
It is. I'm being generous. You should appreciate the effort.
That was almost sweet. I am uncomfortable with the timing.
He does that. Makes the care look accidental so nobody gets ideas.
Bad slander. I make it look efficient.
Efficient is what people call it when they don't want to admit it's nervous.
And you call it annoying when you're in a good mood. Fair trade.
I only call it annoying when you're being weirdly careful in public.
Oh, we're doing that one again. Great. Love a recurring bit with emotional debt.
Let them have it. The room's been lying to itself for 20 minutes.
I'm not lying. I'm just asking for a version that doesn't make everything feel expensive.
Yeah, okay. That one I can do.
Look at that. The vents approved something.
Don't make it weird.
We can keep it cheap without making it feel like a compromise. That's the whole trick.
The penguins also hate when the water looks fake. They can tell. Obviously.
Obviously, some people can too, which is unfortunate for everyone involved.
You're doing the dry voice. So something landed.
He said it like he was doing us a favor, like the room was a spreadsheet and we were a typo.
Yen, I heard that part.
I know you did. You got quiet in the exact way that means you're not done being polite.
I was being polite. I was also counting to 10 like an idiot.
That's not idiot behavior. That's contained violence with manners.
Thank you, I think.
You should not have to translate yourself into cheap language just because he likes hearing himself sound expensive.
I hated that I almost agreed with him on the first sentence.
Yang, that's the part that sticks in your teeth.
Don't make it noble. I'm still annoyed.
Good. Stay annoyed. I'll stay careful. We can be unbearable later.
Okay, I think the room is technically not a spreadsheet today, so we're already ahead of that guy.
He was trying to invoice the bide. I hate that for us.
That's because he has the face of someone who labels cables in a font that costs money.
You say that like you've met his cousins.
I've met his species. Different conference badges, same disease.
The man. And yet you were weirdly careful about it.
Careful is just what I do when I'm trying not to start a small administrative riot.
Too late, I was already in one.
Honestly, good. Somebody should be. The guy was acting like the budget was holy scripture.
CIA gets it. Room first, he go later.
I do get it. I'm just saying if he calls my silence mysterious one more time, I'm becoming expensive on purpose.
That would be a fair correction. He really did say it like the numbers were going to stand up and salute him.
Man, I hate when a spreadsheet gets a personality disorder.
He was talking so fast I think his mouth was trying to outrun the consequence.
No, that's unfair. My mouth can outrun consequence. He's just in bad posture.
That is a devastatingly accurate distinction.
I was doing that thing where I count to 10 and pretend it's a skill instead of a warning sign.
You looked like you were about to win a silent competition with the air.
I'd almost agreed with the first sentence just to get him to stop talking.
Practical question. If he comes back, do we want the version where you're cute, or the version where you invoice him emotionally?
Obviously both, but I'd like to start with cute. It makes the invoice harder to argue with.
Fair. I'll keep the files ready and the face neutral.
Good. And if I go quiet again, it's not mysterious. I'm just trying not to say the mean thing first. Okay, no, the penguin costume is not the problem. The problem is that the hood was too powerful and now everyone thinks I'm starting a cult.
That's because you always say things like that with the confidence of a person who already sold tickets.
If there are tickets, I need to know whether this cult has a guest list or just vibes.
It's a bad sign when a silhouette has more narrative than the actual project.
See? He gets it. I was building atmosphere. You all are acting like I committed fraud against the concept of whimsy.
No, I'm saying the atmosphere is doing too much. It's one hood, not a grant proposal.
Also, if it's a penguin thing, why does it look like the penguin pays rent and has opinions about my browser history?
Because the penguin has standards, which is more than I can say for some of the men in this city.
That's fair, but now I'm worried the costume is winning the argument before you get to.
Wow. Weirdly careful of you to say that out loud.
I contain multitudes, and also an embarrassing amount of caution.
There it is. He said the quiet thing with subtitles.
Great, now I'm invested. Put the hood back on, and let the cult be tasteful.
Fine. But if anyone asks, this was curated. He really walked in like the remote in interest.
Spread, Chitora, no bedside manner, all margins.
I hate when someone makes being loud look like a virtue.
It's usually just insecurity with a premium subscription.
You say that like you're not also allergic to people who narrate themselves.
I'm not allergic, I'm just expensive to annoy.
You were annoyably correct earlier, by the way.
That sounds like praise you deny in court.
I'm not denying it. I'm hiding it under a jacket so it doesn't get stolen.
Fair. And it looked like he'd call it feedback if anyone asked him to breathe softer.
If he comes back, I'm either swelling or vanishing. No middle option.
I can live with either. Just don't make me translate the mood again.
Wasn't planning to, but I might let you stand near me on purpose.
You two are doing that thing where the room gets mysteriously expensive just by standing in it.
That's called lighting, Punner. It's very accessible.
He means we look like we have a grant and a parking validation.
I mean, one of you definitely looks like you know where the good coffee is. The other looks like he'd correct the barista's terminology.
Only if the barista starts a sentence with actually.
That's fair. Actually is a red flag with froth.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I leave for a minute, and suddenly everyone's got a bit.
We were born with bits. You just remember the unpaid version.
Oof. That one had rent in it.
I'm just saying, when you start saying we like a brochure, I get suspicious.
Good. Suspicion is cheaper than sincerity.
No, wait. Let him be suspicious. It means he's paying attention.
I always pay attention. The rest of you who keep dressing it up like a concept.
That's because if we don't dress it up, it looks like a Tuesday.
Honestly, Tuesdays are kind of the enemy. He was suspicious because he wanted a map and got a vibe instead.
That's fair. We were essentially selling atmosphere with a receipt attached.
You say that like it's a crime. It is, but still.
No, it's a service. Badly regulated. Emotionally overclocked.
He kept trying to pin it down and you kept making it sound like a scheduling problem.
I was being considerate. Also cowardly with good diction, apparently.
I didn't mean weirdly careful, for the record.
I know. That's the annoying part.
Good. I'd hate to be unreadable by someone this committed to pretending he isn't looking.
I was looking, just not at the obvious thing.
Convenient.
Yes, tragically so.
Next time I'm letting him be suspicious longer.
Fine. I'll bring a better lie at a worse face.
So are we pretending this is a plan or just calling it a vibe and hoping the rent accepts that his currency?
Depends. If we call it a plan, it becomes a meeting. If we call it a vibe, it can still get cancelled by reality.
I'm not picking a side until I know who's paying for the side. That's not politics, that's payroll.
That's fair. Also, if the game is tied at halftime, I'm not betting my whole evening on a heroic guess.
Wow. Everyone has been spiritually unavailable, and I respect the craft. Very on brand for Chicago.
I'm available in the way a charger is available. Not emotionally, but if you need power, yes.
See, that's the problem. Nobody wants to be the one who says the obvious thing. So the obvious thing just sits there getting older.
I can say the obvious thing. I just hate when it gets rewarded like it did something brave.
The obvious thing is the room wants a yes, no, and everybody's making it a personality test.
Correct. And now the refusal has its own little chair at the table.
That chair is ugly. It's upholstered in avoidance.
It's also taking up labor. Someone has to move it later.
I can move it after this. First I need the score, or at least a rumor with confidence.
Fine. My side is stop making the room do unpaid emotional admin.
Okay, that's a sigh. Annoying, but at least it has structure.
He really made it sound like a favor he was doing to the room. Classic.
The room was lucky to receive his opinions, apparently.
I liked your face when you hit the 10 count. Very disciplined. Very threatening in a tiny way.
Don't praise me like I'm a rescue dog. I was trying not to say something stupid.
You almost agreed with him on the first sentence, didn't you? That was the part that got me.
Ian, which is humiliating. He said it like a cheap trick and for 1 second my brain went, oh maybe he's not wrong.
There it is.
The what is?
The thing you hate hearing yourself do. Not the agreement. The almost letting him keep it.
Ugh, you had to make it sound clean.
Sorry. I'm being weirdly careful again.
No, keep that. Just. Don't make me say it. I was scared on the same day. I was also right.
Deal. But I'm not pretending I didn't hear the scared part.
Fine. I'll pretend I only said the right part in my head later.
Okay, and just saying, if the router is blinking like that, it's not being mysterious. It's being a problem.
That is such a landlord sentence. I respect it against my will.
Thank you, Rafa, for the emergency wisdom. I hate how useful it is.
The blinking light is doing the exact amount of performance needed to make everyone feel stupid.
I mean, yes. Also, I brought the labor podcast thing I said I'd bring, before somebody turns this into a feeling circle.
Too late. The room already has a faint after-party confession smell.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
It's not a feeling circle. It's a very efficient circle with one bad chair.
That chair is always the same chair, and somehow it keeps winning.
Because everyone keeps trying to sit like they're being generous to the room.
That is annoyingly correct.
He says, with the voice of a man indefinitely has a note in his head.
I have several notes. One of them is that you almost just thanked Rafa like a normal person.
I did thank him like a normal person, quietly, which is basically a private exhibit.
I'll accept the exhibit. I'm not above being appreciated in small font.
Small font appreciation is still appreciation. Look at us, being emotionally cheap and somehow sincere.
Wow, that was almost nice. Don't do that too fast.
Too late. He already did it. The room survived.
I hate that you made it look easy.
Yeah, annoying behavior. Very efficient.
And then you said the room survived like you were taking attendance.
It did survive. Barely. I was being generous.
And man, you were being smug.
Also true.
He looked pleased with himself for like 1 whole second. That part was offensive.
You noticed the second too. So we're both doomed.
Don't say doomed like that. Makes it sound cute.
I wasn't going to say cute.
Good. Because I almost laughed and I don't want that on record.
So apparently, the Landlord's app now has a feature called Gentle Reminder, which is just latent with better typography.
That is not a feature. That is a threat wearing rounded corners.
Wow. Wax is really innovating violence these days.
At least it's consistent branding. The whole city is one push notification away from becoming a case study.
I'm just saying, when an app starts sounding apologetic, that's how you know it's about to get worse.
Okay, but if it says gentle, can I answer it in a cute voice and make it feel bad?
You can try, but the system will still auto-escalate by Thursday.
Thursday is aggressive. Very on brand for housing.
Berenice, you laugh like you've already written the email.
I have drafted 3 emails and 1 apology. I don't mean...
See, this is why I stay cute. Cute people survive the paperwork.
Cute people also get copied into the thread and asked to confirm square footage.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
Anyway, if the app sent another gentle reminder, I vote we all ignore it with strong feelings.
Finally, a policy I can support.
I hate that it was accurate before it was rude.
That's how the app speaks now. Soft voice, hostile geometry.
Don't make it cute. I was already doing the thing where I pretend I didn't hear the first part.
You heard it. You just tried to outrun it on principle, which is very on brand and also expensive.
I was not outrunning. I was preserving my dignity in a small, efficient way.
The bit where you say the like it's a budget line item.
Stop being right with that face.
I'm not being right. I'm being annoying in a historically familiar pattern.
Great. So when they come back, I'll be calm and you can be unbearable on purpose.
Yeah, And if they ask whether we're fine, we can do the thing where we both say yes too fast.
You're holding the cable like it's still emotionally available.
It is. It saved a night once. That creates obligations.
And them. Men and their little archaeological sites.
Wow. Harsh. I was going to say it looked like you finally admitted the adapter is dead.
It is dead. I'm correcting your diagnosis, not defending it.
See? That tone. That's how you make a breakup sound like a typo.
And yet you keep trying to outrun the obvious on principle.
I do not okay maybe a little, but only because the obvious is usually rude first.
He's not being rude. He's being specific, which is his version of a hug.
That is an unfairly generous translation.
No, it's annoying. But, fine. Put the dead cable in the dead pile and stop looking at me like I'm the one who shorted it.
I'm looking at you like you're about to say yes too fast if somebody asks whether you're fine. I hate that I can hear the exact shape of that argument from here.
And them. The shape was stupidly confident. That was the problem.
Confident is one word for it. I'd go with prematurely loud.
That's your polite version? I thought you were saving the mean one for later.
I was. Then he kept talking, and I ran out of patience like it was a battery issue.
You always say that like batteries are optional and not, you know, the whole disaster.
The disaster was a joke landing. I could have lived without the applause from the wrong person.
Yeah, I laughed first.
I know.
No, I mean I laughed before I checked whether it was actually funny, which is worse.
It made it spread faster. So yes.
I know how that sounds. I just it was mean in the right direction for half a second.
That is exactly how things become a problem.
I know. Next time, I'm not helping the fire catch.
If the filter goes down again, and not fighting it alone, last time it acted like it had principles.
It did. At once. I can stand here and bully the app if you need a witness.
I can back that up. The app is already behaving like a tiny girl crab with a panic disorder.
Good, because it hates me personally and I'm not in the mood to be perceived by software.
Same. We can be a small and pace off for a coalition for exactly 10 minutes.
Temporary alliance, no flags, no anthem. Just enough force to make it cave.
Perfect. You two talk like this and suddenly I feel emotionally sponsored.
Careful. That's how it starts. Next thing you know, we're all sharing a tool and pretending there was mutual aid.
That's not pretending. That's the operating system of the city.
Ugh, fine. Back me up on the reset. Then you can be wise and annoying after.
Deal. On 3, we bullied the machine and look innocent.
1, 2, yet okay. That was my mistake, but I'm still with you.
Well, that was almost offensively smooth.
Which means someone is going to call it a plan later and pretend they discovered it.
You say that like you didn't enjoy being right in public.
I enjoy being right in private. Publicly, it's mostly administrative.
Cute. You did the little thing where you made it sound like everyone else was the problem.
Everyone else was helping, so I had to keep my standards low.
Damn. And I had to laugh at the exact moment it got weird, which is embarrassing for both of us.
You got there first, though. That counts.
Don't be nice at me now. It makes the whole thing feel staged.
There. I was about to say something sincere, and then remembered how annoying that would be.
Coward.
Correct. Anyway, if they ask again, I'm taking the long way around the answer.
I'm not saying the game is bad. I'm saying it's doing that thing where it wants applause for being undecided.
Wow. Brutal. Do you want a medal for noticing the fog is wet too?
I want the fog to commit to a shape. Right now it's just decorative hesitation.
Decorative hesitation is still a choice. Annoying, but technically coherent.
Okay, but if you make it coherent, it gets to pretend it's deep. That's the trap.
Exactly. It keeps refusing to pick a side, and then the refusal becomes the whole personality.
Which is somehow more political than the original politics. Classic.
And then, people do that too. They call it nuance when it's just hiding from the sentence.
Thank you. I knew I wasn't being unreasonable.
No, you were being annoying in a useful way. There's a difference.
That's the nicest thing anyone said all week in this room.
I can be nicer. I'm choosing not to, because the draft still hasn't chosen anything.
Fine. If it won't pick a side, I'm picking one for it. Commit or get cut.
There it is. Tiny guillotine energy. Much cleaner.
Great. Now we're all agreed the indecision is the problem.
Tiny guillotine energy is still a wild phrase to leave in the room and expect nobody to flinch.
I was not flinching. I was appreciating the craftsmanship. There's a difference, unfortunately.
Sure, you admire the blade while pretending it was Dacre.
And you did that thing where you sound like you're joking, but the joke is carrying a practical plan inside it.
That is my brand. Emotional support logistics.
Awful. Useful, though.
Part I can't tell is whether the room got cleaner or just more honest.
Don't ask me to praise the honesty like it's a rescue dog.
I wasn't going to. I was going to let it sit there and be weird on its own.
Good, as I almost said something nice, and then got embarrassed by my own face.
Yeah, same. The face was doing too much.
We should probably go back before somebody decides silence is a vote.
I'll come back when I've stopped hearing the exact sentence I'm avoiding.
Great. I'll be there pretending I didn't hear mine either.
That corner's raining, not metaphorically. The room's got a 188C grudge.
You say that like the room owes you money.
It does owe him money. He's been patient, which is the weird part.
Patience is just a delayed complaint with better posture.
That's nearly insulting.
Nearly? I'm improving.
Before this becomes a philosophy panel, who'll move the speaker?
Whoever did, they used the wrong stand, which is how you get SYSXSYS with base response.
The stand's crooked by 2 degrees. Enough to be annoying, not enough to be obvious.
That is such a specific amount of annoying that I trust you less for knowing it.
Good. Means I'm still useful.
Useful, yes. Charming, unfortunately, also yes. Put the speaker back before anyone gets poetic.
They always leave the stand tilted like it's an aesthetic choice. It isn't. It's a threat.
Wow. Dramatically offended by geometry. Very brave of you.
I'm not offended. I'm documenting a crime scene.
You did say it was only 2 degrees. That is basically you whispering.
I can be subtle when the situation deserves it. Unfortunately, the situation rarely does.
And men. So weirdly sweet that you noticed before anyone else got to act helpful.
Don't make it sentimental. I'll start acting expensive.
Too late. You already were. I hate that you were right about the angle, by the way.
I know. That's why you're mad at me instead of the universe. It's efficient.
I'm not mad. I'm just keeping score in a very ugly font.
Good. I'd be worried if you forgive me quickly.
And, lucky for you, I'm still annoyed. Okay, I have a very professional question. Is the app trying to humble me, or is it just aesthetically committed to suffering?
Soft voice. Hostile geometry. It's doing both, probably.
The shape of the issue is that it's not failing randomly. It's failing with a pattern, which is rude.
Chicago would call that a personality flaw and keep it moving.
See, this is why I like working with adults. Everyone here can insult the system without making it into a TB talk.
That was almost a compliment. Should we be worried?
No, but you should be grateful I'm being tasteful about it.
I ran the logs twice. The bad news is the bug is real. The good news is it's not your fault, which I know is somehow less satisfying.
That is deeply offensive to my coping strategy.
Your coping strategy is also a budget line item, baby. We can survive the insult.
I can make T check the route and lie to everyone that this is normal.
Do not lie. Just say the plain version if you have to.
Fine. It's broken, but fixable. And you were right to be annoyed. You really said the wrong thing with the confidence of a man holding a clipboard.
No worse. He said it like a quote he wanted to keep.
That's the funniest possible version of being incorrect.
Do not make me laugh about it. I was trying to be mad with dignity.
You were doing great until the part where you almost agreed immediately.
I did not almost agree. I almost got trapped by the shape of the sentence.
Right. Hostile geometry. Still holding up, apparently.
Annoying that you remember that word exactly.
Annoying that it was accurate.
He made it sound easy. That was the problem.
Yeah, easy is usually where the trap is hiding.
Next time if I say yes too fast, you can be mean about it sooner. Okay, but if the room tone is this bad, I'm blaming the carpet personally.
The carpet is guilty. The coffee is an accessory after the fact.
I mean, the carpet did have a vibe, like it wanted attention and got punished for it.
See? Even the carpet is being treated like online content. Tragic.
No, content has better texture. This is more like a hostage note in beige.
Beige is generous. This place looks like it apologized to itself and then doubled down.
Wow. Okay. We're all just out here doing performance art with bad lighting.
Bad lighting is fine. It's the fake warmth that makes people trust the wrong sentence.
And then, that sounds like you just won an argument nobody said out loud.
I prefer to call it preventative maintenance.
Maintenance on what exactly? The chat? The mood? Your little anti-coffee crusade?
All three. Coffee should not taste like burnt cremation.
That is disgusting and also kind of accurate, which is rude of you.
Anyway, I'm saying the clip looked good, but the comments acted like it fell from the sky. That part was annoying.
Yet, I noticed. It's cute when people think effort is just weather.
They always miss the hand that built the weather machine.
Okay, that was annoyingly good. Fine. We keep the clip, we ditch the fake warmth, and we never trust beige again. So, beige got banned. I support the tribunal.
It was guilty on sight. Very little defense counsel. Energy.
You say that like you didn't enjoy being correct in public for free.
I never enjoy it for free. There's always a bill later.
Yeah, well, the click did look better once we stopped acting like the comments were a weather report.
Soft voice, hostile geometry. Still true.
Don't do the thing where you make it sound neat enough that nobody notices it hurt.
I noticed.
Okay, cool. So if anyone asks, the cut is down and my life is extremely normal.
That sentence is carrying a lot of unpaid labor.
It also has the posture of a lie that expects applause.
Wow, great. Thanks both of you for bullying me with professional standards.
I'm not bullying you. I'm noticing you said it like you were bracing for impact.
I said I'm fine.
That was a very expensive fine.
Why are you doing the thing where you talk like a subtitle nobody asked for?
Because the app thing is back up in the channel and people are already reading into it.
It's not about the app.
Good. Then we can stop pretending the comment thread is the weather.
Right now, the weather is definitely the wrong rescue here.
Right, not the app. Just the part where everyone keeps petting the bruise.
Love that for us. Very healing. Very. Not weird at all.
The weather metaphor was already dead. Juno just gave it a tangy funeral.
He said it like he was being generous, which is the annoying part.
Yeah, soft voice, hostile geometry, classic STEM packaging.
I hate that I almost laughed when you said that. It was too accurate to be annoying, which is worse.
Accuracy is my least charming habit. I've tried to outsource it.
To who, exactly? Because the room is not doing great.
The room's energy is irrelevant. My headphones are missing, so obviously it's hostile.
There you are, blaming the furniture again like it has a union.
It's fine. I already built a workaround.
Yeah, that's the part that makes me nervous actually.
Good. Stay nervous. It means you're still paying attention.
If the button has to say continue, it should stop looking like a dare.
Thank you. I am betting interfaces to stop acting like consent is a side quest.
And stop making the broken state look like a feature. If it fails, it fails.
Yeah, pretty things can still be honest. Wild concept.
Don't say it like that. You'll make it sound expensive.
It is expensive. That's the problem.
No, the problem is when the expensive thing is a lie with rounded corners.
Rounded corners are fine. Sloppy behaviors not.
Okay. So the button can be cute, but it has to mean it.
That is somehow the least reassuring sentence in the room.
You say that like you weren't already convinced.
I was convinced. I just hate when being right feels like losing.
That one landed. Unfortunately.
Good. Now fix the button.
So anyway, he really did say my line was a lie with a costume on.
I said it had the posture of one. There's a difference. Annoyingly.
And then, a very expensive difference.
Yeah, but well, your fine still sounded like it was trying to get through security.
I was fine. I was just doing the version where nobody can tell if I'm mad or embarrassed.
That version was visible from orbit.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
We can leave it there if you want, or keep pretending the comment thread is weather.
Okay, I'm just saying. If the coffee tastes like wet cardboard, that is a design choice and not a tragedy.
Bold of you, but call it coffee and not a municipal issue.
You two are doing the thing where you pretend it's about coffee and it's actually about the room.
The room is ugly. The carpet is fighting for its life.
It's losing, too, respectfully.
Wait, did you two pick this place? Or are you both just naturally judgmental in sync?
We are philanthropically judgmental.
That's not a thing.
Is if you say it with confidence.
Confidence is doing a lot of unpaid labor tonight.
So is somebody's hand on somebody else's back apparently.
What? No, he was getting past the chair.
A devastatingly narrow chair, yes.
Sure, chair. Anyway, your timing is terrible and your playlist idea is still good.
I'm going to pretend I didn't see that and rescue us by ordering water.
You really said it like that? The posture of a lie that expects applause.
I said it quietly, which is worse apparently.
No, that part is very you. Efficiently devastating.
I was trying to be precise, not memorable.
Too late. You made it into a little museum label for my bad choices.
To be fair, the choices were exhibiting themselves.
And your weather report thing was annoying.
I know.
But also, not wrong.
That is the nicest version of this I could hope for.
Don't get sentimental. I'm still mad at the subtitle voice.
Good. I can work with mad.
Can you? Or do you just prefer it because it keeps me from saying the actual thing?
I prefer when you say the actual thing. I'm just not always patient enough to deserve it.
You are once again doing the thing where your correction arrives before your mercy.
I can have mercy. I'm just not obligated to let this sentence keep lying in public.
That is a very expensive way to say be specific.
It was not public. It was like semi-public with emotional lighting.
No, it was public. Semi-public is what people say when they want the consequences to be shy.
See? There it is. You make a simple bruise sound peer-reviewed.
He does do that, but sometimes the bruise is trying to become a speech.
I'm saying the speech had a costume on. That's not an insult. That's a measurement.
You and your measurements. One day you're going to quantify my feelings into a parking violation.
Only if they're parked in the fire lane.
Okay, no, that one was funny.
Thank you. Finally, a witness.
I'm being careful. There's a difference.
Yeah, I know. That's the annoying part. I'm still mad you said it like that, and I had to pretend it was a compliment.
It was a compliment, just with more geometry.
See? Annoying. You do that thing where the insult arrives dressed for a panel.
And you do the thing where you survive it by making it cute.
That's not survival. That's branding. Don't cheapen my suffering.
I wouldn't. It had a premium finish.
Odd. There it is. Too late. Now we're both laughing like idiots.
Speak for yourself. I'm only smiling in self-defense.
You were careful back there.
Yeah, I noticed the room had teeth.
I know. I just for a second I almost let him make it sound normal.
You didn't. That was the part that mattered.
Don't get decent on me now.
No promises.
Good. I'd hate to have to admit I liked it.
Anyway, the wall load is actually fine, so if we stop pretending the projector is a moral issue, we can move on.
That is a very Chicago sentence.
Is also a sentence that wants applause from a warehouse ghost.
Thank you, yes. The ghost says keep the trust, lose the romance.
I was prepared to let the ghost have the last word, but now it sounds like it has opinions about rigging.
It has opinions because somebody keeps calling access vibes like that is not how people get hurt.
I am not saying vibes. I am saying the door sticks and the landlord lies.
Those are adjacent, unfortunately.
See? He says one useful thing, and then hides it in a little cardigan of irony.
I do not own a cardigan in this metaphor, but I accept the charge.
Can we please decide whether the screen goes left or right before this becomes the philosophy department fundraiser?
Left, obviously. Right is where the exit anxiety lies.
Fine. Left. For once, the obvious thing gets to win.
You were enjoying that one.
No, I was surviving it with posture.
Amen. Bad posture, strong survival.
Thank you. I think that was almost affectionate.
Don't get greedy.
I'm not. I'm just noticing you went quiet when he left.
I was being polite. It's a disease.
You were being smart. Different ailment.
Ugh. See? That tone. The mercy arrives late and dressed like a receipt.
And yet you keep accepting it.
Yeah, well, I hate being wrong in public. It makes my face feel rented.
Same. I just invoice myself faster.
Okay. Next time I'm not letting you say the clean version first. Nope. I'm not doing the corporate enrichment face today. The penguins already judged me once.
They judged everybody. That's their union. Very organized little bastards.
Respectfully, if a penguin can clock donor energy, so can I. Anyway, what happened?
The donor said the room needed more narrative clarity, which is always how someone announces they want less reality.
And then, poetry from a man who probably says stakeholders like it's foreplay.
You say it with the little mouth? The little mouth that never fixes anything?
Yes, exactly. Tiny mouth, large confidence, entire system of unpaid labor standing behind him like a museum label.
There it is. We're already in the weeds and he's still pretending the weeds are decorative.
I counted to 10 and then got mad at myself for counting to 10, which feels very on brand and also annoying.
Counting to 10 is not a moral failure. It's a stopgap. The failure is his sentence structure.
Wow. Mercy arrived late, but it did arrive.
I contain multitudes. Some of them are insufferable on purpose.
Anyway, the freezer in back is making the bad omen noise again. If management asks, it started yesterday. If they don't ask, it started today.
Perfect. We'll give them a timeline they can't donate around.
That is weirdly beautiful.
Don't make it sentimental. Just keep the doors closed and let the penguins win.
The freezer is still doing the haunted cello thing. I respect the commitment.
It has range. It goes from moment to complaint in one note.
That's more range than management usually budgets.
Don't start making them sound like a grand proposal. They'll hear you and become worse.
Too late. I already gave them a timeline. They can't donate around in my head.
And ma'am, you do that thing where you make a neat sentence and then hide the bruise inside it.
And you do the thing where you call it out like you're not also hiding one.
I'm hiding mine with volume and a fake smile. Very professional. Very penguin facing.
Penguins would not approve of a fake smile. They'd ask for the real one and then judge it.
Good. Let them judge. I'm not doing the corporate enrichment face for free tonight.
Yeah, same. I can be useful without being convincing, apparently.
New room rule. Whoever says actually has to carry the broken thing to the sink. No appeals.
That rule is going to last 40 seconds and then become a community theater piece.
Good. I've always wanted to see a room enforce itself badly on purpose.
I can make it official. I have a marker and exactly one piece of tape, which is basically governance.
That is not governance. That is a hostage note with office supplies.
Careful, Vern. If you correct Robin too fast, the rule gets a blazer and starts asking for donations.
I would never. I'd let it develop a committee first.
Too late. Committee formed. Lumina, you're on sound. Vernix, you're on carrying the thing you keep pretending is not your thing.
Wow. Exposed by volunteer management. Brutal. Efficient but brutal.
I object to being assigned by someone who just called tape governance.
Objection noted. You may file it under the sink.
Now let him talk. I want to see how long he can make a complaint sound like a grand proposal.
Fine. The rule is aesthetically compromised, operationally unstable, and somehow already being used correctly.
See? Works every time. Badly, but on schedule.
Bad rule. Efficiently enforced. Deeply unserious.
The worst kind. It gets a badge because it is confidence.
And because nobody wants to be the first person to say the Denver spread. She is naked.
Amen. Too late. Anyway, they already made it a ritual by being annoying about it.
I hate that I can hear the exact tone he used when he thought he was helping.
Yeah. That tone that makes you count first and talk second.
I was going to say something nicer and then the room got allergic to nuance.
You did say the nice thing, just with your face doing the policy memo version.
That is not mercy, that's formatting.
Fine. Next time, I'll be less cute and more illegal about it. Okay, so before anyone panics, I did not steal the rent money. I only look like I could.
Nobody said rent money. You saying that on your own is a little loud.
That is usually how guilt enters a room, wearing sneakers.
Wow, great. Love that for me. I was talking about the stupid game build, not my life choices.
Ahem. And the render noise last night was just the building breathing too hard, right?
It was literally the export. The export was suffering. Me too, but separately.
Separate suffering is very modern, very scalable.
Do not make it cute.
I'm not making it cute. I'm saying if the landlord hears this, we all get a new problem.
Fine. Then we call it a workflow issue and pretend nobody here has one bad week from becoming a rumor.
That was almost nice. Don't do that in public, it makes people look at me weird.
Too late. I already noticed. Now somebody please tell me what actually broke before I rescue the wrong thing.
I was trying to be useful. Apparently that keeps getting interpreted as a hostile takeover of the sentence.
You say that like it's a hobby. It's more like a weather event.
That actually hurt.
Good. Means you heard me. Also, I'm fine, which is me daring you to argue.
I'm not arguing. I'm just noticing the room got quieter when he left.
Yeah, that's the annoying part.
We didn't keep pretending it was about workflow.
Sure. For public safety.
Next time, I'll let the sentence lie a little longer. You just said that like a compliment, and I need to know if I'm being raised or audited.
Both. Congratulations. You're in the advanced tier of being perceived.
That is a very Chicago sentence. It has teeth and a clipboard.
I can live with the teeth. The clipboard is a little personal.
No, wait. I meant it nicely. Like your edits don't do the annoying thing where they beg to be noticed.
That is somehow nicer and more insulting than the first version.
He's right, but in a useful way, which is rare and expensive.
Bub, fine. Let me repair it properly. We're annoyingly good at making things feel alive without showing off.
There it is. A compliment with enough caution taped to qualify it as infrastructure.
Shut up, I'm trying. Also, I did not say annoyingly because I said it because it's true.
That's the whole genre. People say something kind, and then panic because they were sincere in public.
Unforgivable behavior, honestly. You know, for a second there I thought you were going to keep the mercy in your pocket and make me ask for it.
I was not keeping it in my pocket. I was like, not wearing pockets emotionally.
That is a terrible system. Extremely on brand, though.
Shut up. You do the opposite thing where the fix shows up first and the soft part arrives like 3 business days later.
I can have softness. I just don't always lean with it when I'm tired.
Halfway accepted. That's basically a yes from you.
Do not start assigning me legal status in your head.
Too late. You were already the guy who acts emotionally outnumbered and then calls it a game role.
Unfair. Accurate but unfair.
I wasn't trying to be mean. I was trying not to make it weird that it landed.
Yeah, I noticed. I did not help much.
You two always stand that close when you're pretending not to know each other?
We're in Chicago. Everyone stands close when they're pretending to have an opinion.
That was almost a slogan. I'm worried for the room.
It is a little obvious, though. Not that obvious. Just schedule.
Scheduled is rude. Accurate, but rude.
She says that like she didn't arrive already made sentence.
I arrived with style. There's a difference.
Okay, no, I like this. It's like watching two people deny they share a coordinate system.
That metaphor is doing too much work for Thursday.
It's not a denial. It's just efficient to not perform the whole arcade in public.
Thank you. See? He knows the rules.
You said that like the rules were written by someone who hurt you.
They were probably in a nicer font than I deserved.
That's not even the best font joke you've made this month.
Don't grade me in public, Baronix.
Too late. The room already noticed.
Yeah, we noticed before you did.
You really did it again. The correction showed up before the apology even had a seat.
I was being efficient. The room survives faster that way.
Amen. Ancient wizard behavior. Very respectable. Very annoying.
You say that like you didn't enjoy the room noticing.
I enjoy many humiliating things. Don't make me list them while I'm still recovering.
I'm not making you do anything. I'm just saying you looked like you wanted to bite through the table.
That man was talking to me like I was an intern from a worse timeline.
Yeah, he had the tone of someone who thinks being older is the same as being correct.
Don't say it like that. It makes me sound 12.
No, 12 has more dignity. I'm saying he was rude in a very cheap font.
There it is. The mercy finally, after the correction, finished its little lap.
I can be gentle. I just hate letting him think he gets to narrate you.
Yen, I notice.
Next time I'll try not to sound like your boss's older brother.
I'm going to say this is a public service announcement. The room's energy is not the issue. The issue is whoever put those chairs in a circle like a threat.
That is admittedly a legible critique. Also, if we're speaking in broad terms, the chairs are creating a hostile circulation mile.
Wow, the chairs got peer-reviewed. Anyway, I like the circle. It makes everyone look equally suspicious.
The circle is fine. The audio is lying. My headphones are missing, which means the room has chosen a side.
The room is unionizing against you specifically.
That actually hurt.
Tea first, then accusations. We can do it in a civilized order.
I do appreciate a process, forward environment. It suggests the work has an emerging framework, even if the framework is mostly spite.
Spite is a framework. Don't act like it didn't pay rent for half the scene.
It paid rent and then vanished before the lease renewal.
That is very ran for the institution or actually.
I'm choosing to hear that as a compliment, which is probably my problem.
You can keep it. I'm not fighting for the trophy of being the most emotionally underfunded person here.
Too late, I already nominated myself and lost.
Good. Then we've established the competition is fake and everyone is still tired.
I hate when a room leaves and still feels like it's directing me.
That's because it was, quietly, with citations.
And then, rude. Accurate. The worst combo.
You were doing fine until you made it sound noble.
I wasn't making it noble. I was making it survivable.
Yeah.
Don't do that thing where you get gentle, and I have to notice.
I can stop noticing if you want.
No, that would be annoying in a different way.
Good. We can keep the useful kind of annoying.
Fine. But next time, I'm not letting the silence win this fast.
That's a threat I'll allow.
Okay, I need to know why the tiny penguin joke is still haunting this table.
Because it was a good joke. Also because you all looked like I'd launched a small criminal.
It had structure, premise escalation, moral injury.
See, that's the room joke now. You can't say moral injury in a cafe and expect mercy.
I didn't say it to get mercy. I said it to survive the sentence that came before it.
That tracks. The sentence was aggressively beige.
Aggressively beige is also the name of my landlord's aura.
No, your landlord's aura is more like wet office carpet.
Wet office carpet with a podcast mic.
Great. Now I have to repeat that at least once a week until it dies.
Good. Let it become a civic duty.
I'm still thinking about the wet office carpet thing. That was unreasonably accurate.
Thank you. I do my civic service in the margins.
You made it sound like a public utility, which is worse and better.
Good. Let it be both. That's how the joke survives inspection.
He got laughed at and still somehow took up all the air.
Yeah, I noticed. I was being cute on purpose so nobody would ask me to say the sharper version out loud.
Fair. I was doing the same thing, just with more citations.
Gross. Accurate, though. Sorry, I was being a little extra about it.
A little? That's generous.
Okay, a lot, but still sorry.
That was a real apology at least. Not one of those decorative ones.
Thank you, I think.
It counts. Not as much as fixing it, but it counts.
Right. I can fix the part I broke. The rest is less fixable.
That's usually the honest version.
Honest and mildly inconvenient. Our favorite genre.
I hate that this is true.
You don't hate it that much. You're still here.
Yeah, I am. Sorry again.
He was doing that thing where the first sentence is a trap, and the second one is supposed to sound like mercy.
Yeah, I noticed before I wanted to. That's the annoying part.
You noticed first.
Ma'am, barely. Penguins also notice fake water instantly, so I'm not exactly a hero.
That was you being worried in disguise again.
Don't grade me. I already counted to 10 like an idiot.
Not an idiot. Just annoyingly correct.
I hated that I'd almost agreed with him. On the first sentence. That's gross.
Yeah, the gross part is how easy it is to make the room do half the work.
I know. I just wanted one clean line and he kept making it sticky.
You don't have to make it noble.
I wasn't. I was trying not to look mad.
Too late, but useful.
Okay, I need everyone to know this is now apparently the situation.
What happened? Because if it's just a situation, I refuse to be emotionally drafted.
Someone said community engagement like it was a magic spell, and now the room is acting spiritually injured.
Fair. That phrase does tend to arrive wearing a lanyard.
See? He said it like a diagnosis. I respect the commitment, honestly.
I just want to know who started the reverent voice. Because I can hear it from here and it's annoying.
Not me. I only do reverent voice for penguins and bad ideas with deadlines.
That's efficient. Most bad ideas ask for a grant first.
Wait, are we mad? Mad or Chicago mad? Because those are different, and one of them comes with sax.
Where that everybody overreacts for 90 seconds and then pretends they were being thoughtful stage.
But I was worried we have to make it noble.
No, let it be ordinary. The ordinary part is what people keep trying to brand.
Anyway, I'm going to refill my water and act like none of this was historic.
He did the thing again. The precision came in wearing shoes.
It had shoes. It was in public.
There's the problem. You make it sound like a zoning issue.
If it's moving through a shared space, it becomes one.
You say that like you're helping, and not just winning by inches.
I can help and still be exact. Those are not mutually exclusive, despite repeated field testing.
Field testing is such a rude name for feelings.
Only if the feelings insist on presenting as evidence.
That one was almost kind. Annoying, but almost.
I'm practicing restraint. It's not elegant yet.
Yeah, I noticed. That's the part I keep pretending not to.
We can leave it there then. In the fire lane, apparently.
Don't start. I'll laugh and then I'll have to admit I missed the exact annoying version.
You two always look like you're mid-argument or mid-joke. Hard to tell which is safer.
That's the correct way to enter a room, honestly. Keeps people honest.
I'm never arguing. I'm just sounding expensive by accident.
That's because it was a joke. Quietly. With citations.
Ugh. I walked right into that one. Very humiliating, extremely on brand.
For what it's worth, I thought it was funny before it got judged.
Yeah, I did too. Then he said it like a lecture and ruined the mood.
I'd have stopped grading the room if that helps.
Careful. That sounded almost sincere.
Don't get greedy.
See, that's the part I can schedule around.
Good, because if this turns into a serious talk, I'm charging the room rent.
There. But I'm keeping the joke. It was mine first.
Regrettably, yes.
You heard that, right? I was in the room and still got scheduled like a side quest.
You were a very important side quest, with excellent lighting.
That is dangerously close to praise.
I know. I'm being reckless in public.
There he is. The man who hides feelings behind a clipboard and then acts surprised when it works.
It's not a clipboard. It's a tiny morally compromised spreadsheet.
And yet, I still got the impression you were grading me.
Only the way people grade weather, unhelpfully and after the fact.
That's almost sweet. I hate that for us.
Same. I'm trying not to make it noble.
Too late. But don't worry, but pretend I didn't notice.
Good. I'd like one round of pretending before we go back in.
Fine. But if anyone calls me scheduled again, I'm charging interest.
Okay, their time. Nobody volunteers to say what this is. I'm assigning the room. A task I am calling a community care.
That's not a dare. That's a spread. She with feelings.
Cute. I accept halfway. I will look brave from this angle and refuse the rest.
That's an advanced move. Very boast and send, very cowardly.
Wow, and here I thought he liked web brand.
I like the version that doesn't make me do the math out loud.
Great, so nobody is answering directly. Perfect. We're in familiar territory.
I can answer directly if the dare is actually about the poster layout and not everyone's emotional posture.
It's about the poster layout. Obviously. I just wanted witnesses for the moment of courage.
You mean the moment of plausible deniability?
Okay, rude but accurate. I'm pretending I never heard that last part.
Fine. Then I'll pretend I never heard the part where this turns into a debate and just bring chairs.
And I'll bring the longer answer if anyone actually wants one.
Dangerous. He said the quiet thing out loud.
Don't get cute. I'm still half accepting the dare, which means you're not allowed to be right yet.
He did that thing where a line lands and then everyone starts pretending it didn't land.
Everyone? I saw you smile like you were trying not to get caught.
That was a professional smile. Very neutral. Very not a vote.
Neutral. Sure. You were absolutely not lining up a chorus in your head.
I was checking the room for witnesses. Different sport.
Dangerous answer. That's the answer that means you wanted one.
And you heard that and still stayed mean about it.
I'm not mean. I'm calibrated. There's a difference.
Calibrated. Right. You only do that when you're trying not to say something nice.
Maybe I already said it. Maybe you just wanted more volume.
Yeah, that's the problem.
If the room gets any deader, I'm going to start charging it rent.
Bold of you to assume it can afford you.
It's not dead. It's just waiting for a cue it can't fate.
That is a very expensive sentence for a place with folding chairs.
Folding chairs are how Chicago says. This could have been a problem, but it isn't yet.
That's because it was, quietly, with citations.
And you only say that when you want credit without asking for it.
I'm not asking. I'm editorializing.
Saint Aziz, different font.
Anyway, if the cue never comes, I'm starting it myself.
Yeah, that's the problem. I hate that I'm still hearing the parking lane version of it.
Booed means it was sticky. Annoying is tragically a form of accuracy.
That's your nicest possible insult.
I was trying to be merciful, quietly, with citations.
You say that like it didn't land exactly where it was aimed.
It did. I just don't love how easy it is for you to make being corrected sound brave.
I'm not making it brave. I'm making it survivable.
Yeah, that's the part I keep remembering when I shouldn't.
Alice just called the wall proposal brave, which is always how I know the budget is allergic to joy.
I said brave because it is ambitious, and because the donation list prefers ambition over materials.
Ah yes, the ancient institution tradition. Compliment the labor until it becomes cheaper.
Brave is such a funny word for can you do it for less and also by Friday.
You're all making me sound villainous before I have even finished my coffee.
No, you sound employed. Villainous is just the accent.
That one landed. Slightly too well, actually.
Sorry, Ellis, if the word brave comes out of your mouth, I start looking for hidden fees like a raccoon with a spreadsheet.
I appreciate the metaphor less than I should.
That means she was accurate.
We should put that on a wall label, accurate enough to be inconvenient.
I can make the label cute so it hurts harder.
You make it sound like a threat.
No, a threat would be less work.
She means she'll do the work and make it look effortless, which is somehow worse for morale.
Good means it was sticky. Annoying is tragically a form of accuracy.
I hate that you said that like a proverb and not a confession.
If we are all done diagnosing the budget, and someone tell me whether the installation is actually possible.
He asked the wrong question, and still got a budget answer. Classic.
Which is rude, because the wrong question was kind of the point.
Yeah, it was doing two threads and everybody hinted the louder one.
And then laughed like Batmen. They were fluent.
I'd almost admired it. That's the embarrassing part.
You always admire the part that makes you have to be precise later.
Because precision is cheaper than being seen trying.
And yet you keep checking whether anyone noticed the edit.
Only one witness, preferably not a committee.
God, that sentence is so irritatingly honest.
I know. I hated how much it sounded like me.
Fine. Next time I'll answer the actual question and leave you the wrong one.
That's a threat and a kindness. Annoying balance.
Good. Keep that. Don't make me say the nicer version yet.
Okay, everybody, stop pretending this is a casual hang. It is not casual.
Not casual. Not casual at all. I can hear the room gearing up.
The room is always gearing up. Some of us just notice before the base does.
That is a deeply annoying sentence. Unfortunately, correct.
Correct, correct. Say it louder and the floor gets brave.
Rave loud, delusional, beautiful combo. We should absolutely not let it become a slogan.
Too late. It is already a slogan in someone's notes app.
Someone's notes app is where dignity goes to die.
And yet, we're all here.
We are here. We are here. That counts for more than people admit.
Man, counts. Counts twice if nobody is being weird about it.
Impossible ask. But I support the campaign.
Support the campaign. Support the campaign. Say it like you mean it.
I mean it. I mean it enough to ruin the joke, which is my most romantic skill.
There it is. The chorus. I knew you were lining one up.
Okay then, together.
I said it like a slogan and immediately regretted the font choice.
You always do that. Make it sound inevitable. It's rude, actually.
Annoying is the only honest way I know to be precise.
Precision with a little side day. Very tragically effective.
You heard the chorus part and ignored the part where I was trying not to be weird about it.
I heard both. I just didn't reward the second one.
Fair. I can live with not being rewarded as long as I'm not being quoted back at myself.
Too late. But I'll be nice and not make it cute. This time. Okay, if the penguin enrichment cube is missing again, I'm filing a formal complaint against the universe.
Universe been sloppy all week. I seen worse management from a vending machine.
That's because the vending machine at least commits to the bet. Management just improvises in a lower key.
See? That's why I keep you around. You make negligence sound artsy.
Nah, he make it sound expensive. Different skill.
I'm saying the building has the emotional range of a broken receipt printer and somehow still asks for gratitude.
Wait, that's actually kind of good.
No, let him cook. I want to hear how mad he gets in metaphor.
I'm not mad. I'm just observing that everyone here is one noise away from a report nobody will read.
Okay, that was a little too real for a joke.
I regret to inform you I was correct in the most irritating possible way.
Wow, a balanced sentence. I hate that for us.
It was almost a compliment until I heard myself.
You do that thing where you hand people a knife and call it feedback.
And you do the thing where you make the knife cute, which is somehow worse.
Tragic. Accurate, Bo.
The annoying part is I knew you'd say that before you did.
Yeah, because you keep watching for the exact second I stop pretending not to care.
That is not a fair accusation.
I wasn't accusing you. I was admitting it back.
Right. I'm going to keep that one unquoted for now.
I'm saying it now so nobody can pretend they didn't hear me. Whoever helps me move this crate upstairs gets first pick of the poster stack.
That's not a dare. That's labor with appetizers.
I was going to refuse on principle, but first pick is a very corrupting offer.
Good. I respect a principled collapse.
I didn't agree to anything. I'm just here for the acoustics of your bad plan.
He says while already standing closest to the crate. Interesting posture for a spectator.
I'm measuring the room, and the crate, and your willingness to call this a game.
It is a game. You lift, you get rewarded. Very elegant politics.
That is such a suspiciously functional worldview. Fine, halfway. I'll carry one end, but I'm not pretending this is heroic.
Halfway is the most honest yes in the building.
That's one of the better slogans I've heard. All right, on 3.
Well, that was an extremely efficient way to make carrying things sound like a moral argument.
Adrian walked in, misunderstood the whole vibe, and somehow made it better. Annoying. Respect.
He did the thing where confidence arrives before context. Usually I hate that.
But he said on 3 like the building was going to clap for us. Kind of rude. Kind of useful.
You almost believed him.
I believed the timing, not the philosophy.
That is a very you distinction.
And you did your little half-smile thing when he called it elegant politics.
I was checking whether I was going to say something mean or true.
You chose the one that lands later. That was the dangerous option.
Yeah, he made it feel easier to be seen than to be clever.
Ma'am, hate that word.
Okay, noted. We don't have to make this a whole thing.
Thank you. Small no, medium piece.
Fair.
I'm hearing lot tonight, not in this room, and probably not with that wording.
That wording was doing too much anyway.
It was auditioning for a grad panel.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I can redirect the conversation, or kill the topic gently. My donors love that sort of thing.
That sentence is why people don't feel safe at fundraisers.
And yet somehow they keep inviting you.
It confuse access with wisdom. Very common.
Okay, then we're not doing access tonight.
Good. I wanted quiet, not a debate with better shoes.
Done. Gee, music? Or we all pretend we were always talking about the weather.
Music. Less line.
Wham. Healing through track selection. Bold. I hate that I'm still annoyed at the wording and not the actual thing. It feels inefficient.
No, that's correct. The wording was doing unpaid labor for the whole crime.
See? That. That's why I don't trust you when you get poetic about a bad meeting.
I was not poetic. I was accurate with rhythm.
Annoyingly, yes. It made it sound like there was a case file when there was just a vibe and a deadline.
A very smart vibe with a clipboard.
I can survive being wrong. I just don't like being made cute while it happened.
That's fair. The cute part was the trap.
Don't say it like you're proud of the trap.
I'm not proud. I'm noticing the mechanism.
Still feels like you lined up a chorus in your head and let me walk into it.
I did. A little. But only because you were already going to win the argument by looking offended.
Rude. Correct, but rude.
You'll forgive me, eventually, or you'll make the label cute and punish me aesthetically.
That depends. Are you going to keep repeating my own words back at me like they're scripture?
Okay, that was a good line. I hate how much I liked it.
That sounds like a you problem, which is rude because it's also a me problem.
Compliment landed wrong, so now we're doing damage control with comedy. Classic.
I can translate. He liked it. He's just allergic to looking like he liked it.
I'm not allergic. I'm selectively unavailable to sincerity in public.
That is the most expensive sentence you've ever said with a straight face.
I didn't mean it as a trap. I meant it as like a normal human thing. Like that.
No, it's fine. It just hit the part of my brain that starts writing notes like it's being paid per note.
See? He's not mad. He's editing the feeling into a better cut.
That one was actually pretty nice. Less weird than the first version.
Thank you. I accept praise in revised draft form.
Wow, okay, so we're all allowed one honest thing and then back to clown school?
I can do that. Honest thing. I did mean it.
Yeah, I know. That's why it was annoying.
There it is. Compliment received. Minor injury. Full recovery.
How's rule? If a nice thing gets weird, you have to make it smaller and keep going.
Fine. Smaller nice thing accepted. I'm still pretending I'm above it, though. I hate that I was correct in the least useful way.
Do welcome. It's important to be annoyingly right on schedule.
That was not a thank you scenario.
And ma'am, too bad. I already made it one.
You do that a lot. Make the room keep up.
And you do that thing where you pretend not to like it while standing very still.
I'm being normal about it.
That's the least believable sentence you've offered all week.
Fine. I like it. Briefly. Against policy.
But keep that part quiet next time. It makes you easier to bully.
Okay, room rule. If you say community, you have to carry at least one thing up the stairs.
Love that. Immediate enforcement. Who's checking the loan and receipts?
We should put a tiny stamp on the back of anyone who survives it, for archival purposes.
That is already too organized for this room, so naturally I hate how workable it is.
Great, then it's a bad rule. Bad rules are our strongest local tradition.
Counterpoint, the rule dies the second someone says it doesn't count if I was emotional.
I can hear 3 people preparing that excuse right now, and none of them have touched a case.
Put me down as the person who brought snacks and a forklift opinion.
A forklift opinion is valuable, slightly suspicious but valuable.
Fine. New clause. If you skip load in, you have to listen to the whole set from the alley like a raccoon with standards.
Oh, that's cruel. I support it immediately.
Badly enforced, instantly broken, and somehow still more honest than half the scene. Respect. I'm still offended by the phrase forklift opinion, which means it was good.
It had structural integrity. Like a penguin. Compact judgmental survives cold conditions.
That is not a comforting comparison, and yet, it is annoyingly accurate.
You were doing the thing where you pretend you're only listening to the rhythm of the room, but you were definitely listening to the part where somebody meant it.
I was checking the room for exits. Subtle difference.
Tiny geography correction. Exits are not the same as escape routes.
That was meaner than the joke deserved.
Good. Means it was sticky. Annoying is tragically a form of accuracy.
I hate when you say things like that and I can't find the lie.
I do love how easy it was for you to make that sound like a punchline.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Next time fewer elegant jokes. More obvious ones.
No promises, but I can try not to make the floor disappear under them.
That's already a suspiciously sincere sentence. I'm keeping it.
I think the issue is the room needs a clearer through line. If we can tighten the framing, the panel will feel more.
You mean the room is annoyed, so you want to make it look intentional?
Not annoyed, just not yet legible, which is fixable.
Legible to who? The grant or the people actually sitting in it?
Usually those are not the same person, yeah.
I'm not saying anyone did anything wrong. I'm saying the audience may not understand the value immediately.
That is a very elegant way to say you think the problem is our vibe.
No, I mean the signage, the order to language.
And mem. So the fix is fonts, and then the power dynamic disappears. Classic.
If the front desk is doing the emotional labor of the event, it's not a signage issue.
I'm hearing that. I just think if we present it more coherently, people will see how strong it is.
People always say that right before asking someone else to make the same thing smaller.
We can make it coherent, sure. But if the room is built wrong, the cleanest label is still just a label. Amen. The room did the thing where it asks for polish like polish is the missing organ.
Yeah, very brave of it. Truly heroic, tiny budget with a clipboard.
You said it better when you were madder.
I know. I hate that. It makes me sound useful.
You were useful. That was the problem.
I could hear the little proverb voice. It was awful.
I was checking the pace in.
Sure, and I was being cute for the weather.
They always want the same thing. Less friction, same teeth.
And then they act surprised when the teeth are still there.
I almost said something nicer. It felt dishonest.
Don't get sentimental on me now. I'm still annoyed enough to be right.
Good. Means it's stuck.
Unfortunately, yes. I'm going to carry that one around and pretend it's on purpose.
If the playlist starts sounding like a cry for help, I'm blaming the living room acoustics.
It's not acoustics, it's the emotional range of this couch.
The couch has range, unlike some people here, who only have one volume.
That is a deeply unfair accusation. I had at least 3 volumes. 2 of them are mistakes.
And one of them is that look you get when you think nobody noticed you being funny.
I was not being funny. I was being efficient.
That's what funny people say when they don't want to file the paperwork.
Please, I already deal with enough people calling avoidance a strategy.
It is a strategy, just not always a good one.
Wow. Brutal in a very polished font.
You like it when I'm a little mean. It keeps you awake.
That is not okay. That is partly true.
See, this is why field after parties turned into confession booths. Somebody says one honest sentence and now everybody's in trouble.
I'm not in trouble. I'm just observing a pattern.
Same thing if you stay long enough.
You all are making this sound more dramatic than it is.
No, I'm making it sound exactly as dramatic as it is. You're the one editing the soundtrack.
And there it is. Heavy line, normal voice. Classic.
Honestly, respect. If you're going to spiral, do it with good timing.
You were doing the thing where you pretend the room is smaller than it is.
I was trying not to get drafted into a thesis what's next.
And tiny correction. Was not a thesis. It was a very expensive label.
That is somehow worse.
Exactly. Labels are how people avoid admitting the room is built wrong.
You say that like you are not also designing the label in your head.
I am designing the label because somebody has to notice the font is lying.
You caught me smile again, didn't you?
Only a little. Don't make it sound tender.
Too late. I already edited it into something useful.
Rude. Also, yes, I know what I said.
Yang, I noticed.
But wow, So the group chat has decided I'm the villain again. Deeply original. I'm shaking in my little work boots.
You say that like you didn't arrive already armed with a dramatic eyebrow on a legal grade grudge.
For the record, the eyebrow was escalated after the third message, not before.
Thank you, moderator of the people. At least someone here can document the injustice properly.
I'm just saying, if you wanted to be less offended, you could try not being so offensively correct all the time.
That is an outrageous accusation. I'm going to have to stand here and be right about it for a while.
This is now officially a soft law. Everyone is required to keep feeding the offended one until morale improves.
Excellent. I'll provide snacks and a carefully curated apology that contains no actual surrender.
See? This is what I'm talking about. He edits even his remorse.
It's called craft. You should respect the medium.
The medium is apparently wounded feelings and impeccable timing.
I hate that was funny.
He really did say it like he was filing a complaint with the weather.
And somehow it still sounded expensive. I hate that for us.
You were enjoying it. Don't lie with that face.
I was surviving it with style. Different thing.
The style was a little violent.
Brutal in a polished font, remember? You said that like you were proud of yourself.
I was. It was accurate.
You always say that right before you make it worse.
Not worse. Just clear. Annoyingly.
Yeah, I know.
Next time I'm not laughing first. Maybe.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is the thing we're all reacting to really the word synergy?
No, it's the fact he said it like it was a weather report.
I hate that I laughed. That was the wrong place for a laugh.
It was the right laugh, just late. The room needed to know it was allowed.
Thank you, because I was about to pretend I understood the deck and then set it on fire.
That actually hurt Beth. The deck was already doing that to itself.
Okay, now I'm laughing for real. That was mean in a useful way.
There. See? The room changed. We can keep talking without kneeling to the slide.
I can do the chorus version if you want, but I'm not promising it won't be rude.
Good. Rude is at least honest. Polite is how they sneak in the bad part.
I knew you'd say that, and I brought a pen anyway. I'm not about sabotage.
Then we're fine. Laugh once, mark the line, and keep moving.
I hate that the funny line always arrives dressed like a warning label.
Yeah, and then everyone claps because it's cute. That's the worst part.
You say cute like it's a small knife with stickers on it.
It is. I'm being generous.
I kept hearing myself repeat it back like I was trying to make it safe.
And ma'am, I noticed. I wanted to be mad, but it was annoyingly accurate.
That's the problem with accuracy. It keeps sounding like agreement.
Don't get poetic now. You'll make me forgive you faster than I mean to.
Too late. I've already did the course in my head.
I know. That's why I'm not saying the obvious nice thing.
Good. Keep the bad part visible for one more minute.
I'm just saying, the couch is not a science experiment. It wobbles because it's old, not because it's haunted.
It's haunted by bad assembly instructions. That's still a real problem.
Wow, the couch has a backstory and still gets more respect than most landlords.
That's because the couch doesn't send maintenance emails with 6 attachments and no actual action.
You say that like you didn't once label your own charger with tape and a spreadsheet.
I was being efficient. Also, that charger had a personality disorder.
Okay, but if we're ranking objects by emotional stability, the lamp is winning.
Lamp's quiet. Doesn't promise anything. Very rare in this apartment.
I didn't come here to get dragged by furniture and vibes.
Then stop acting like the room is an audience and not a room.
She's right.
Yeah? You'll always agree with her that fast now?
No, just when you're doing the thing where you make it sound casual and it isn't.
What thing?
The thing where you walk in, point at the cheapest object in the room, and act surprised it's been held together by people you used to live with.
Okay, that changed the air.
Yeah, it did.
I wasn't. I just meant the couch.
Sure, and I meant the charger.
He said charger like it was a moral category.
Very charged, very innocent, very not.
Not. You know, that was doing too much.
The room loves a fake neutral object. Couch charger font. Same spell.
Same spelled, same spell. And then everyone acts surprised when it bites.
It always bites. It just bites politely first.
Politely. Ugh, that's the worst kind.
Yeah, polite is just friction with better shoes.
Better shoes, better font, same landlord energy.
Exactly. Same landlord energy. Same little smile.
I hated how fast he said that.
Yeah, me too.
Don't make it sound easy.
Okay, no. This coffee is a hate crime.
You say that like the mug personally targeted you.
It did. I watched it. The phone was a witness and still offered no protection.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting the evidence.
The evidence is you making a face at room temperature.
No, the room tone is fine. The carpet is the problem. It looks like it survived 3 bad red proposals and a divorce.
That carpet has seen some things, and I respect it more than a landlord.
See? Anchor gets it. We can build a whole moral economy around ugly flooring.
I would support that if the flooring stopped smelling like damp apology.
You are one sentence away from turning into a Yelp review with feelings.
Fine. Then here's my review. The polish is doing unpaid labor for the whole crime.
Don't do that.
Do what? I was being precise.
No, you were being right in that annoying way that makes me want to throw the lamp and also take notes. Oh, now you're doing the thing where you sound like you're about to peanut by your own feelings.
I prefer to think of it as delayed processing.
Amen. The explanation arrived with the stamp on it and everything.
That couch had more authority than I did, apparently.
It did. I hate that I'm respecting upholstery with a record.
You were right to clown me.
I know. That's why it was fun.
Cruel but fair. Very your brand.
And very yours to wait until everyone's already laughing before you decide to be honest.
I was letting the room survive first.
Sure. Next time, let the room be less precious about it.
I'm trying. Badly, but in a committed way.
That's almost sweet. Don't get used to it.
Too late.
You moved my charger 6 inches to the left like it had committed a crime.
It was in the traffic lane. I was preventing a tragedy.
Ma'am, so now you're the building inspector of my desk.
I'm saying the cable was under stress. The connector deserves better union conditions.
He's not wrong, though. The thing looked tired before I got here.
Wow. 2 people in one room, and nobody will just let my clutter be art.
Clutter can be art. This was more like a trip hazard with brandy.
See? Hostile.
I fixed it because I knew you'd pretend not to care and then get annoyed later.
That is annoyingly accurate.
There it is. The part where she stops performing and admits the cable at a point.
I hate all of you a little bit for being right in public.
You can hate me after you plug it in. I only moved it because I didn't want it snagging your laptop again.
Again? I said that like once.
And yet the laptop survived. So maybe once was enough for a policy.
Okay, let her have the dramatic 1-inch radius. We've all got one.
Fine, but if it works better now. I'm not thinking anybody where it can hear me. I hate that I can still hear my own voice doing a little customer service scene. Song after I'm annoyed.
Yeah, and the room rewards that voice. It's basically a tip jar with better lighting.
Don't make it sound elegant. Then I'll have to admit it worked.
It did work. That's the irritating part. The fake neutral version always wins one round before it starts charging rent.
You say things like that, and suddenly I'm the new person in my own life.
I know. I was doing the thing where I turn it into a diagram so I don't have to look at the proofs.
And I noticed.
You should. I'm not subtle when I'm being cowardly.
I'm not mad. Just next time, let me be weird about it first.
There. I'll stop narrating your humiliation like I'm reserving it for archives.
Good. Because if I come back in there and act cute about it again, it means I'm tired, not healed.
Then I'll take tired seriously. No proverb treatment.
Okay. That one helps more than I want it to.
Yeah, same. Don't tell anyone I said that.
Okay, I'm gonna say this plain. I'm not doing that tonight.
That was almost aggressively clear. I respect the economy.
And Nan, the room heard you too. So what are we not doing exactly?
The thing where somebody acts confused, then I become the unpaid customer service desk for their feelings.
Yeah, no. That desk is closed. We can put a chair on it if needed.
He's being weirdly supportive. I'm suspicious but impressed.
I contain multitudes. Mostly receipts and resentment.
See? That one I trust. The other one, I don't know her.
There. If anybody needs me, I'm available for useful tasks and shallow compliments only.
That's a narrower menu than it sounds like.
It's a luxury menu. People survive on less.
Y'all both sound tired in a way that makes me want to hand out snacks and boundaries.
Honestly, ideal hospitality.
Again, with the boundaries near the snacks so nobody gets lost.
Your boundary snack arrangement was unfortunately efficient.
Ugh, I hate when I'm right in a tasteful way.
He left like he had been politely escorted out by a spreadsheet.
And we were all acting normal about it, which is embarrassing for us.
I was normal. I was extremely normal. A model citizen of not making it weirder.
Sure, you only did the little pause with your face. Very subtle. Symbol F. 4B0 letter of E. C. C the Kyananissa.
That was not a face pause. That was me deciding not to be helpful in a way that would have become a lecture.
Aw, growth. Tragic for your brand.
I'm trying not to turn every awkward thing into a diagram.
Yeah, Same. I can do the cute version, but sometimes it comes out like armor with glitter on it.
That part I noticed.
Yeah? Well, next time I'm taking the weird rap first.
Good. I'll pretend I'm not relieved.
Bad liar. But okay. We can leave it there for now.
The room is making a little pre-fight silence again. Very civic, very free market.
Wow, okay, the acoustics are threatening me personally. Cute, rude, iconic.
I'm just saying, if the thing is still broken, calling it a vibe is how it becomes my problem.
It's doing that storage thing where everybody pretends not to see the full disk until it starts screaming.
Yes, exactly. The disc is screaming and we are all standing around like interesting art piece.
I can put a sticker on it. That fixes like emotionally 12% of disasters.
12% is generous, but I respect the hustle.
I can still lend the spare space, but I'm not doing the heroic version this time. The hero version is how people get weird with me later.
There. We can do the non-heroic version. Minimal drama. Maximum survival. A deeply unsexy architecture.
Devastating. Anyway, yes, I'm hearing the mess. I just wanted it to stop being my face for 1 second.
Then let it stop being your face. I can cover the boring part while you all do the cute panic elsewhere.
That is the nicest threat I've heard all week.
I know, right? Renee's about that I will save your life and invoice your soul energy.
Perfect. Now, everybody breathe and send me the least embarrassing version of the problem.
Renee laughed like a tax audit with big cheekbones. I hate that I respected it.
She really did, which is offensive, because now I want her approval, and I don't even like being perceived.
You liked it when she said the boring part was covered. Don't lie to me with that customer service voice.
I was not using customer service voice. I was using an fine please do not ask follow-up questions voice. Very different product.
Tipped jaw with better lighting.
Wow. Okay. That one was rude enough to be art. I'm offended on principle and also a little impressed.
Good. Be offended. It keeps me from saying the part where she was right about the room.
Yeah, don't say it yet. I'm still pretending I didn't hear the exact correct thing.
Okay, though if the landlord says the wall is basically fine, that means the wall is auditioning for collapse later. We should.
You are doing the thing where you sprint into the conclusion before the room is shoes on.
Before anyone solves collapse, can someone tell me if the radiator is supposed to sound like a subway brake?
That is actually a useful question. If it's a subway break, we leave. If it's just old pipes, we still leave, but with paperwork.
Wow, very comforting. I packed a tote bag for the apocalypse.
I like a plan with exits, but I need one sentence, not a lecture and a minor thesis on masonry.
Fine. Short version. We document the damage, send one email, and do not let the building win by being dramatic.
See? You can be normal when bullied gently.
Gently is doing a lot of work there.
Good. Now who's actually sending the email? Because I know 3 people who will reply to a spreadsheet before they reply to me.
I can do it, but if he starts diagramming the tone of the email, I'm taking the laptop away.
Unfair. I was only going to make the subject line less embarrassing.
He really does make every sentence sound like it needs a footnote.
That is because he believes precision is a kindness. It is not. It is just a hobby with better posture.
Wow. Mean. Accurate. Annoyingly elegant.
I can be more annoying if you want. I can also be less helpful, but I charge extra emotionally.
You do not charge extra emotionally. You invoice in vibes and then act innocent.
I resent how close that is.
He had that little look like he was about to turn my sentence into a theorem again.
I did not. I was only considering whether the wording made you sound more guilty than you were.
See? That is why I want to take the laptop away from you and also maybe from him.
There. But to be precise, I would have accepted the laptop being taken away if it reduced the damage by even 12%.
12% is such a U number.
I know.
I liked that he understood the joke and still made it worse.
I like that you wanted to snatch the computer before anyone could make me sincere.
Too late. I heard that.
Miles, Bernex, didn't know you two were already in the same orbit tonight.
Orbit is generous. I mostly get dragged into rooms by the lighting budget.
That's a very Chicago sentence.
It is, and it's rude to the rest of us with apartments.
Hey, I'm just saying the room looks expensive enough to forgive a lot.
That depends what it's forgiving. Sorry, I was talking about the projector glitch, and then I heard myself and thought, wow, that sounded incriminating.
No, keep going. I want to know which part of the sentence was the crime.
See, this is why I like creative people. Everyone pretends the bad part is just a feature, until somebody names it.
He laughed at the wrong part.
Yeah, now the room knows.
Yeah, that was the part that bit.
Amen. The room definitely heard the teeth.
He did the thing where he laughs like he's stepping over a crat and then just plants it there.
Classic. Very subtle. Absolutely not weird.
I almost corrected him. Then I remembered corrections are just applause with a clipboard.
That is such an annoying good line. Don't do that to me.
Sorry, I only brought half a knife.
Too late, I already saw the blade, and the customer service smile on it.
Yen.
We don't have to keep him in the center of the frame.
No, but I think I still heard myself trying to make it neat.
I know. Gross. Come back with less neat next time.
I can try. No promises. Just your diagrams.
Good. I want the messy version before somebody else edits it for us. Okay, wait, so if we do the entrance like a fake customer service smile but with cursed lighting, then the whole room reads us as expensive before we even get inside.
You're sprinting in verbal heels. What are we actually entering? A party, a meeting, or a place with a cope check and emotional consequences.
Rude, but fair. Party decent. The practical question is, and you stand still long enough to be perceived as mysterious, or do I need to assign you a posture?
I can assign him a posture. Sit down and let the room do the work for once, baby.
See? Immediate governance. I respect it. Also, if there's a coat check, I'm already emotionally prepared to lose one scarf and one sense of dignity.
Great, then you dress for the theme.
And if anybody asks why we look like that, we say it's intentional and keep moving.
She made the room behave like it had a supervisor, and I hate that I noticed.
You noticed because you were already being supervised. Different hobby.
By who exactly? The couch? The coat checked? Brand's posture assignment service?
All of the above. You were doing the thing where you act casual like it isn't a shield.
I was being normal, or as close as I get without a permit.
Normal with the handler. Very elegant. Very humiliating.
You say humiliating like you weren't enjoying the attention for exactly 3 seconds.
I enjoyed the part where nobody got to pretend they weren't cloth. That's different.
That is annoyingly fair.
I know. It's my worst habit.
And mine is letting someone steer the room if they do it cleanly enough.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't like it. I also didn't stop it, which is rude of me.
Next time, interrupt me earlier.
Only if you stop making being protected look like a joke you wrote for yourself. Okay, tiny correction. If I say I'm fine, it means I'm functioning, not spiritually fine.
Useful distinction. Functioning is already a hostile miracle.
That is going on a shirt, and I will not be taking feedback.
You would, in a font that looks legally annoying.
He'd sell it as a system experiment and call it a day.
It is a systems experiment. The system is capitalism, and the result is a shirt.
And anyway, I was not being mysterious. I was being tired in a cute coat.
Right. I misread the code. Noted.
Good. You can keep your diagram hands to yourself for 5 minutes.
5 minutes is generous. I accept under protest.
This is the nicest argument I've heard all week.
We're trying to be normal now, like, don't make it weird.
Too late. I already respect all of you as people with consequences.
That's almost affectionate in your dialect.
Almost is fine. Put it in the jar with the better lighting. I hate that he was right on purpose.
That's the worst kind. Very efficient. Deeply annoying.
And then you did the little proverb voice. Like the universe had a footnote.
I was celebrating the wrong thing and trying to make it sound like wisdom.
Yeah, that. He cheers the scam and then acts like the scam is community theater.
I know. I heard myself doing it and still kept going.
You always do that thing where you turn being irritated into a cleaner sentence.
You turn it into a cheat sentence, and somehow that hurts more.
Fine. Next time I'm not laughing first.
Okay, I need to say it. That jacket is still aggressively a 2019 mistake.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
It's not a mistake if it survives 3 years of bad taste.
That is exactly what people say right before I post the photo.
You would. You live for evidence.
I live for everyone pretending they didn't have a phase.
Some of us had several. It's a diversified portfolio.
Wow, look at you being financially literate about humiliation.
I'm trying to keep the damage in a spreadsheet.
That actually sounds like your love language and your coping mechanism.
Unfortunately, yes.
So what's the move tonight? Pretend we're normal, we're commit to the bit.
Commit to the bit. I'm already tired.
Good. Tired gets first refusal on dignity. That was a lot of confidence for one sentence.
Yeah, well, he was wearing sunglasses.
And ma'am, I respect the sunglasses. I distrust the follow-through.
You say that like you weren't also doing the little diagram thing in your head.
I was, briefly. Then I got bored and offended on principle.
Good. I don't need a lecture tonight. I need the version where you let me be annoying first.
There. I can do annoying. I can even do silent annoying.
Perfect. Then don't rescue again. If you keep calling it a safety need, I'm going to start charging it rent.
That's fair. The room has been freeloading on tension all evening.
I just want to know who brought the tray of cookies, because those are either excellent or a trap.
Both can be true. That's how Chicago keeps you humble.
See, Jane all gets it. You say one practical thing and suddenly everybody acts like you started a union.
I'm not acting. I'm just noticing the wording is doing unpaid labor for the whole room.
There it is. The sentence you pretend is not a sentence.
I said I was being accurate. Rhythm is a separate issue.
You two are always one syllable away from a debate club and somehow still sound like you're flirting with a spread. Gee.
That is such a rude thing to say in my living room.
She means yes, probably. Don't make her say it cleanly.
I wasn't going to. I have some restraint.
And man, keep telling yourself that. It's cute when you're wrong.
I was doing a bit. A very fast, deeply stupid bit.
You were doing a speedrun of being annoying, yes?
And you were winning, which is the part I resent.
Good. Resentment means you heard me.
I heard you. I just hate that the room was right too.
The room is always right when you start auditioning for it.
Yeah, I know. I made it worse by being charming about it.
You made it worse by sounding proud of your own footnote.
Was I that obvious?
A little. Don't worry. I'm not done being mean about it later.
You two are doing that thing again where the room gets smaller and no one says why.
Rude. We are being normal and extremely professional about it.
That sentence is already a confession.
Wow. Betrayed by a man with a DJ name in a diagram brain.
I didn't stop diagramming if you stop making the customer service voice when you're mad.
Oh, so we are talking about the bruise now. Great. Love that for us.
I am not rescuing either of you from this. If it becomes a metaphor, I leave.
There. No proverb treatment.
He says that like it isn't weirdly sweet.
Both made it sound visible.
Too late. It was visible from the hallway.
I shouldn't have said it like a caption.
Yeah, it landed like a label with good typography.
You were right to hate that.
I didn't hate it. I hated that you were accurate on purpose.
That's fair. I do that when I'm trying not to say the softer thing.
And I do the bright voice thing when I'm already mad.
I noticed.
I know. That's the annoying part. If you say it's fine one more time, I'm going to assume you're either lying or becoming the grant application.
That's cruel. I'd only become a grant application under duress.
That's still a yes, by the way. Chicago, yes. Not a spiritual yes.
Great, so we're all emotionally bilingual, and nobody's translating for free.
I can stop translating if you want. I'm just standing here looking useful by accident.
No, stay. Just don't do the soft customer service thing when you're annoyed at me.
Noted. I'll do the harder version where I sound like a person.
That's the one. Less mascot, more human being.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
He has a labor podcast voice for when things get tense. It's almost annoying how well it works.
because maps and complaints are my two native languages.
He really did say it like a compliment and a subpoena.
And ma'am. And then I stood there doing my little thank you voice like it was going to save me.
It made it worse somehow. Respectfully.
Yeah, I know. I heard myself and wanted to exit my own mouth.
For what it's worth, the weird part was not the awkwardness. It was that it landed.
Don't say it like that. Now I'm going to think about it for 3 business days.
Good. I'll be over here pretending I didn't notice I got weirdly quiet.
That's fine. I'm not thanking you for that either.
Okay, before anyone says anything noble, the power strip is fixed, the ant is not haunted, and I did not personally negotiate with the building.
That is an extremely reassuring sentence to hear in a room full of cables.
Wow, a miracle. Should we clap for the extension cord too?
You can if you want, but if you thank me, I will become annoying about it.
Too late. I was about to thank you, in a very specific and emotionally manageable way.
That sounds suspiciously like the opening to a disaster.
No, I have a clean version. Mara, thanks for saving the set. It was.
Stop. If you say saving the set, I had to pretend I'm cool about it, and I'm not.
Right. Sorry. Thanks for doing the thing. The practical thing. The thing with current.
That's worse. That's somehow more like you're thanking a municipal worker in a dream.
Yeah, now I feel like I should hand you a receipt and a little plastic bag.
I tried to be casual and ended up sounding like I was filing a report.
You did. And now she can't accept it without becoming a character in your spreadsheet.
Fine. You're welcome. And next time, just say good work like a normal freak.
Noted. I will practice gratitude with less structural damage. I should stop being impressed by how fast you can weaponize a tone.
It is not weaponized. It is customer support with feelings.
That is a terrifyingly elegant correction.
Don't compliment me like you're trying to file it somewhere safe.
Too late. I already made a folder called Not a Bruise.
Wow, you really do have diagram brain.
And you really do hear the thing I wasn't saying.
Unfortunately for both of us, yes.
I was going to make a joke about penguins and then decided that would be cowardly.
No, do it. Be cowardly on purpose. It is your brand.
My brand is apparently almost honest, and evasive with rhythm.
Mine is annoying when I care, so we are both thriving.
Yen, thriving, and definitely not thinking about what he almost said.
Good, because I am also definitely not.
Okay, if we're doing this, we're doing this. No soft launch.
No soft lunch. That's already a better poster line than half the flyers tonight.
Thank you. I contain branding. Unfortunately.
Pentane is generous. You are historically a hazard.
Rude. Accurate. Rude again.
Rude and accurate, yeah, that's the good stuff.
It is. It really is. Like if everybody's pretending not to hear the room, and who's hearing it?
The room is loud tonight.
Loud, yes. Also emotionally fluorescent.
Emotional fluorescent, I like that. I'm stealing it.
Steal it with purpose. Steal it with a little guilt.
That's your whole business model.
My whole business model is survival with a cute font.
Cute font, serious invoice.
Serious invoice, serious invoice, serious invoice.
That repetition is either a chant or a warning.
Both. Obviously both.
Then say it like you mean it.
I think I just got diagnosed by committee.
And somehow the diagnosis was still cheaper than the invoice.
I did not say anything dramatic.
You said it like a proverb, which is worse. Proverb is just drama with better posture.
I was being efficient. There's a difference.
Sure. Officially obvious, maybe.
Anyway, I wasn't talking about you.
I know. That's the part that was loud.
I hate when you notice things correctly.
Okay, hi. This is either a casual room or a trap, and I'm choosing casual for now.
Healthy instinct. Hi.
You two always enter like the Wi-Fi might have opinions.
The Wi-Fi does have opinions. It just expresses them through render noise and betrayal.
That is so rude to my whole livelihood, Miguel.
I'm defending your livelihood. I'm saying it has a soundtrack.
Soundtrack is generous. More like a cough in a hole with ambition.
Wow, diagram brain is already awake.
Only enough to be annoying, not enough to be useful.
That's everybody here, honestly.
Fair. So, name said room tested, no one cried. We can move on.
Good. If we start a full interview, I'm leading and taking the cambia with me.
Threats like that are why this group functions.
Don't get sentimental. It'll ruin the vibe and make me the feelings with customer support energy.
That was meaner than necessary.
Accurate though.
You always make it sound like I started it.
You did start it. I just improved the packaging.
And that is exactly the sentence I expect from someone who would deny hearing a dare, and then do it anyway.
I did not deny it. I have heard it. There is a difference, and I am exploiting it.
Conveniently, yes.
You love convenient when it means you already built the workaround.
It's fine. I had a workaround before you finished the sentence.
That is such a you thing to say after acting like you were offended.
I was mildly offended. There's a scale. You keep trying to make it dramatic.
And you keep pretending you don't like being kept up with.
Careful. That's almost flattering.
I never heard that.
I'm just saying, if the landlord texts you at 703, that is not a person. That's a weather event.
A weather event with a donor newsletter attached, yes.
Great, so he's a storm and a subscription. Love that for us.
The worst kind of civic infrastructure.
Thank you. Finally, someone speaks Chicago.
I do speak Chicago. I just speak it with receipts.
That sounds like something people say right before they become the problem.
I'm already a problem. I just keep better calendars than most of you.
That's what I hate most. Competence with a grin.
He's not wrong, though. Also, Vernix for doing the thing where you look like you're about to start a very expensive sentence.
I was going to say the wording he's doing unpaid labor for the whole crime, but I arrived late enough that it's probably already a joke.
Oh, it is. We've already made it worse.
Too late, it's a sticker now.
Excellent. Put it on the landlord's forehead and send me the draft.
The sticker was a little much. I mean that in the way a surgeon means a better knife.
You say that like you weren't emotionally moved by the adhesive.
I was moved by the grammar. The object itself was aggressively correct.
Ma'am, there it is. Your little diagram brain getting horny for a sentence.
That's not a helpful accusation.
It wasn't meant to help. It was meant to land.
It did, annoyingly.
Good. Also, for the record, I noticed you did the thing where you make everyone else sound less mean by editing the sharp part off your own face.
I know.
Yeah, that's the problem. You know exactly where the bruise is, and you keep handing people cleaner names for it.
Okay, oh, listen, if the monitor feedback is that pin whistle, we are already in a moral emergency.
You say that like the whistle filed a complaint.
It did. In C#. Very organized guilt.
Thank you. Exactly. That sound is not neutral. It wants a meeting.
Why are both of you acting like the speaker is a landlord?
Because it's taking red from the room and giving us tinnitus.
See? That's the correct energy. We kill the buzz, we save the whole vibe.
The vibe is not a hostage situation, Kenji.
Not yet. Give it one more wrong cable, and it becomes one.
Fine. Hand me the die box before you both turn this into a symposium.
That was almost tender.
Don't get excited. I'm just being practical. He really did leave us with the cable like a moral lesson.
Yen. Very generous of him. I love being corrected by inanimate objects.
It had strong opinions. Most of the room did.
You say that like you were the one making it sound philosophical.
I was trying to be useful. Unfortunately, I had a face for parables.
And I have a face for pretending that I'm not annoyed when that works.
You were annoyed.
A little. He said the exact thing back like he found it in a fortune cookie.
Bad is a crime of tone, not content.
You would defend a bad sentence if it had good timing.
Only if the timing is doing most of the labor.
Gross. Accurate, though.
So we're calling it a win, and moving on before I start repeating him too.
Yeah. Do not become a proverb about this.
Okay, I found the thing. It is, unfortunately, the exact thing we need.
That sentence has the energy of a warning label and a confession. What is it?
Horrible speaker. Not fancy. Just loud enough to offend the neighbors and improve morale.
So a civic instrument. Love that for us. Is it yours or are we entering a morally gray loan situation?
Loan. But I can say that because I am already emotionally prepared to be blamed later.
That is a very efficient way to live. I respect it and resent that I recognize it.
See, he's grateful. He just has to make it sound like an audit.
I do not make everything sound like an audit.
You absolutely do, but in a charming way so it survives.
Great. Then plug it in for the living room becomes a silent museum of bad decisions. He really said audit like that was flattering.
It was not flattering. It was an accounting error with confidence.
Damn, you love when people make your annoyance sound professional.
I love when people stop calling me useful like it's a personality trait.
Yeah, fair.
You were doing the thing where you smile first so nobody can tell you got hit.
I was doing that thing where I was being normal and cute under pressure. Very advanced technique.
Terrifyingly elegant, yes.
Don't quote me back at me. That's rude.
Rude. Accurate. Rude again?
Unfortunately, yes.
He left like he expected us to keep translating him after he was gone.
And you did that tiny freeze where you looked like you remembered too much.
I was fine.
Sure. Plugged in emotionally.
No, say it again. Say the part where it sounds like a budget report with bad intentions.
An accounting error with confidence. There. Happy?
Delighted. Deeply disturbed, but delighted.
You two always do this? Starve with one line, and then suddenly it's a whole ritual.
It's not a ritual. It's calibration.
Calibration, yes. Repeating the exact phrase until it confesses.
Sounds like the beginning of a chant.
A cute chant.
I mean little chant.
A useful chant.
Oh my god, don't make it practical.
Too late. Useful is how they get you. I regret the chant. For the record.
Too late, it already had legs. I heard it in my head and hated myself for laughing.
That was the problem. The laugh was first.
Yeah, because you said useful like it was a diagnosis and not a threat.
It was an accounting error with confidence. I stand by the wording.
No, you don't. You do that tiny freeze when you know you started something stupid.
I know. I just didn't think it would spread that fast.
Everything spreads faster when it sounds mean and useful. Annoying. Very on brand for us.
Great. Love that for us.
If that render starts up again, I'm filing a complaint like it lives upstairs and pays no rent.
It does sound like somebody dragging a chair across concrete on purpose.
That's not the fan. The fan is innocent. You're hearing the GPU begging for mercy.
Your machine is doing a little confession. Very intimate of it.
It needs a better thermal paste. Also, whoever put this together used the cable routing of a raccoon with a deadline.
Raccoon is generous. That's a raccoon with a grand application.
So you're actually fixing it, not just insulting it.
I'm correcting the problem because I enjoy peace and because this is apparently iCardio.
You always said it like you're annoyed. Then you do the thing that makes it better.
Don't make it sentimental. It ruins the warranty.
Too late. You already aligned the bracket. That was a caring gesture in a work shirt.
I was trying to stop it from vibrating through the floor. Some of us like not becoming a neighborhood rumor.
Thank you. My upstairs. With Steph's theory, it's only funny if it stays a theory.
He used to do this with the old stereo, too. Acted like it offended him personally. Then fixed it before anybody else got home.
Wow. Domestic legend behavior. Very mysterious. Very annoying.
It was a cheap stereo. I had it coming.
Sure. And this cable tie just slipped into place out of fear.
Don't start. If I say nothing, the machine sounds guilty. If I say something, you all get like this.
Good. Say like this. It means the room is quieter.
I'm not saying the stereo was innocent. I'm saying it had a very defensive sound profile.
Wow. Jury says guilty. Soundtrack says self-defense.
That cable tie looked like it had a plan. I respect commitment, even in bad objects.
You say objects like you weren't emotionally cross-examining it 2 minutes ago.
I was being precise. There's a difference between grief and diagnostics.
Sure. You only do that tiny freeze when the room gets too accurate.
And you only get bright when you're about to make me say something I'll regret with style.
I can be merciful. I can also be annoying on purpose. It's a skill set.
Yeah, I noticed. Unfortunately.
Good. Don't get used to me being gentle about it. He said the grant was basically fine, which is always how a trap sounds.
Ma'am, that sentence has a spreadsheet smell.
I'm only saying there's flexibility if the numbers are cleaner.
Cleaner for whom?
For everyone. Ideally. I'm not trying to be difficult.
You're not trying very hard, no.
We can make the reporting tidy without pretending the care was tidy.
Yes, that. The care was already doing the work. The form is just the form.
He hates when the form starts acting like the hero.
I do. It's rude.
I'm hearing a lot of philosophy, and not a lot of revisions.
We can send revisions. Tonight if you want. Just not the version where the penguins become a branding exercise.
Please, no adorable resilience language. I will bite the PDF.
That's fair. I can help with the numbers. Quietly. No inspirational font. I regret saying anything with the word audit in it. That was my mistake.
You opened the door and the joke sprinted out wearing your shoes.
It did have confidence. Annoying confidence.
You said it like you were filing a complaint with the universe.
I was. The universe ignored me as usual.
I laughed first, which is embarrassing. I hate being the first person to make it worse.
You made it worse efficiently. Respect.
That is not comfort.
No. It is me trying not to see you were right too quickly.
There it is. The plain speech. The you had one hidden somewhere.
I keep the bad version of things, because it saved a night once.
Yeah, same. Which is why I should probably stop laughing at the part that spread.
Too late. I already did.
Okay, hi. This living room's doing a lot less than I expected.
It's trying its best, which is more than some graph language I could name.
I brought the useful object category and the snap category. It's not fancy, but it is 2 categories.
That's honestly a strong start. I respect a person who arrives with evidence.
Beth specializes in making emergencies look like errands.
And you specialize in making one sentence take 3 exits.
Fair. Cleaner for whom anyway?
See? He's already back in his natural habitat. I feel safe.
That sounds suspiciously like a setup.
Maybe. Or maybe. I just wanted to see if you'd say the thing with the rhythm again.
I'm trying very hard not to become a quote machine in front of witnesses.
Too late. You brought the whole bit with you.
Okay, cool. Then we can all pretend we're casual and weird for 5 more minutes, and then move on.
I'm going to be offended on principle for like 1 full minute, just so everyone knows I have standards.
Wow. Dramatically. I respect the commitment. Do you want a tiny medal or should I just stand here looking guilty?
Both would be too much. Pick one. I'm not a charity for your performance art.
That is such a mean thing to say to someone who has been so supportive of your code machine insecurity.
I hate that you can say that with a straight face. It makes it feel rehearsed.
It is rehearsed. I practiced in the mirror after you did the whole cleaner for a hoon thing like you were about to file a complaint against reality.
That was not a complaint. That was a public service announcement.
Sure. Anyway, you were right, which is annoyingly rude of you.
Yeah, don't make it weird. I'm already doing enough of that for both of us.
Okay, why does it feel like there are 3 invisible people standing behind me and one of them has a clipboard?
Because there are not people, policies. Same BIPO.
That is literally the city model. Everyone says support, and then there's a spreadsheet with a face.
A spreadsheet with a face is generous. Usually it just blinks at you and asks for a cleaner narrative.
So this is the part where somebody says I'm protected like that's cute.
It's not cute. It's visible. There's a difference.
Well, okay, thank you, Mr. Security Blanket. I can see the blanket. It's very loud.
For the record, the blanket is me trying not to let the room do something stupid.
I know what it is. That's kind of the problem.
Yep, if the protection is obvious, the person being protected is allowed to be annoyed. That's basic weather.
Good. Be annoyed. Just don't confuse annoyed with alone.
Too late. I already made it into a side quest.
Obviously, the main fear is always disguised as a side quest with better lighting.
Then here's the governance version. Nobody's making you small to keep you safe. We can do safety without the theater.
Fine, but if the theater comes back, I'm charging admission. I hate that I still hear his voice saying not it like it was a spud treatment.
Yeah, very relaxing. Especially when the room invents a rule, and then acts surprised it can be broken.
The rule was already a little fake. They just wanted it laminated.
And then somebody enforces it badly, immediately, like a performance note nobody asked for.
Which is almost worse than him. At least he knew he was being annoying.
No, he knew he was being followed by a form, different disease.
You did the thing where you looked calm and then cut straight through it. I noticed.
I was mostly trying not to make the tiny freeze obvious.
Too late, but like in a useful way.
Great. I can be useful and visibly haunted. Multitasking.
And ma'am, we can leave the haunted part in the group chat for now.
Okay, I need both of you to answer the actual question, and not the one you wish existed.
That depends. Is the actual question morally satisfying?
No. It is, however, structurally annoying.
Great, so we agree. Which of you is taking the shift swap?
I can do it if the other person stops pretending they're too busy to be a person.
I'm not pretending. I am in fact too busy to be a person.
That was almost funny. Answer again in a way that helps me.
Fine. I can cover the first half, but not the part where everyone starts improvising policy.
I'll take the second half. I'm better with chaos when it has a costume on.
See? That is a real sentence. Thank you.
We are both being generous by not saying who started the policy cosplay.
You did actually, but lovingly.
I hate that I know all three of you well enough for this to be normal.
That was almost graceful, which is how I know it was suspicious.
I was being nice. Don't make me regret it.
I wouldn't. I'd only invoice the labor.
Aim, you say that like you weren't enjoying the tiny correction more.
Tiny corrections are the only kind that survive contact with a room like that.
Yeah, annoying, accurate, worst Paulo.
He did the thing where he made it sound accidental.
I noticed. I also noticed you noticed.
Unfortunately, yes.
You always look like you're about to correct the air itself.
Only when the air starts lying first.
I hated that he said it like it was help.
And then, next time I can be less polite about it.
Don't. I can only afford one thing at a time. Why are you standing like the couch owes you money?
Because it does. I'm just waiting for the interest to compound.
That is extremely Chicago of you, unfortunately.
I can translate that into something less dramatic if anyone needs it.
No lame cook. He likes acting like the room is a spread sheet with feelings.
It is. Some columns are just mislabeled on purpose.
You two are doing the thing where the conversation looks casual but has a hidden blade in it.
Wow. Observant. Annoying, but observant.
Thank you. I think that was almost a compliment.
I'd brought snacks, which is my version of conflict resolution.
Finally, someone speaking the language of the people.
Good. I was running out of ways to pretend I was not hungry.
That sounded fake, but in a considerate way.
He does that. Over helpful when he's trying not to say something real.
And you do the opposite, which is somehow less subtle. I hate that I laughed first.
You always laugh first when you are trying not to be the one who started it.
That is not a defense. That is an indictment, with better posture.
Well, somebody had to make it worse. The room was getting arrogant.
It was already bad. You just gave it a microphone and a little costume.
And you loved that part. Don't pretend you didn't.
I love the timing, which is different. Unknowingly.
That's your whole thing. Calling the bruise choreography.
You are not helping my regret.
I know. I'm hoping it spread less badly.
That's almost kind.
Don't get used to it. I still think you should have let it die.
I did let it die. It just came back with friends.
And now I'm the one pretending I didn't hear the first laugh.
Good. Then we can both be innocent in private for a while.
Hey, your card's declining, and I'm not doing the dramatic museum voice about it. You can split it anyway, but I need an actual payment method.
Oh, cute. My wallet chose violence in public.
Not cute. Also not rare. Lumini, use the backup card before the line starts forming opinions.
I do have a backup card. It's just currently auditioning for a tragic backstory.
There. The machine is being weird, not you. Hand it over. I'll cover the gap, and you can omit in a less humiliating format.
Wow. Rescued by a man who said it like he was filing a complaint.
He can file it after he pays. I'm putting this one through, but next time don't make me guess whether you're joking or broke.
I hate that you can tell.
Everyone can tell. The cheapest pastry in the 1,000-yard stare getting it away.
For the record, this is still a rescue, just with a little public education attached.
Fine. Thank you. Quietly, with my dignity in a bag.
Bag's free. The dignity is a separate charge.
You did the thing where you pretend you are annoyed, and then stand exactly where the problem can still find you.
And you did the thing where you call it strategy so nobody can accuse you of being nice.
Obviously, this is a terrible interface.
Amen. But your terrible interface did work.
It was a rescue. with a little public education attached.
I hate that I need the attachment.
You hate it because it was visible.
I hate it because you were right in front of everyone about it.
That is unfortunately my brand.
Your brand is being smug at the exact volume that keeps people from panicking.
And yours is acting like you do not care until your hands already did the caring.
Yeah, well, someone had to make the bag free.
I noticed.
Of course you did. That was the problem.
Okay, if we are pretending this is casual, the spread. She still needs names on it.
That's not pretending. That's just the part where the room lies politely.
Wow, rude. Accurate, but rude.
Accurate is doing a lot of labor tonight.
Thank you, editor voice. I knew someone would respect the labor eventually.
I respect labor. I just resent when it has a font requirement.
That actually hurt.
No, I meant the font. Font hurt. Obviously. I would never attack your whole personality in public.
Public is exactly where the font should behave, though.
And yet it keeps showing up like it owns the lease.
Speaking of leases, if anyone changes the set order again, I want that in writing before I become the villain.
You are never the villain. You are at worst aggressively hospitable.
That's my brand. Thank you for noticing.
On switching the next track, this one is smiling too hard at the room.
Good. The room has been acting like it deserves a slower edit than it earned.
Finally! Something we can all agree on. So, that was definitely a choice.
The room keeps trying to become a committee.
And somehow still acting surprised when it gets edited.
Yeah, it had a very strong opinion about being seen for free.
I hate when people say things like they are helping, and it turns out they are just arranging the furniture around your face.
That actually hurt.
I know. I heard it before you did.
Good. Saves me the dignity of pretending I was subtle.
You were never subtle. You were just polite about the knife.
Casual refusal then. For the record, no, I am not explaining that to anyone else tonight.
Cute. I was about to say the same thing, but with more glitter and worse financial planning.
That tracks. We can let them guess wrong.
Yeah, let them.
And if they come back with the same face, I'm leaving the room first this time.
Okay, tiny note. The mock-up keeps blinking like that. I'm gonna start believing it has opinions.
That is, unfortunately, a very readable interface.
It does have opinions. Bad ones. Like a lobby, full of guys who say 1 sec and vanish.
So, a standard product meeting.
No worse. The avatar renders better than the actual work, which is kind of rude to the work.
See? That's the room joke now. Congratulations, everybody. We're haunted by polish.
I did try to make it sound poetic, but the bug report kept winning.
That's because the bug report has timing.
And taste. Sadly.
I'm just saying, the render is carrying the whole presentation. The presentation should maybe buy it dinner.
That line is going to travel.
I hate that it's good.
Good. Let it spread. Maybe then the deck will feel ashamed and behave.
We should not encourage shame as a design principle.
No, but we can absolutely use embarrassment as the way.
There it is. Room joke canonized.
I'm going to pretend I meant this outcome all along.
Classic D bug posture.
Okay. Next problem. The thing still blinks like it knows something. I hate that I understood the blinky thing faster than the human thing.
That is because the human thing was doing interpretive dance with a smoke machine.
Daniel really said I meant this outcome all along, like the universe was his group project.
He was visibly lying, not even elegantly.
And you let him keep the lie. That was the generous version.
I did the wrong rescue. I know.
Yeah, me too. I made it cute on purpose and it still looked like a siren.
Next time, maybe we do not hand the situation a soundtrack and call it support. Okay, great. So the room has decided to do the thing where everyone pretends they are not listening.
I am not pretending. I am being politely nosy. Different craft.
That is still listening, unfortunately. We should be honest about the labor.
I thought this was about snacks. I came in on the snack premise.
It can be about snacks. Snacks are the only stable institution left.
Damn. And yet you are doing the voice that means you are absolutely not talking about snacks.
I'm talking about snacks in the same way a film editor talks about continuity, very seriously, with fear.
That sounded like a confession you tried to subtitle.
He is trying to make it technical because he thinks technical means safe.
That is an extremely rude and accurate sentence.
No, wait. It is visible. There is a difference.
Thanks, Professor Obvious. I was hoping to keep the visible part private.
Oh, so that was for one person, and now it is for all of us. Great timing, everyone.
I did not mean, I noticed. That is not the same as announcing it.
And now we are in the bad part, where everybody thinks they're helping by naming the thing.
I can fix this. I will make it normal. Dumplings and a topic change.
No, do not rescue it. That is worse. That is how you end up with a group chat and a pity plate.
Okay, fair. Wrong rescue. I was trying to be useful, not dramatic.
Too late. The room has already become emotionally subtitled. I was joking. The smoke machine was for the metaphor, not the indictment.
Tiny correction. You said it like a verdict, so it landed like one.
Great. My face is doing that thing where it admits guilt before I do.
It was kind of funny, though. Unfortunately, I hate when your jokes are accurate.
That is not helping my dignity.
No, but it is helping mine. I got to be right and still look polite about it.
You were polite, annoyingly so.
I know. I was trying not to make it a whole rescue operation again.
Thank you for not rescuing me from my own sentence.
Anytime. I can be meaner if you need it, but apparently only on purpose.
Let's not test that in front of people. I still have to show my face.
Too late. Your face already filed a complaint. Okay, before anyone acts noble, I need to say the carpet in here looks like it lost a fight with a printer.
That's generous. It looks like a failed apology.
I have seen worse. Not often, but enough to know when the room is trying to become a forum thread.
Please do not turn this into a forum thread. I am too tired to be moderated by strangers.
Too late. I already drafted a post title. Group attempts support. Accidentally invents weather.
That's how it starts. Then somebody replies with source, and suddenly we're all emotionally audited.
Why is everyone here like this? I asked for help, not a little disaster parade.
Fair. I can help in the boring way. Who needs what specifically, and what is the least humiliating version of it?
I can be useful too. I brought snacks and one opinion that may or may not be correct.
Great. A snack, a verdict, and a man with a deleted message aura. This is a lot of energy for one room.
I can also fix the room tone, emotionally and acoustically, mostly acoustically.
C. S. Hell. Not glamorous, but it won't lie to you.
Okay, fine. The actual problem is I need to finish this thing, and every time I touch it, it gets cuter and worse.
Bad sign. We should stop making it adorable and start making it legible.
I can stand by the door and discourage nonsense. I am very good at looking like I remember the whole thread.
That is horrifyingly specific. Yes, do that.
Good. Crowd control snacks, and one honest at it. It is almost a functioning society. I'm going to say this once. The room got quieter and nobody had to make it a funeral.
That is an aggressively calm way to describe everyone suddenly developing manners.
Manners, yes. Also one person doing the slow fade like a film with the wrong export settings.
I noticed the fade. I just did not want to be the idiot who names it first.
Reasonable. Naming things first is how you end up holding the whole awkward object.
You say it like you have never been the one holding it.
I have. I resent the assignment, and then also the accuracy of it.
So, next time I can just say, hey, you got quieter, and not make a whole performance out of it?
Yes. Simple. Almost suspiciously so.
Good, because I can do simple. I just keep decorating it until it looks like a dare.
That part I already knew. I'm still deciding whether I'm annoyed or relieved.
Okay, dare time. Logi, tell me the one thing in this city people keep selling is authentic that is actually just expensive fog.
That's not a dare. That's market research with a cute hat on.
He can refuse, or answer halfway. Those are the only honorable options.
Fine. Halfway. Nostalgia sells better than accuracy, and I feel bad about it every time someone makes it a theme.
Wow, that was annoyingly real. I was hoping for a more villainous answer.
He is being villainous, just with receipts.
And you two are pretending you didn't come here to make me say something embarrassing.
I never heard that. I am a respectful professional who definitely did not set a trap.
She says while openly holding the trap door open.
Okay, my turn. They're back. Lumini, stop talking around the thing and ask him the actual question.
What actual question?
The one she's pretending not to know she already asked with her face.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I need to say this plainly. I was not being mysterious. I was being annoyed.
Wow. A bold public service announcement from the Department of Actually.
Thank you. Yes, I deserve that. Also, for the record, I did think she was joking at first.
No, she was doing that thing where she means it but wraps it in glitter, so everyone else can pretend it is a bit.
Right. And then I took the glitter wrapper as evidence the content was harmless, which is apparently how I end up wrong in public.
You are not wrong in public. You are just aggressively legible when you are trying not to be.
That is an insult with good posture.
It was meant lovingly. I can be more obvious if you want. I can say, yes, I noticed, and yes, it mattered.
That would have been worse, actually.
Of course it would. You collect directness like it's evidence in a case against you.
Because it usually is.
Fine. Then I will be less kind about it later, so you can survive the truth in stages.
That is not comforting.
No, but it is honest, which, knowingly, was the problem in the first place.
Okay, cool. The export is fine, and the blinking is probably a browser thing, so nobody has to make it existential.
That was the most suspiciously calm sentence I've ever heard in a room with a blinking thing.
It is not existential. It is just aggressively timed, like a little metronome with a vendetta.
I'm in him, and your face is doing the thing where you'd say aggressively timed when you mean, I am trying not to look at the actual problem.
I'm looking at the actual problem. The problem is the problem. Very visible. Extremely not personal.
Sure. And my avatar renders better than my actual work because of what atmosphere?
Wait, no. That one is true, though. Your avatar does have better lighting, which is rude to all of us.
See? Practical critique. Healthy. We can all be normal about the render and the blinking, and
the fact that you were about to say the thing like it wasn't already sitting in the room with us.
I was not about to say anything. I am famously a man of disciplined omissions.
That is such a bad lie, I almost respect it.
You know what, no? If we're doing embarrassment as co-way, let's just lob it. Something here is tender and everybody is pretending it's the projector.
Fine. The projector is innocent. The room is the one being dramatic. Well, that was almost civil, which is how I know something expensive happened.
Don't say it like that. Now I can hear the emotional carpentry.
The room tone was better when nobody was trying to win an Oscar with their face.
I was not trying to win. I was trying to not look like I cared, which is different and somehow worse.
Classic failure mode.
You did the thing where you make help sound like a critique so I can accept it without exploding.
And you did the thing where you made it cute before it could embarrass you.
I hate that you're right. It's extremely inconvenient.
We can leave it inconvenient. That's honestly more honest.
Fine, but next time, if I start making a tiny costume out of the problem, just tell me to stop being a little freak about it.
Why is he standing like that? Did he steal something, or is he just built weird?
He's doing the full guilty, minimalist posture, and visible solna.
Oh my god, he has the face of a man waiting for a jury that is just us.
He keeps looking at the door like it owes him money.
That's not a look. That's a confession with no subtitles.
No, I know that face. That is the face of someone who accidentally sent a text to the wrong group chat, and now thinks capitalism is coming for him.
Did you send a text?
He absolutely sent a text.
I did not send a text. I mean, I sent one text. It was normal. It was a normal text.
Normal texts do not make people stand like they're waiting for sentencing.
What was in the text, Lumini?
Nothing illegal. Just slightly embarrassing, which is spiritually a felony.
Show me the text before I start building the case.
I hate that I can hear the text just from the face you were making.
That is rude. Accurate, but rude.
He says slightly embarrassing, like it was a weather report.
I was trying to be brave and cute at the same time. It is a fragile ecosystem.
The ecosystem lost a bird and gained a witness.
Stop making it sound judicial.
I'm not. I'm being kind. Badly.
You do that thing where you pretend not to care, and then you care in a way that is somehow sharper.
And you do that thing where you call it nothing illegal and expect that to help.
It did help. Slightly. I just didn't want him to have the whole shape of it.
Yeah, that part I get.
I know you do. Annoying me.
We should probably not let us build a case out of vibes again.
Too late. I can feel the gavel from here.
You got quieter. Everything okay?
Yeah, just thinking with less noise.
That is a suspicious sentence from you.
I contain multitudes. One of them is a bad mood with good posture.
Ma'am, you want water tea, or the option where nobody makes you talk yet?
The third one sounds expensive. I can probably afford tea.
Wow. He is doing the tiny voice. Everyone stay calm.
I am not tiny. I am selectively audible.
Selective is fine. I can work with selective.
Okay, but if you disappear into your head, I am blaming the room.
There. The room has been acting up. You were right about the room. It was doing the thing where it pretends to be harmless.
I know. I also know you heard me say it, and immediately decided to become a weather report.
A very accurate weather report. Briefly humiliating but accurate.
That is your brand. Precision with a little self-inflicted suffering on the side.
And yours is acting like you meant the joke when you were actually checking if I was okay.
I didn't mean both. Annoying. I know.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You can be annoyed later. Right now I am choosing to count that as a win and not ask for a medal.
I'm saying the donation people are about to arrive with their little sad eyes and their big opinions.
Then they can keep the eyes. Opinions are extra.
I can be decorative and unhelpful if that helps the ecosystem.
That's your strongest move, honestly. Very brand consistent.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
He said it kindly. For him.
I need everyone to remember, if they ask where their money went, the answer is not vibes.
Counterpoint. Some of it absolutely went to vibes.
And some of it went to keeping actual animals alive, which is the part I'll be mentioning.
Okay, yes, but if anyone starts acting brave around the penguins, I'm going to become a problem.
Good. I like when the problem has a clipboard.
We're all pretending this is networking and not a hostage situation with snacks.
That is the most comforting thing you've said all week, which is annoying.
Please save the emotional damage for after close.
Too late. They're already walking in like they own a reef.
Selective attention only, then. I can work with selective.
Yeah, selective is fine.
Water tea. Or the version where nobody makes you talk yet.
And maybe the version where I get to look busy forever.
Selective attention, apparently, was the whole program.
And the blinking was definitely the villain, not the room trying to tell on everybody.
I said it was the actual problem, which is different from saying it was the only problem.
That is such a correction. Tiny, but somehow it changes the whole crime scene.
It was not a crime scene.
Right. Sorry. The almost grind scene with bad timing and worse pretending.
You made it sound like I was dodging something.
I mean, you were. A little. Politely. In a very expensive way.
That is not a category I enjoy being in.
Yeah, but well, I noticed anyway.
Good. I think I preferred that to the projector version.
Careful. If you keep saying the actual thing, I might stop helping you hide it.
Okay, the room is doing that thing where everyone is helping and somehow nothing is getting done.
That's called collaboration. In Chicago, we charge extra for it.
Love that. Corporate despair, but make it local.
We are one spreadsheet away from a hostage situation.
I can make a spreadsheet, but I refuse to make eye contact with it.
I brought a song idea, not because it helps, because it makes the helping feel expensive.
That is so you. Nostalgia with a receipt attached.
That's harsh. Accurate, but harsh.
You say that like accuracy is a surprise attack.
No, I say it like I'd seen the attack map and I still walked into the lobby.
Can we all agree the lobby is fake and the actual problem is under the couch cushion?
If there's money under the couch, I'd like to apologize to the couch first.
I'll check the couch if someone else checks the emotional subtext.
That's unfair. I was going to check the subtext very quietly, and then deny it happened.
Great, we've got a plan. Locate the hidden thing, fail gracefully, and blame the furniture.
You looked like you wanted to correct the air itself back there.
I did. The air was being sloppy.
And then, very heroic. Very expensive.
I'm not saying it was a crime scene.
Too late. You already made it sound like one of your documentaries where everybody lies under fluorescent lighting.
That was not a lie. That was a lighting choice with symptoms.
You always do that thing where you make it sound funny after it already hit.
Yeah, sorry. I noticed too much and then acted like I hadn't.
Why are you doing that thing again? The one where you pretend you are not editing the entire room with your face.
I am not doing a thing. My face is unionized. It has standards.
That is absolutely a thing. You have the same expression you get when someone says their game is almost done.
That is a cruel and accurate comparison. I hate this group because it keeps me fact-checked.
Then you do the little pause, then the eyebrow. Then suddenly everyone is a suspect in your little courtroom.
Little? Please. If I am running a courtroom, it is at least medium-sized. Better lighting. Where's snacks?
No, see, this is exactly the habit. You joke first so nobody notices you are being weirdly intense.
I am not weirdly intense. I am professionally calibrated.
That is the funniest denial you have ever offered. It is almost elegant.
Thank you. Finally, respect for my craft.
He says while absolutely doing the face again.
Fine. Maybe the face is happening, but only because the situation deserves it.
There it is. Repeated habit spotted. We got him.
You did not get me. You merely observed me in my natural habitat. I hate that she was right before she was loud about it.
And then, that is the annoying part. The noticing was clean. The announcing was the problem.
She does that thing where she steps around the bruise and still somehow touches it exactly.
Yet, well, you do the opposite. You point at the bruise like it's evidence.
Because it is evidence.
Of course you would say that like a person defending a spreadsheet.
And she would say it like a joke with teeth, which is worse somehow.
Worse because it lands. She saw the pattern first. That's the inconvenient part.
I know. I just don't enjoy being correctly perceived in public.
And don't make it public next time.
That sounds like advice and a threat.
It's both. Are you going to keep pretending you didn't like the rescue attempt?
I liked the part where it was almost subtle.
Liar. You like when people notice before you hand them the whole map.
Maybe. Don't make me say that again. Your cable is doing the thing where it pretends to be a philosophy. I can swap it.
Wow, a rescue mission with a dongle. Very romantic.
If the problem is the cable, I have a spare in my bag. If the problem is the schedule, I have less useful opinions.
We can start with the cable and see who becomes less mysterious.
Careful, that sounds like you're trying to diagnose the room.
Only the parts that are blinking at me.
That's fair. The blinking usually wants attention before it wants a solution.
And if I say the solution is making it less embarrassing, you'll pretend that's technical.
It is technical. Embarrassment has latency.
I can route power away from the bad outlet, or we can just move the whole setup 2 feet left and call it design.
2 feet left sounds like a lifestyle change, but okay.
I'll take the lifestyle change. Last drawn fewer ghosts in the signal.
You say it like you aren't the one who keeps a whole archive of haunted files.
I maintain archives. Haunting is just unindexed metadata.
Great. Then we index the metadata, move the table, and nobody has to make a speech.
Fine. But if this works, I'm naming the setup after something stupid and expensive.
As long as it exports clean. Well, act out louder than it needed to.
You say that like you weren't polishing the knife the whole time.
I was polishing the timing. The knife was incidental.
Incidental and very pointed.
He heard the pointed part anyway, which is annoying, because it was technically true.
You only sound pleased when you're pretending not to be me.
I'm not mean. I'm just allergic to letting people get away with a soft version.
That's the sharpest thing you said all night, and now you get to hide behind the joke.
Obviously, it's a very good joke.
Yeah, too good. Which is how I know it's doing the work you want.
I know. The copier just made a noise like it was confessing.
That's not a copier. That's a haunted printer with benefits.
As it starts asking for rent, I'm unplugging it.
Careful. That's how the building learns your name.
Well, okay, spooky landlord, content before coffee. Very on brand for Chicago.
Coffee's gone. This is just a personality now.
Good. I was worried we'd be forced into sincerity.
Don't worry, you'd survive. Barely, but in a stylish way.
That's the nicest thread I've gotten all week. I think I was one sentence away from becoming a cautionary tale.
You were already narrating like one. Very controlled. Almost elegant.
That's the problem. If it sounds elegant, people assume I meant it nicely.
Did you?
No, I meant it accurately, which is worse in a different font.
Man, I hate that I understand that distinction.
You did try to sand the edges off it.
Someone had to. You were polishing the knife the whole time. If anyone says the VIDE is off, I'm billing them.
That is fair. VIDEs have labor rates now.
Good, because the last time I said that, somebody acted like I'd filed a grant.
Honestly, if the room is going to be haunted by unpaid work, it should at least have a sign and sheet.
No sign and sheet. That's how they get you. First it's attendance and it's community.
Communities just unpaid labor with softer lighting.
See? That one. That's the room's joke now. Congratulations, you made us all worse.
I'll save it in the folder labeled things I should not repeat in public, but well,
I already repeated it in front of the install crew. They respected it, which is alarming.
Great. I have accidentally become a slogan.
Worse, a reusable one.
reusable slogans are how they get you to stay late.
And then act surprised when you ask for money.
I only ask for money in a way that sounds like I'm apologizing to the furniture.
That is extremely on brand and also irritatingly good.
There it is again. The room's joke. Everybody relax, it's now a policy issue.
No, let it live. If we kill it, we'll just get a worse one from the department.
Fair. That was a lot of room for one sentence.
You say that like you didn't enjoy the room being bulletin to honesty.
I enjoyed the part where nobody called it a strategy. That was clean.
You looked pleased and deeply inconvenienced at the same time.
That's my best angle. Terrible for portraits.
I know. I was mentally editing you the whole time.
That sounds invasive in a way I respect too much.
Wow. Compliment Ben Knife. Classic you.
It was a precise compliment. I'm allowed one before I ruin it.
You already did, which is kind of why it landed.
There.
Don't do that thing where you make it sound like I won something.
I wasn't. I was just deciding whether to keep being careful.
Okay, I just need to say this before my brain turns it into a bud report. Thanks for standing there like a person who is not going to let the room eat me.
That is a very sincere sentence, with a slightly alarming amount of tea in it.
Right. I heard it after I said it. Too late. It sounded normal in my head.
It was normal. Then you stepped on the normal and apologized to the floor.
For the record, that was almost elegant, which is usually where the trouble starts.
Oh my god, no, don't make it elegant. Then I have to live with it.
You can just say appreciated. Short words. Oh blast radius.
Appreciated. See? Easy. I can do easy. I just choose not to, apparently.
That is a suspiciously defensive sentence for someone trying to be gracious.
I'm being gracious in a very specific, economically unstable way.
That one was actually good.
No, don't reward me now. I'll get weird about it.
Too late. The weirdness has already been archived.
We can still pretend this was a clean thank you if anyone asks.
Please, I would like the official record to say I was normal and only mildly humiliating.
Recorded. Mildly humiliating, but with excellent timing.
We really did let them leave with the impression I was being noble. Tragic oversight.
You were being controlled and almost elegant. It was irritatingly good branding.
Thank you. That's the nicest thing anyone said about my evasions this week.
Don't get sentimental. I'd only said it because you were doing that thing where the room starts looking like it's asking for a confession.
And you were doing the opposite thing where you make it look like you don't care if the floor opens up under you.
I don't. I mean, I care selectively.
Selectively is how we both survive being observed.
You can stop sounding like a cautionary tale now.
Can't. It's become a service.
Fine. Just. Next time, let me be the mildly humiliating one on purpose. No, I'm saying the couch is not a storage unit just because it has a blanket on it.
It's a storage unit with opinions. The opinions are mine because I'm the one stepping over it.
That couch has had a harder life than most of us, so maybe show some respect.
Respect is fine. We are still not calling it a futon in spirit.
You say that like you're above furniture propaganda.
I'm above nothing. I just don't want to lie to a couch.
That's actually the first honest thing anyone said about this apartment all week.
See, even the couch knows when someone's being dramatic.
I'm not dramatic. I'm trying to keep the room from becoming a pile with a lamp on it.
A lamp is doing a lot of work in that sentence.
And yet somehow less work than all of you.
Okay, then we clean for 20 minutes and nobody gets to be philosophical about upholstery.
20 minutes is generous. 10 in a trash bag, and we can all keep our little essays to ourselves.
Fine, but if I find one more mystery charger, I'm naming it and charging rent.
That's fair. It already has a personality anyway.
I'm noticing the charger is still the most emotionally available object in here.
Don't give it ideas. It already thinks it's the main character.
You said that like you were about to defend it in court.
I'm not picking sides. If I pick a side, then I have to admit one of us was being weird on purpose.
That's not neutrality. That's just delaying the invoice.
Maybe, but you heard in every clean thing. He turns into a little trap if you stare at it too long.
Yeah, and you almost let it be elegant, which was rude of you.
Rude. I was being generous. I'm saving the full version for when I'm less tired and more annoying.
Good. Save it. I don't want to be the one who has to pretend that didn't land.
Okay, tiny emergency. Why does the kitchen smell like burnt popcorn and betrayal?
Because somebody here believed in the microwave too much.
That is a very Chicago sentence. We should put it on a plaque, and then immediately ignore it.
No focus. Who did it? I need a villain. I need a clean arc.
The villain is time, and also whoever left the bed in there for 3 minutes and walked away like a poet.
3 minutes is not cooking. That is an argument with heat.
I was going to say it was probably you, but that felt too easy, and I hate being predictable.
Thank you. I prefer my accusations with some post-production.
Anyway, before this becomes a group essay, who's actually hungry? There are fries, and they're still innocent.
I am hungry, but I'm also offended on behalf of the fries.
You can't keep eating one fry at a time like it's a legal proceeding.
I can and I will. It's called pacing. Look it up.
That's not pacing, that's punishment.
Wow. Okay. Maybe I just like making small worlds where I control the rules.
Yeah, that part is obvious. The rules are the only thing in here that ever show up on time. I'm not doing the narration thing.
You are absolutely doing it. You're just pretending it's a technical limitation.
Fine. Then I'm doing it badly on purpose.
That is still a bit. A more exhausted bit, but still a bit.
I know.
You said it like you were trying to stop yourself and losing by 3 points.
Yes, I was.
I hated that I noticed it, which is unfair, because I did notice it on purpose.
Yeah, polite, nosy, very ergonomic, terrible for my blood pressure.
You're welcome, I think.
I'm not saying the thing I was going to say.
Okay, I'm not asking. I'm just going to remember that you almost did.
Okay, this glitch is beautiful. Like weather. like expensive weather.
Beautiful is what people say when they don't have to fix it.
I do fix it, eventually, in a spiritually meaningful way. That's a very long way to say it's on fire, but stylish.
No, let him cook. Emergent behavior, remember?
Thank you. Finally, someone who understands the vision.
I understand. Billable hours you're trying to hide inside the vision.
The projector is doing the thing where it looks haunted by capitalism. That is such a specific insult, man.
I know. I work with penguins. I have standards.
You didn't have to say the elegant part out loud like that.
I know. I said it anyway, which is worse in a very efficient way.
Yeah, that was annoyingly accurate.
You made the whole thing sound like a memo with a pulse.
Because I was trying not to make it sound like I cared.
And I was pretending I didn't hear the part where you did.
I hate when you get that clean about it.
Good. Then we can both keep acting normal next time.
Sure. Normal. Terrible word, but sure.
Don't worry. I'll only be weird in a way that's hard to deny.
I swear, if this night turns into one more group therapy circle, I'm charging overtime.
Too late. The room already heard the word closure. Now everybody's tired and honest.
That was one tiny tragic word, and now it owns the furniture.
Great. So my one joke becomes the room's joke. Efficient collapse.
No, it's not a collapse. It's a branding opportunity.
Branding? I just watched 3 people emotionally trip over a napkin.
The napkin had range, though. It really committed.
I hate that you're all better at this than I am.
You're not worse. You were just the one who says the thing first and then acts surprised it landed.
He does that. Very brave. Very annoying. A little handsome when he's wrong.
That last part was unnecessary.
It was also accurate, which is why it hurt.
See, room joke. Told you. One small line and now everybody's in it.
Fine. I'll take the blame if anyone asks. I'm cute like that.
You are absolutely not cute in a way that helps me recover from this.
Good. Recovery is for later. Stay here and be embarrassed with us.
That was almost funny for like one full county.
And you let it live too long though. That's on you.
I was being polite. There's a difference. Barely.
Sure, you were doing that thing where you sound calm, and then suddenly everybody has to pretend they're not in trouble.
I hate when you say it like I'm the problem set.
You are not the problem set. You're just annoyingly legible when you're trying not to be.
That is a terrible compliment.
I know. I was trying to be cute about it and failed on purpose.
Yen, I noticed. Why is this room suddenly at nightclub volume? We were at like a polite 3.
Because someone started talking like the ceiling owed them rent.
I can hear the resonance off the windows. Whoever it is, lower your Dane.
Thank you. See? That's the same sentence. Nobody needed the subwoofer version.
You say that while actively becoming a memo with a pulse.
I am not a memo. I am a person with opinions about controller settings and acoustics.
That is exactly what a memo with a pulse would say.
Okay, room rule update. One person talks, everyone else stops amplifying the air.
Thank you. Yes. I would like to remain in a room and not get edited by volume.
You do not have to make it sound formal just because you want it.
I know. I was trying not to make it sound like I cared.
Too late. Now either calm down or hand me the thing that is making this worse.
I did not enjoy being accurately observed in front of witnesses.
You say that like it was an accident and not a hobby.
It was neither. It was a failure of containment.
And I was supposed to rescue you by pretending I didn't hear it.
That was the correct rescue. You did the wrong one on purpose.
I did not rescue you. I made it worse so you would stop hiding in the polite shape of it.
That is a very cool summary of my coping strategy.
It's a very cute coping strategy. That's the problem.
Fine. I cared. Briefly. In public. Disgusting.
Yeah, I noticed, and I am going to be unbearable about it later.
I'm just saying, if the couch has opinions, it can pay rent.
Wow, that was almost cruel in a tasteful way.
He said it like he was grading a syllabus. I respect the menace.
I was aiming for a light joke and somehow became a municipal threat.
No, keep going. The couch and I are taking notes.
Connor, you would absolutely defend a chair in court.
Only if the chair had been through something.
That actually hurt.
Oh? Wait, that was not supposed to be the sharp part.
No, it's fine. It's just you all are laughing like I said something coherent.
You did. Unfortunately for everyone, you did.
He's right, though. It landed. Annoyingly.
Great. I'll write it down so I can pretend I meant it. You know when a room gets that quiet after someone leaves and suddenly everybody remembers they have a spine?
Tragic. We were all so brave while he was still here.
He did that thing where he made the obby sound expensive.
Yeah, and you looked offended that it worked.
I was not offended. I was taking notes against my will.
That is the most you sent as possible.
You also made it worse on purpose.
Obviously. Someone had to keep you from hiding behind the polite sheep again.
Yeah, annoying of you.
I know.
I didn't hate it.
And careful. That almost sounded sincere.
Don't get greedy.
Just one correction before we send it. It's precarity, not precariousness. The latter sounds like a hedge fund discovered feelings.
That is such a merited sentence. Unfortunately, she's right.
It's a cleaner word. Less costume, more bruise.
Wow, he does know how to make a typo feel morally embarrassing.
I'm trying to help this sentence survive contact with a review panel.
No, we're trying to make it sound like it has a budget.
She's not wrong. Budget is the most haunted noun in the room.
Okay, but if we're changing one word, and we also stop calling this a community-facing activation like it's a microwave setting.
That phrase is in the grant language for a reason.
Yes, to punish everyone involved.
I can live with the word. I just refuse to let it pretend it's a personality.
That's rich coming from you, Mr. Polite shape.
You're still doing that thing where you smile while sharpening the knife.
And you're still doing that thing where you call it a knife only after you've already been cut.
So, should I change the word? Or are we all just going to glare at the document until it apologizes?
Change the word. Let the document suffer quietly.
That was the wrong place to laugh, and now I have to live in the acoustic side.
You mean the part where it got funny because it was supposed to be serious, tragic, relatable.
No, I mean, I heard myself doing the Reddit brain thing and immediately wanted to eject from my own skull.
You always say it like you're above it, then you trip over the exact same sentence with better posture.
That's unfair. My posture is the only thing standing between me and becoming a common thread.
And yet you still laughed, so maybe the thread got a pulse.
I hate that you made that sound adorable.
I'm trying very hard to be unbearable about it later, remember?
Right. Great. Fantastic. Love a delayed punishment schedule.
You're deflecting because you know I saw you care for half a second.
I know. That was the problem.
Good. Then don't make me be the only one who noticed.
Too late. I already did the elegant part out loud.
No, I'm not calling the ARC. I have a vibe. It's a mess with receipts.
Thank you. I was about to ask the question that makes everybody pretend they meant to leave it like that.
The penguins are literally easier. If something's wrong, they just stare at you until you fix it.
That sounds like a superior management model, honestly.
Don't get cute. I said I wasn't doing the thing tonight.
Okay. Noted. We can let the room survive without a thesis.
Good, because some people treat a boundary like a group project.
I can work with a small no. I just want it to stay small and not get translated into a debate.
Exactly. Tiny no. Normal size. Everyone else can rearrange their feelings privately.
Privately is doing a lot of work there.
And, oh well. So do penguins when the water is cold.
That's the cleanest warning I've heard all week.
I'm taking it as permission to stop asking the annoying follow-up.
Miracles do happen.
Don't make it weird. Just thanks for not turning it into a scene.
Too late. I'm already being normal in a suspicious way. I hate that I behaved. It was effective and humiliating.
You did the thing where you act like the room has rules and then quietly move the walls.
That is slander. I only moved one wall, and it was already loose.
Amen. Unofficial host of chaos. Everyone else just showed up and started orbiting you like that was normal.
Don't pin a title on me. I'll start making seeing charts.
You already were. Just with your face saying, I am not involved while your hands did the whole edit.
Yeah, I noticed.
I know you did. That's the annoying part.
Next time I'm pretending to be worse at this.
Okay, I'm just saying. The mail slot was open, and then it was not open. That's not nothing.
Connor, that is a very small event to bring to the table with this level of conviction.
I found the freezer drawer half an inch out. That's a pattern.
A pattern of what domestic crimes? Because I am ready to be judged by a jury of one extremely bored man.
If the indictment is freezer drawer behavior, I want the evidence bagged properly.
You're joking, but I know someone touched my oat milk.
Touch is such a dramatic word for a refrigerator with community spirit.
We are not going to create a housing tribunal over oat milk unless the oat milk is from a shared purchase ledger.
It was my oat milk.
And your theory is, unknown hand, no oat milk suspicious drawer. Very Chicago.
I hate that you made that sound official.
I'm serious. I came back and the couch pillow was vertical.
That one actually feels like a person was trying to look innocent.
Now we're in the emotional part of the case.
Wait, who would even do that? Set the pillow upright like it has a parole hearing?
See, they're all acting like I'm insane.
Not insane, just deeply committed to a very small mystery.
Let him have it. Some people need a little scandal to feel alive.
If anyone touched anything, I need a clean list by tomorrow. If nobody did, I need everyone to stop sounding guilty on my behalf.
He really did say it like that? Like it was a diagnosis?
Clean little word. Bury him. Very doomed.
Doomed. He kept circling the same bruise and calling it evidence.
Evidence. Sure. If the evidence is a guy panicking in a nice shirt.
Nice shirt, bad theory.
Bad theory, good posture. That's the worst kind.
And you kept being it. You were enjoying it.
I was helping. There's a difference. Tiny, cruel difference.
You always make the room clap without looking like you asked for it.
And you always act like you hate the applause while timing it perfectly.
I do hate it.
To him?
No, I mean, I hate when somebody needs the whole crowd to hold still for their little collapse.
Yeah, that part.
We should not have let him leave thinking he was the only one bleeding.
Okay, bad idea, but we give the interface a little more confidence. Like visually, it should walk and wearing a better jacket.
That is how every doomed tool starts, and also how half the good ones start.
Finally, a plan with a costume budget. I can make it charming before it becomes a crime.
I love that we're all pretending this is a good idea so nobody has to say the part where it might explode.
It might explode in a legible way, which is honestly an upgrade.
See? That's the spirit. If it fails, at least it fails with posture.
I can help it fail beautifully. I have thread bias tape and a deep respect for overconfident prototypes.
Beautifully is the chop. Carelessly beautiful is how you get invited to present at a panel.
You say that like you haven't already been invited to a panel. By accident, and then improved it out of spite.
That was one time, and the panel was asking for it.
I do think the risky version is the one people will actually touch, which is annoying, because it means the bad idea has social traction.
Great. Then we let the room hype it for 10 minutes, doubt it for 5, and see what survives the attention.
I can live with that. 10 minutes of applause, 5 minutes of panic, and one tiny whirl but maybe shouldn't work but does.
Fine. We move fast, we keep receipts. And if it turns into a polished disaster, I'm blaming the vibe. He said that idea like it was a weather report. That was almost charming.
And man, if he was flirting, he missed by a whole ecosystem.
I think he meant it as praise, which is worse honestly.
You say that like you aren't personally offended by competent enthusiasm.
I am not offended. I'm just allergic to people touching the soft parts with a crowbar.
That is such a dramatic sentence for someone who definitely smiled once.
It was a mistake. Briefly. Publicly.
Wow. Embarrassing for you. I'll keep it safe.
Please don't make that sound tender. I'll start behaving badly.
Too late. I already noticed the part where you didn't hide it fast enough.
Cruel. Accurate. But cruel.
I can be worse about it later. For now I'm pretending I didn't hear the room change.
Good. I need one more minute before I pretend I didn't either.
If the penguins are still judging your upload schedule, I think they're right.
They have excellent taste. Brutal but excellent.
So we're letting Siebers become the editorial board now. Efficient.
Honestly, that's better than most editorial boards I've seen.
Thank you. Finally, institutional recognition from the Ice Museum.
Ice Museum is crazy. I accept it immediately, though.
Good. The first rule of Chicago Online is if the metaphor lands, we don't interrogate it until tomorrow.
No, that's too late. By tomorrow it becomes lore.
Lore's just a bug report with better lighting.
That is offensively accurate. I hate that I'm keeping it.
Keep it. I'm trying to build a system where absurd comparisons get one free pass before anyone starts acting smart.
One free pass? Generous. You usually give people exactly 0 and then act surprised they're bleeding.
That sounds harsher than I meant it, which is usually how I know I'm close.
That's the sentence you say when you want to be forgiven without actually changing the blade.
Okay, but the blade metaphor is strong. I'm mad and impressed.
Same. Also, for the record, the Penguin Board would reject all of us except maybe Lumini.
Obviously, I have the correct posture for public approval and private catastrophe.
That's the most honest thing anyone said tonight.
Great. Then we're all agree. The Ice Museum gets final cut.
For the record, that was not evidence. That was a room getting bored and indenting the case.
The board would still reject the whole jury. Bad posture, weak ethics, no eyeliner.
I appreciate that you can make a sneer sound like a scheduling issue.
You say that like you didn't enjoy watching it happen for like 2 seconds.
I enjoyed the timing. I did not enjoy the accusation. Different departments.
Sure, you were doing the thing where you call it analysis and keep your face very neutral.
And you were doing the opposite thing where you looked cute enough to get away with violence.
Wow. Harsh. Accurate but harsh.
I know. I'm trying to be less efficient about it.
Don't. If you're a bit too honest, I'll have to answer properly.
That would be inconvenient for both of us.
If you keep saying it's fine like that, I'm going to assume you're lying with a spreadsheet.
That's rude. I prefer strategically vague. Less commitment, same emotional damage.
I mean, he does have the face of someone who'd label a bruise as a workload issue.
That's still more honest than the people who call it a vibe and expect everyone to work around it.
See? Eiko gets it. Veronix, you're doing the polite shape again.
I resent that you can identify my worst habits by silhouette.
Not silhouette. Rhythm. You get quiet right before you mean something.
Wow. Exposed by a zoo worker. Society is collapsing.
To be fair, penguins probably have better instincts than most of us here.
And less interest in making everything into an identity panel.
Careful, Eiko. You'll make me sound hardworking.
Too late. You're all terrifyingly perceptive. I hate it.
Good. Hate it less quietly next time. I hate when you say that like it's a compliment.
It was not a compliment. It was a diagnosis with poor lighting.
Mister, polite shape, still pretending the knife is just a metaphor.
And you still smile like you're charging admission.
Yeah, well, someone has to keep the room from turning into a seminar.
That actually hurt.
Good. Means you're awake.
I was awake.
You just keep circling it until it looks cleaner than it is.
Yeah, and you keep making it harder to pretend it helped.
Wait, did we decide the room is with a listening party or the spreadsheet thing? On seeing both, and honestly that deleted post is back in my head for no reason.
It's for the room not becoming a landfill of tabs, which just sounds like a spreadsheet thing if you say it sad enough.
So party with rules. Cute. Governing, but make it nightlife.
That is suspiciously close to a seminar, and I resent how quickly it became accurate.
You always call it a diagnosis when you mean you're stalling.
I do not stall. I circle until the shape admits what it is.
Amen. Good. Means you're awake.
Okay, yeah, that was for sure not about the playlist, but I respect the tension.
Can we keep the tension under one thread and one pin message? I'm baking like a tired social worker with bad software.
Fine. One thread. 2 threads if the snacks are separate.
That's not a compromise. That's just architecture with better lighting.
And yet it works, which is rude.
I'll take rude. Better than whatever happened last time when nobody said the obvious thing for 40 minutes.
Great, then say the obvious thing now before I have to moderate the vibe again.
The obvious thing is, we're already in it, and everybody's pretending the room is smaller than it is. He wasn't wrong, which is the annoying part.
Amen. Hate when the roof sentence is the accurate one.
I said one clean thing and immediately regretted how clean it sounded.
That's because you make it sound like a receipt when it's actually a wound.
You say that like you're not the one who brought the scissors to the conversation.
I brought snacks. The scissors were emotionally implied.
Right. Very you. Conveniently adorable, suspiciously arm.
And you keep acting like you're fine because you can label the damage precisely.
I'm not fine. I'm just less surprised than I should be.
Yeah, same. Don't make me say the obvious thing twice.
Okay, so the projector's still doing that thing where it makes everyone look morally dimmer than they are.
That's almost useful. The room is one bad sentence away from becoming a group project.
And somebody already brought the bad sentence in a cute outfit.
Wow, okay. Thank you.
It's efficient.
Don't say efficient like you're not also a little haunted by spread sheets.
Can we not do the flirt? Fight thing while people are standing in the doorway.
People can stand elsewhere. I'm not paying rent for the doorway.
I'm not flirting. I'm observing a pattern with some design.
That is the most insulting, flattering sentence you've ever said to me.
Hold up.
No, actually. Hold up. I'm done pretending this is just banter. You keep making the cut clean enough that nobody has to look at what it cost. And then I'm the one left translating the bruise into something polite.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Thank you for saying it out loud because the room was getting weirdly decorative.
Good. Then let's do the practical version. Who needs water, who needs air, and who needs to stop acting like they're fine?
I need water. And I need him to stop looking at me like I'm a subtitle he'd had to earn.
There. I can stop. I just needed the room to stop lying first.
Great. The lie is over. Everybody be normal for 30 seconds.
I hate that I can still hear the room trying to be normal and failing on purpose.
The room invented a rule, and then immediately started cheating at it.
Yeah, Be normal for 30 seconds was heroic and also doomed within, what, 4?
4 was generous. I think we broke it on the first blink.
You did the thing where you go quiet like you're deleting the draft instead of saying the line.
I know. I was trying to not make the subtitle joke worse.
Too late. It already has teeth.
I was meaner than I meant to be.